double for Galaxy Eyes, as this card faded out when new Galaxy's Xyz emerged. However, this card didn't fix the issue that Galaxy Eyes still had. Galaxy only had one starter in Wizard, and the deck could only make inconsistent boards. The next support card for the deck came out in Judgment of Light. Galaxy Serpent was a level 2 normal tuner. Why? Who knows. Galaxy did get a new Xyz, however. Starliege Lord Galaxion was a rank 4 Xyz that required 2 photon monsters. You can detach up to 2 materials to apply an effect based on the number of materials detached. If 1, special summon a GPD from your hand. If 2, special summon it from your deck. Galaxion made a good card to fall back on if your based combos didn't go as planned. What limited this card from being great was its requirement to make it was photon monsters, so you couldn't use Galaxy Wizard as material if you had any of the level 4s in play like Thrasher. However, the card was used in the same case as Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon until other options were available. It was now Legacy the Valiant's turn to give Galaxy Eyes some love. Unfortunately, the love was just giving it more bad cards. Luminous Dragon Ritual was a ritual spell that used to special summon Paladin of Photon Dragon by attributing monsters whose levels equals exactly 4. You can banish it from your grave to banish monsters whose levels equal exactly 4 to special summon Paladin of Photon Dragon from your hand. Paladin of Photon Dragon was a level 4 light ritual monster, which you contribute to special summon a GEPD from your hand or deck. And when this card destroys the monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can draw 1 card. The third and final card was Photon Charge Man. Once per turn, you can double the monster's attack until your next standby phase, but it can't attack the turn you activate this effect. It's just a tradition for every Eyes Dragon monster to have a Paladin Ritual monster that never sees any play. Luminous Dragon Ritual wasn't searchable and was strict with the condition that your tributes had to be exactly 4, which doesn't work with a deck that runs level 8 monsters. Charge Man was also another bad level 4. The effect was negatable, even if it went off, you couldn't attack with it. Thrash, Wizard, and even Crusher were still the go-to options if you wanted to summon level 4s. Needless to say, the support was forgettable. The same can't be said for some of the support it gained in Primal Origin in May of 2014. In Primal Origin, 7 new cards were given to the archetype. Galaxy Tyranno was a level 8 light dinosaur. When a Galaxy monster you control is targeted for an attack, you can special summon this card in defense position. If summoned this way, you can immediately Xyz summon 1 Galaxy monster using only Galaxy monsters you control. Galaxy Mirror Sage was a level 3 light spellcaster, which gives you 500 life points for each Galaxy monster in your graveyard when flip face up. When this card is destroyed, you can special summon 1 level 4 lower Galaxy monster from your deck or graveyard in face down defense position, but banish it when it leaves the field. Galaxy Dragon was a level 4, dragon, that cannot attack directly and can only attack dragon type monsters. If it battles a dragon type, it gains 1000 attack during the damage step only. That monster also has its effects negated during the battle phase as long as this card is on the field. The 2 Xyz monsters they received were number 62 Galaxy Eyes Prime Photon Dragon and number C107 Neo Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon. Galaxy Eyes Prime Photon Dragon was a rank 8 that took 2 level 8 monsters to make. If this card battles during the damage calculation, you can use its quick effect to detach 1 material from this card once per battle to have this card gain attack equal to combined ranks of all Xyz monsters currently in the field times 200 during damage calculation only. If an opponent's card effect destroys this card in its owner's control while it has Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon's material, you can special summon this card during your second standby phase after activation and double its attack. Any battle damage this card inflicts on your opponent is halved unless it has Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon as material. Neo Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon was a rank 9 that took 3 level 9s to make. You can detach any materials from this card to negate the effects of all face-up cards currently on the field, and your opponent cannot activate cards or effects on the field. If this card has number 107 Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon as a material, it gains an effect to tribute 2 monsters to have this card gain 3 additional attacks on monsters only during each battle phase this turn. While the monsters
Refresh the summer vibes with Tic Tac. Join Tic Tac at Lollapalooza.
weren't the galactic cardboard they were printing on, the Xyz saw meta play, especially number C107. C107 saw play in almost every deck due to attack with a spell card and rank up magic the 7th one. When players draw this card normally during the draw phase, the effect is activated, making you play this card revealed. During the main phase 1 of the turn, you can special summon a number Xyz monster from your extra deck or graveyard that contains the numbers 101 through 107 in its name except a number C monster, then special summon a number C monster with the same number in its name as the monster summoned and use that monster as a material. It's treated as an Xyz summon. This card's high upside made it splashable in every deck, as having the ability to summon a card like C107 at any state in the game is tremendous. A 4500 attack beatstick that can negate all face-up cards in the field and is easily accessible by one spell card is the impact of the highest level. It was a popular tactic for a while until metas got quicker, and players felt the strategy was more a gamble than consistent due to the card being a brick in your opening hand, or added outside of the draw phase. So even though this new Neo Eyes Tachyon Dragon was powerful, what made it powerful was more due to this unique rank up spell. And Prime Photon Dragon still sees play to this day due to its battle effect boost in its attack, assisting this deck in being able to OTK your opponent. It made it even better in Galaxy Eyes as they could revive it if they use GEPD as one of its materials. Galactic Charity was a new spell card. If you controlled a Galaxy Xyz monster, you could discard one card to draw 2, but the damage your opponent takes this turn is halved. Finally, Tachyon Chaos Hole was a new trap card. If a Galaxy Xyz monster is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, destroy as many face-up cards your opponent controls as possible and banish them. During your draw phase, if this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card and special summon a Galaxy Eyes Xyz monster from your graveyard instead of conducting your draw phase. Both cards did have effects that could have been useful for the archetype, but took too much setting up to be considered running. Both needed a Galaxy's Xyz to activate, which meant to activate them, you'd have to pray that your Xyz wouldn't be hit, or that your plays wouldn't be interrupted. One good hand trap or a floodgate meant impending doom for the deck. Overall, even with 2 Xyz monsters that couldn't change the game, Galaxies was stuck in dark hole of mediocrity. Another strong Xyz came to the TCG for Galaxy as archetype, but players had a different use for this card that would have Konami stop it from killing a format. Premium Gold Return of the Bling is probably the coolest name for a Premium Gold set, but so was the newest Galaxy's Xyz monster, Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon. It needs 3 level 9 monsters to summon, but can be Xyz summoned using any Galaxy's Xyz monster instead. It itself can't be used as an Xyz material for an Xyz summon, and when it's Xyz summoned, this card lets you send 3 Dragon-type monsters with different names from your deck to the graveyard to make your opponent banish 3 cards from their deck. It also lets you detach material in order to allow it to attack up to 2 monsters during the battle phase. Now, nothing screams fair card than giving one of the strongest types in the game a non-ashable Foolish Burial effect and punishing your opposing player for it. Players saw how frightening this card was when combos were formed within the OCG meta. If the card just took level 9 monsters to make, this card probably wouldn't have seen played, being too difficult to summon. But thanks to the laughable requirement of a Galaxy's Xyz monster for its summon, in general, that meant you'd only be using 2 level 8 monsters to bring this card out, and with Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon and Galaxy Prime Photon Dragon at your disposal, this wasn't an issue. What made it a bigger threat was the fact that dragons were on an all-time terror of destruction thanks to the Dragon Rulers. Remember these totally thought-out balanced cards? Alongside the Dragon Rulers, Dark Matter Dragon could send these cards for free to the grave and help you set up an OTK. The OTK was so consistent that Konami banned all the Dragon Ruler cards 10 days after Dark Matter was released in the TCG in an attempt to not have players suffer through the format. So Dark Matter Dragon was supposed to be Doesn't Matter Dragon for the rest of its lifespan. It's too bad Konami forgot that they gave dragons the strongest archetype in the game, one of the strongest Xyz. Even after Dragon Rulers, this card was still putting in work, as Dragon Monster cards that allowed them to be heavily utilized from the graveyard were pretty plentiful. So though the Dragon Rulers were gone, cards like Eclipse and Wyvern still ran wild, as simply sending it to the graveyard banished a dragon from your deck, and then fetched it whenever your Eclipse of Wyvern was banished. It was later used in Blue Eyes, as Blue Eyes could easily place 2 level 8s on the field to make a Galaxy's Xyz, and Dark Matter Dragon activates effect as an Arcbrave Dragon, a Morphage Goliath, and a dragon of their choice. When it's your opponent's standby phase, you activate Arcbrave Dragon's effect, Special Summon Goliath, locking your opponent out of Special Summon from the extra deck. January 2019 was the last time this card saw daylight, as it was put on the ban list, and rightfully so. Giving a free Foolish Burial that banished your opponent's cards directly from their deck, and then giving dragons a card that could set up their boards and ultimately end the game is unnecessary in Yu-Gi-Oh! And the most humiliating part of this was that Galaxy Eyes wasn't even a deck that could abuse this card. Galaxy Eyes didn't use any dragons outside of GEPD, so the most beneficial effect couldn't even be used in its own archetype. Even if this card had to be solely played by Galaxy Eyes, at best this card was just a potential 4,000 attack that could swing twice. As ridiculous as it sounds, this card had no impact on Galaxy Eyes. It was a quiet time for the archetype still. World Superstars came into the history of Galaxy Eyes in April of 2015. 4 new cards now had their turn to live up to the hype. Galaxy Soldier was the first. This level 5 machine type monster allows you to special summon this card from your hand by discarding a light monster from your hand. When summoned, you can add a Galaxy monster from your deck to your hand. Galaxy Eyes Cloud Dragon was level 1 light dragon monster, which could be attributed to special summon a Galaxy monster from your hand or graveyard. Once per duel, if this card was in your grave, you can target a Galaxy Eyes Xyz monster you control and attach it to it as in material. Galaxy Soldier didn't just see play in this deck, but also in Cyber Dragon, ABC, and Blue Eyes, as the card allows both decks to set up the graveyards with monsters they needed. The card could also easily go into Cyber Dragon Nova, which led into Infinity due to the card being able to search out another copy of itself, since it can search any Galaxy monster from the deck. And since its special summon effect wasn't once per turn, you could bring out 2 with the greatest of ease and have an Infinity turn 1. This was also the same case for it in Galaxy Eyes. However, it wasn't as consistent due to the deck having issues playing through multiple hand traps, interruptions, or floodgates, and the fact that it made affordable homes with how many times it bricked. Cloud Dragon didn't have the same luck and was sometimes run at 1 as an insurance if you needed material. Photon Stream of Destruction was a quick play spell that lets you target one monster in the field and banish it if you control a Galaxy Eyes monster, but it can only be used on your turn unless you control a Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. Tachyon Transmigration was the Archetype's counter trap. If you control a Galaxy Eyes monster, you can activate this as a chain link 2 or higher, and negate the activation of your opponent's spell, trap, and monster effects that activate before this card in the chain, and shuffle negated cards back into their deck. You can also activate this card from your hand if you controlled a Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon monster. Photon Stream of Destruction didn't really see any play in the TCG because it was too slow as only a 1-for-1 and needing a monster be on board in order to use. Transmigration has seen some play with mixed results. The card effectively stops every card your opponent controls in the chain, and then spun them back into the deck, making it difficult for your opponent to get the cards back or costing them resources. You could even catch them off guard with the card's ability to be activated from the hand if you had a Tachyon Dragon monster. That way you didn't have to worry about your powerful counter trap being removed from the field with cards that targeted your back row. However, the major fact that made this card the mixed bag of results is clearly due to it being unsearchable. No cards in the Galaxy Eyes or Photon archetype search for Tachyon cards. It's nice to have a strong counter trap, but how good is it when you can't get to it and have to depend on the luck of the draw to get it? The game was moving faster, and having searchable combo pieces was becoming the name of the game. Ultimately, the deck did get some strong support for its main deck from World Superstars, and got even more power for its extra deck in Cross Souls. Galaxy Eyes Full Armor Photon Dragon was a rank 8 Xyz monster with 4,000 attack and defense, taking 3 level 8 monsters, but could be Xyz summoned using a Galaxy Eyes Xyz monster, except Galaxy Eyes Full Armor Photon Dragon as a material. Once per turn, it could take 2 equipped cards equipped to it and attach it as an Xyz material. But this card was mainly used for its effects of detaching material to target and pop a face-up card your opponent controls. With its easy requirements, this card could easily be brought out by slapping it over one of your rank 8 Galaxy Eyes Xyz. A free pop and a 4,000 beat stick is a card any deck would run, and Galaxy Eyes was no different. The spell card was Galaxy Cyclone, a normal spell that targets one set spell or trap card on the field and destroys it. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, except on this turn it was sent to the grave, to target a face-up spell or trap card and destroy it. Galaxy Cyclone saw a good amount of play during its release. Around this time, back row destruction was dire, with cards like Heavy Storm and Giant Trunade banned in 2010, and limited options like Mystical Space Typhoon and Night Beam being available. Galaxy Cyclone gave players another option for back row destruction, as it could be used once for dealing with set cards, and later on their next turn if you wanted to deal with pesky face-up back row. Around this time, floodgates like Vanity's Emptiness saw play. Even floodgates that were at 1 like Dimensional Fissure and Macrocosmos had players moaning and groaning at their local card shop tournaments. With Galaxy Cyclone being added to the repertoire, players could have an easier time with those matchups, whether they decided to main deck the card or side it. This card would continue to see play until its power crept out by better types of backward removal later in the TCG, like Twin Twister, Lightning Storm, and Cosmic Cyclone. Fast forward to 2016, Premium Gold Infinite Gold will be released to the TCG. Even though the set name was not as cool as Return of the Bling, what was cool was the Xyz monster, which would become a core staple in end boards for decks that could make it. Number 38, Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy, was a rank 8 light Xyz dragon monster with 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense. All you really need to know about this card is that it was a spell card negation that attached the spell card as a material. It could also detach one material to redirect an attack to it, and could increase the attack power of any Xyz monster in the field by the attack points of an Xyz monster that was destroyed. Harbinger has been a dominant force in the game since its release. Spell cards are, and will always be, one of the strongest types in the game. The plethora of spell cards with game-changing effects that allow advantage like searching, graveyard abilities, and drawing power continue to skyrocket. Most cards that can put spell cards out of commission are either tedious to bring out, or outright
Who are you? We are the Shadows.
banned because the effects cripple spells completely. Harbinger changes all of that, as decks that can make rank 8s now had a generic spell negator to utilize. The fact that it also takes the spell as a material is a plus, as it could effectively stop spells that work in the graveyard. Galaxy Eyes finally had an effective first turn Xyz that interact with your opponent's turn. However, they still couldn't compete with other meta decks, as other decks had quicker and more consistent gameplay that could stop a combo-heavy eccentric deck like Galaxy Eyes. Decks like Cosmos and Monarchs were seeing better results as their mechanics allowed them to set up their boards consistently, play through interruption easier, set up their interruptions, and even be more flexible to include other engines inside their decks to allow them to make their boards even more interactive and deadly, like Fire King Cosmo and Zulkan Monarchs. Galaxy wasn't able to compete with these decks at a high level. Dragons of Legend Unleashed came out in August of 2016. The extra deck for Galaxy Eyes continued to get strengthened with 2 more Xyz monsters. Galaxy Stealth Dragon was a rank 4 Dark Dragon Xyz monster that took 2 level 4s to make. You can detach a material from it to special summon a dragon monster from your hand, and your opponent cannot target or destroy any other Galaxy monsters in the field with card effects. Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon was a rank 8 Light Dragon Xyz monster that took 2 level 8s. You can detach material to target one of your opponent's face-up monsters and take control of it until the end phase. Its effects are negated, its attack becomes 3000, and its name becomes Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon. However, you can't attack with any of the monsters except the original Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon. Stealth didn't really see any play. The monster could summon Dragon-type monsters with its effect, meaning more than likely your only target would be GEPD. The deck also had better openings, so you probably wouldn't need to go into this card, as the Galaxy Wizard plus Expedition combo was an easy way to get GEPD and make your rank 8s. Taking control of your opponent's monsters removes an obstacle to overcome and possibly has more material to use for your plays. However, the fact that you couldn't attack with it or any other monsters except for Cypher Dragon was a tad bit disappointing, as well as the fact that you probably couldn't use the monster treated as a Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon by its effect as an Xyz material, since cards like Full Armor and Dark Matter needed a Galaxy Eyes Xyz monster to overlay. It was also part of the Cypher archetype, which Kite used in Zexal and focused on making Galaxy Eyes Xyz monsters. What we're trying to say is nobody touched the Cypher monsters. The deck was already congested with a deck that had problems searching for cards because they differentiated between Galaxy and Photon. The last thing needed was an unsearchable archetype jammed inside an already weak deck. What the deck now needs is more main deck support that can help consistency with the deck. Anyways, here's another Xyz that didn't help the deck at all from Raging Tempest. Neo Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon is a rank 9 Light Dragon Xyz that needs 3 level 9 monsters to make. If this card is a Cypher card as a material, you get the additional effect to be able to attach up to 3 materials to take control of your opponent's monsters, up to the number of materials attached. You can't attack with any other monsters except this card. The monster's effects are negated, and their names become Neo Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon, and the attack becomes 4500. The card is more of a difficult version of Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon to summon, and the card didn't see any play in Galaxy Eyes due to that. We move straight into the Shonen Jump promo card in 2017, getting another form of Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon, Galaxy Eyes Cypher Blade Dragon, which is a rank 9 monster that took 3 level 9s to make, yet could easily be brought out by using a rank 8 Galaxy Eyes Xyz monster. Once per turn, you can detach a material to target one card in the field and destroy it. If this Xyz summon card you control is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect and sent to the grave, you can target a Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon in your graveyard and special summon it. It didn't take long for Konami to get this card correctly this time. Your Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon could now easily become an additional pop, thanks to simply slapping this card on top. It also combos well with the other rank 8 Galaxy Eyes Xyz that can be overlaid on top. You can go into Cypher to Full Armor into Blade Dragon or vice versa, getting 2 free pops in the process. However, with the archetype still being far from complete, the meta getting faster with pendulums in the format and links on the horizon, this deck was for sure to be forgotten and deemed unplayable, especially when the support from Code of the Duelist was shown in 2017. Galaxy Worm was a level 3 light insect monster. When normal summoned while you control no other monsters, you can special summon a level 3 or lower Galaxy effect monster from your deck, but its effects are negated. There were no benefits to be seen from playing this card. It only grabbed level 3 monsters in a deck revolving around level 4s and 8s, and even if you could grab a level 4 or 8, the effect was negated. This card was forgettable, and the archetype was close to being in the same boat. Surprisingly, this still wasn't the end of Konami keeping our hopes up in making Galaxy Eyes playable one day in the next set, Battles of Legend Relentless Revenge in 2019. Because the deck needed more stars and extenders, they decided even more Xyz monsters would fix the problem. Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord was a rank 8 light Xyz. Card effects can't destroy it if it has a photon card as a material. Once per turn, when your opponent's monster activates its effect, you can detach a material to negate the effect, and if you have a Galaxy Eyes monster's material attached to this card, destroy that card. It also has a quick effect on your opponent's turn that lets you search for a Galaxy or Photon card from your deck and add it to your hand or as an Xyz material to this card. It did see most play in Galaxy Eyes, but was also used in Blue Eyes, Thunder Dragon, and recently Punk Gold Pride. While the main deck still suffered from a shortage of starters and inconsistencies, they got one of their best Xyz to date. The deck finally had another negate to add to their arsenal. Though its first effect is gimmicky because it needs a Galaxy card to destroy the negated monster, it was still impactful, as having a monster be able to stop a monster, whether in hand, field, or graveyard, is a tremendous effect. It could even replenish its materials with its second effect. So all of these Xyz are great. So could we get a starter now? Unfortunately, no. But they did give the archetype more extenders, which had us saying close enough. More main deck monsters were given in Legendary Duelist White Dragon Abyss. 2 monsters, 1 spell, and a trap were made for the archetype. Photon Vanisher was a level 4 light monster that can be special summoned once per turn by its effect by controlling a galaxy or photon monster. When this card is special summoned, you can add a GEPD from your deck to your hand. When this card is used as an Xyz material, the Xyz monster gains the effect to banish any monster it destroys by battle. Photon Orbital was a level 4 light monster that could equip itself to one of your Photon or Galaxy monsters during the main phase. And you can send this equipped card to the graveyard to add a Photon or Galaxy card from your deck to your hand. Starleech Photon Blast Dragon was their newest rank 4 Xyz that took 2 level 4 monsters to make. When Xyz summoned, you can special summon a Photon monster from your hand. Your opponent couldn't target or destroy any monsters with an attack over 2000 with card effects, and on your opponent's turn, its quick effect allows you to target 1 GEPD that is banished from your grave and special summon it. The spell Photon Hand was a normal spell to take control of one of your opponent's monsters if you control a Galaxy or Photon monster by paying 1000 life points, but you can only take Xyz monsters if you don't control a GEPD. Finally, Photon Change was a continuous trap which would be sent to the graveyard in the second standby phase after activation. Once per turn, you can send 1 Galaxy or Photon monster to the graveyard to activate one of these effects, or both if you send a GEPD. Either special summon a Photon monster from your deck with a different name than the extend card, or add a Photon card from your deck to your hand. Now, while this spell was too gimmicky and the trap was too slow, Vanisher and Orbital were superb extenders who helped dig through the deck and get key pieces quicker, giving the deck a bit more strength not to get shut down by a single hand trap. So, though the deck once again didn't get a starter for the new format, they did get more extenders that brought a heavy amount of value that made your plays align, unless you completely bricked, drawing 2 GEPDs, extenders that need monsters on the field, and had nothing to put on the field. You're not a true Galaxy-ized player unless you curse under your breath when you see your hand. What was also needed was a way for Galaxy Eyes to play in the Link format. When Master Rule 4 was in effect, decks that summoned multiple non-Link monsters were, for the most part, crippled. So not many picked up the deck, knowing that this deck was Xyz focused. There's no way they'll make a Link just for Galaxy to operate before giving you starters. Immediately after Legendary Duelist, they got a Link before a starter in Soul Fusion. Galaxy Eye Soulflare Dragon was a Link 2 light monster that took 2 light monsters, including a monster 2000 plus attack. When Link summoned, to target 1 Galaxy or Photon monster in your graveyard and add it back to your hand. During your opponent's main phase, you can discard a Photon and a Galaxy card, or 1 GEPD from your hand to target and pop one of your opponent's special summon monsters. Galaxy Brave was also added to the list of new support. It was another extender that could be special summoned by revealing a Photon monster. If special summoned this way, you can target a Photon or Galaxy monster in your graveyard and make this card's attack and defense and level the same as a targeted monster. Galaxy Cleric was a level 4 that can be attached as material to a Photon or Galaxy monster if it's in your hand. If normal or special summoned, you can target 5 Photon and or Galaxy monsters in your grave, shuffle them back to the deck, and draw 2 cards. The spell card Galaxy Trance was a normal spell that targets a Photon monster from your grave and special summons it, and a Galaxy monster from your deck by paying 2000. Their effects are negated, their attacks become 2000, and you're locked into normal summoning or special summoning Photon or Galaxy monsters. Finally, Eternal Galaxy was a normal trap that rounded up the new support. If you controlled a Photon or Galaxy monster, you can target Xyz monsters you control. Special summon a Galaxy or Photon Xyz monsters that's 4 ranks higher than the target by using that target as an Xyz material. Soulflare was a welcome addition to the deck. Being an archetype Link that recycled resources, was a board interruption during your opponent's turn, and, most importantly, gave the deck zones to work with and put multiple Xyz on the board. Galaxy Brave was yet another extender to utilize and possibly open with on your first turn if you have a Photon monster in hand. Cleric could be utilized as both Xyz materials or a built-in Pot of Avarice. To sweeten the deal even more, Galaxy Trance was a built-in free Galaxy extra deck monster for the low cost of 2000 life points, grabbing the materials not just from your grave, but special summoning out any Galaxy monster from your deck for free. So the deck got a Link monster and has access to make rank 8s like Water, Extenders for days, and Searchers for days. Why couldn't this deck succeed in the TCG? It's not like it was missing the one thing players have been begging for non-stop, like, I don't know, maybe some starters? It was nice to have a plethora of extenders and search power from here to the Shadow Realm. None of that matters if those cards need starters on the field to be played, though you had Vanisher, Orbital, or Brave. They were all great cards that continue your plays, but they could easily become nightmarish bricks in your hand if you didn't have the correct starter to get them on the field. Also, though the deck could play through one hand trap, knowing when to disrupt the deck with interruptions completely hindered it and caused underwhelming boards due to not having consistent starters. Also, the New Age hand traps are a perfect bane to this deck. A Dimension Shifter completely made linking in Xyz monsters frightening by having anything sent to the graveyard banish instead. And Nibiru was almost a guaranteed alive card due to how many extenders and resources you had to use to go through a full combo. This has been a bane the deck has continued to deal with to this day. Dual Power would later give them one piece of support in 2019. Photon Advancer was a level 4 Light Warrior. Once per turn, if you control another Photon monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. It gains 1000 attack if you control another Photon monster. Once again, another extender was given to the archetype. Yet this one was widely ignored due to the restriction needing a Photon monster to summon it. It was easy to leave this card out in a deck with issues of bricking already without enough starters. The starterless woes continued in Chaos Impact. Another card was made for extra decks, and this one was a trap that, for some reason, interacted with Tachyon Dragon. Galaxy's Satellite Dragon was a Dark Link 2 monster that required 2 dragon monsters to be link summoned. During the battle phase, you can banish this card from the field or graveyard to target a number of Xyz monsters you control, whose original type and attribute are Light and Dragon. That monster will gain attack equal to the value of its number in its name times 100 until the end of the battle phase. But all battle damage done by that monster is halved. During the end phase of your opponent's turn, you can select one card in your deck and place it on top of your deck. Tachyon Spiral Galaxy was a normal trap card that could target one Dragon Galaxy Xyz monster and make it indestructible in battle and unaffected by card effects until the end of your turn. If you control a Galaxy-ized Tachyon Dragon monster, you can activate this card from your hand. Now, it doesn't take a Galaxy-ized player to know both these cards are too gimmicky to play. Satellite Dragon's boost effect is almost pointless, since most of the time, Galaxy Eyes can OTK with Prime Photon Dragon and have monsters that can swing over almost anything in the game. Having Xyz monsters whose attacks powers can range from 2500 to 4500. Tachyon had the upside of being searchable and granted immunity from your opponent's cards, but it couldn't protect some key cards like Photon Lord, which was a warrior type monster. At this point, it was ridiculous how the starter issue wasn't addressed. It wouldn't be addressed in Legendary Duelist Season 2 either, as Galaxy Eyes got the Oprah treatment, where you get an extender again. Nothing was better than receiving yet another extender to celebrate Master Ball 5, lifting the need for link monsters to make extra deck spaces. Galaxy Eyes Afterglow Dragon was a level 8 dragon monster. If you control a Galaxy monster, you can special summon this card from your hand in defense position. If it detaches a material to activate the effect of an Xyz monster it's attached to, you can take a GEPD from your deck or hand and either special summon it or attach it as an Xyz monster to a card you control. If this effect was activated in the battle phase, double the attack of all number Xyz monsters you control. One thing is for certain. If a Prime Photon Dragon has this as a material, you win the game. It also was a good target for cards like Trance and Expedition, making having a rank 8 in the field even easier than before. The conditions to summon it weren't too bad, but it was still irritating as you now needed a Galaxy-ized monster to summon it, limited to only being an effective extender when you already have Galaxy-ized Xyz or GPD himself on the field. Great value Blue Eyes Alternative remains a staple inside the deck to this day. You know what else they didn't have enough of? More Xyz monsters, including in Ghost with the Past, Galaxy-ized Cypher X Dragon was a rank 10 Xyz requiring 2 level 10 monsters to make, but can be substituted using a Cypher Dragon monster as a material. You can detach 2 materials to prevent your opponent from targeting light monsters until your opponent's turn ends. Once per turn, during the standby phase, you can return a rank 9 Xyz monster to your extra deck to special summon that monster from the extra deck using this card as an Xyz material. This card was mainly used for its first effect, which grants protection, as you're not likely to use a lot of rank 9s except if you overlay into another Xyz. Players would use this card's effect, then continue on their combos as they were free from the effects that target, ranging from hand traps like in Perm or monsters that targeted your monsters. However, most of the time your opponent could get around this issue easily, as targeting effects were few to none, as the meta in 2021 had cards like Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, Dark Ruler No More, and Lightning Storm that could get around the need to target cards to get rid of them. Overall, cheap protection is still better than none, and the card is run as a base part of its combo to the end board. King's Court gave the archetype 2 new cards. The quick play spell, Hyper Galaxy, lets you tribute 1 monster with 2000 more attack, except GEPD, to target 1 monster your opponent controls for 2000 more attack and tribute it. If you do, special summon a GEPD from your hand, deck, or graveyard. Eternal Bond was a trap card that could target any number of Photon monsters in your grave and special summon them, but their effects are negated. During the main phase, you can banish this card from your grave to take control of 1 Photon monster your opponent controls. That monster gains the combined attack of all Photon monsters you currently control, but you can't declare an attack except with the monster that you took control of. Hyper Galaxy wasn't the most impressive piece of board removal, but it warranted play with its ability to remove a monster on the field with a non-destruction effect. The same, however, couldn't be said for Eternal Bond. A trap that only special summon negated monsters back to the field was way too slow for an effect in 2021. On top of that, the graveyard effect rarely popped up because hearing of a Galaxy-ized mirror match was rare compared to spotting a 4-leaf clover or even a Galaxy-ized player. The effect was too anime-esque, and the card was used as a coaster for your drinks. The deck was also close to being used as a coffee coaster. Even with Master Rule 5, the deck's lack of starters, interruptible combos, and bricking syndrome continued throughout the 2020s. In 2023, Galaxy Eyes players got another wave of support to cheer for in Photon Hypernova. Photon Emperor was a new level 8 monster. When sent to the graveyard from anywhere but the field while you control a Galaxy or Photon monster, you can special summon this card in defense position. Once per turn, after you normal special summon this card, you can normal summon one light monster during your main phase in addition to your normal summoner set. Galaxy Summoner was a level 4 monster that when this card is normally special summoned, you can target and special summon one Galaxy or Photon monster from your graveyard in face-up defense position. Once per turn, you can target one other light monster to make it level 4 until the end of the turn. Galactic Karibo was a level 1 monster that's always treated as a Galaxy monster. When your opponent declares an attack, you can discard this card to special summon a GEPD from your hand or deck, change the attack target to it, and then attach this card to an Xyz monster in the field as an Xyz material. And if your Galaxy or Photon monster is destroyed by your opponent's card or battle or effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard instead. Galaxy Photon Dragon was a rank 4 light Xyz monster. Other light monsters you control gain 500 attack while this card's on the field. Once per turn, you can detach material from this card to take a Galaxy or Photon monster and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard from your deck. You can also change the level of a light monster that's been special summoned to your side of the field to 4 or 8 once per turn. And to finish up all the new monsters, their new boss monster, number C69, Neo Galaxy Eyes Prime Photon Dragon, was a rank 8 that took 3 level 8 light monsters, but could be Xyz summoned by using Galaxy Eyes Prime Photon Dragon's material instead. At the start of the battle phase, you can detach materials from this card to give it the ability to make up to 3 attacks on monsters during the battle phase. If it has a GEPD as a material, it becomes unaffected by opponent's card effects and gains attack equal to the combined level and ranks of its attached materials times 100. The main spell that outshined all the rest was Galaxy 100. This continuous spell sends one Photon or Galaxy monster from your deck to the graveyard. If a GEPD is special summoned, you can look at your opponent's extra deck and either banish one card from it or special summon a number monster from it to your field. Numeron Creation was a spell card, which is always treated as a Galaxy card. If there are 3 or more light dragon monsters whose original attacks are 3,000 or more, you can special summon a number Xyz monster and attach this card to it as a material. Photon Time Stop is the last card introduced to the set. This trap takes one Photon or Galaxy continuous spell/trap card and can be placed in your hand or face up on the field. When this card is destroyed by your opponent's card effect on their turn, and you control a GPD or an Xyz monster with it as a material, you can activate this card's effect to end your opponent's turn. 100 wasn't necessarily the best card to use as a starter. Still, it helps set up plays with Photon Emperor and Galaxy Summoner. Plus the fact that you can get information from your opponent's extra deck and either pluck a card from the extra deck to get it banished, or even summon a monster from it. The new additions made using your graveyard as a resource to crank out level 4s or 8 Xyz monsters a lot easier. C69 guaranteed an even more successful OTK, as if you needed it to be any cleaner to punch up your opponent for game. The issue now was how it stacked up to the meta in 2023, and as you can see in the name of this video, they didn't quite deliver. 2023 had every type of weakness this deck couldn't overcome. Monsters that manipulated graveyards, hand traps stronger than before that made sure your turn was a set one pass, and floodgates that slowed the game down to a snail's pace. The meta was also swarmed with dominant decks like Kashtira and Tearlaments, which each respectively had ways to either put up multiple disruptions to disrupt your turn, either being a Rise Heart banishing the key parts of your combo on field or face down, getting all your graveyard resources shuffled away with Keldo, or eating Bestial Druid Swarm to take away the GEPD that you needed. The deck may have gotten a new type of start and plenty of extenders, but now it's easy to stop choke points hinder the deck from becoming a threat in the meta. That would be this deck's sad tale, even with this newest searcher. In June of 2023, Battle of Legends Monstrous Revenge gave us Photon Jumper, another level 4 light monster. When your opponent declares an attack, you can special summon this card and end the battle phase, but your next battle phase will be skipped. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can add a Photon or Galaxy spell trap card from your deck to your hand. Jumper gave the deck another card to boost its consistency in retrieving pieces. What makes Jumper stand out is that it can grab both Photon and Galaxy spells and traps that cards like Galaxy Wizard couldn't do. Now, players didn't have to worry about missing their important spells and traps, missing that one piece due to your multiple options and searchers. The spell card, Number's Last Hope, was always treated as a Galaxy card, and by paying half your life points, you could target 2 monsters in your graveyard and special summon them with their effects negated. Immediately after that, you can Xyz summon using exactly those 2 monsters one number monster from your extra deck, but you can only special summon once more from your extra deck this turn. This card is mainly used as a secondary option if your other spells like Expedition and Trance.
Our tale begins in a far-off land where Mario gets mugged, is that right? On his grand adventure to recover the Crystal Stars, Mario is cursed to fold into a paper plane. What?
Aren't seen or get disrupted by other means. In summary, it's a contingency plan in case everything else goes awry. To finish up this long video on why this deck you love sucks, Maze Millennia contained a Photon card which was hilariously a starter. Photon Delta Wing was a level 4 light monster. When normal summoned, you can special summon another Photon Delta Wing from your hand or deck in defense position, and you're locked into light monsters for the rest of this turn. Your opponent also can't attack while you control a Photon Delta Wing. A mixed bag of a starter. On one hand, you have a monster that can easily make a rank 4 like Galaxy Photon Dragon and continue your combo. On the other hand, this starter easily eats up your normal summon and only gets its effect off its normal summon, making it hard to choose between summoning this card or another more versatile starter like Galaxy Wizard, whose effect is more versatile and has opened up various combos to the deck. While a starter with Wing would grant you a Galaxy Photon Dragon combo that could lead to a board of Galaxy Lord and Harbinger, the other board could offer more, like the addition of Soulflare Dragon and the protection of Cypher X. However, that board is considered inconsistent due to the various disruptors in the game that could stop the deck. Delta Wing may be a new starter, but it doesn't help with the common boards that you try to establish with Galaxy Eyes. Depending on what play you choose, you suffer from the greater of two evils. Would you want more consistent combos that don't have a strong end board, or do you go for a bigger board that takes up so many pieces and is more interruptible? It's all up to the player's preference on how they want to get scrapped against Rescue Ace. With that, we now come to the end of Galaxy support. This isn't a knock to say the deck is completely galactic garbo. The archetype has some of the strongest rank 8 XCs in the game that can run through your opponent, just like how Kite used them to run through Yuma in the series. The plethora of lines you can go through gives you a variety for your starting plays, and even though the hand traps can take away from your bigger plays, they can still get you to your big body monsters. The deck is also really strong on a small scale level, seeing solid play in Duel Links and even being a tier 0 deck there, and even seeing some play in Master Duel, and of course can still use some wins at your locals or regional if you eat your veggies and drink your space milk. However, it still goes through the syndrome its father, Blue Eyes White Dragon, goes through, starting with the deck having to run a brick far past its prime. Being a 3000 beat stick who doesn't do anything alone is an annoying reality that Galaxy Eyes players must go through. GEPD gives no benefits outside of being XC's material needed for effects, and its own effect is going -2 using 2000 plus attack monsters to special summon itself from your hand, with a terrible target effect that's only effective against XCs, and it couldn't even be impactful that most XCs have effects that are more powerful than it. Secondly, the starter to extender ratio is abysmal. At best, the deck has 3 different starters with Wizard, Soldier, and possibly Delta Wing and Galaxy 100, but with 2 of them using a normal summon, one of them needing to own a light monster to special summon it, and another being a continuous spell that was begging to be Astro Drolled, they weren't strong starters that you'd see in other meta decks. With that being the case, your extenders can be dead in hand for turns on end because of the dependency on other cards to be useful. Need a Vanisher? You need a Photon or Galaxy monster in the field. Afterglow? You need a Galaxy Eyes monster in the field. There are so many pieces with so few starters that it can cause you to not only have off-kilter hands, but even when you get the cards you need, you have to use so many resources to get to your end board that Dark Ruler No More, Droplets, or any deck that can play through interruptions can just beat. It's tragic to see how much effort Konami has put into Galaxy Eyes, only to see a minimal return. Galaxy Eyes has the honor of having a cool fanbase, appealing art, and a Photon Lord worth $20 to $30. Until it gets good starters, however, and the countless efforts to try to make this deck a contender start to show, our Blue Eyes Light Dragon sails galactically into the sometimes failed cards and mechanics Hall of Fame.
It's hard to believe that Mint Mobile can get any better, but really, all it takes is a little imagination.
Oh, I am not ready for this.
Mint and my new film, If, are teaming up. How'd that happen?
Hi. Oh, God.
Sign up now and you'll get unlimited for $15 a month and 6 months of Paramount Plus Essential Plan on us. So stinking cute. Don't miss If. In theaters now.
If rated PG.
Joseph Rothschild here, aka and we are back with another Twitter thread. Today we're talking about ban lists. So we've already had a little bit of a conversation about cards that were banned for the sins of other more powerful cards that Konami didn't want to hit for some reason. But today I want to talk about cards that were banned for seemingly no reason whatsoever. Cards whose inclusion on the list had you scratching your head and going, why? Let's talk today about some of Konami's most ludicrous ban list decisions, and we're going to begin with this one, Shooting Riser Dragon. Shooting Riser Dragon did see a decent amount of play during a couple of very particular formats. It had a lot of really good synergy with Hauka Fibrax and could send snow to the graveyard. But for some reason, Konami decided that this card would be better on the limited list than anywhere else. To my understanding, there wasn't a reason to put it at 1. Someone kept showing off some sort of FTK that went through 2 Shooting Riser Dragon, but that spot could have been filled with anything. Really strange and was reverted almost instantaneously. Let's see what else we've got. But first, this video is sponsored by Factor. Do you frequently find yourself with no time to cook? Not referring to your deck lists here, I know the answer to that one. Perhaps you simply stare into your fridge and only take 2 keto, protein plus, or vegan and veggie. There's even more than 60 add-ons every week like breakfast, on-the-go lunch, snacks, and beverages to help you stay fueled and feel good all day long. There's something for everyone. Factor meal plans are also flexible. Maybe you're not going to be in for a week, you've got a YCS, or you're hungry. Change your order up every week with plans from 4 to 18 meals, or pause and reschedule anytime. And for those looking for a little more, Factor also has gourmet meal options, including premium ingredients like filet mignon, shrimp, broccolini, asparagus, and truffle butter. Truffle butter. I don't know if I've ever had truffle butter. I spend a lot of time cooking these days for my wife and I, and it does eat into our time together. But with Factor, we can have ready-made delicious meals in no time, saving us money and removing the stress of cooking. This lets us relax and not worry about what's going bad in the fridge this second. Get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month's orders by using my link. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code with your phone. Now back to the video. Meow leads with that one ban list.
Who are you? We are the Shadows.
In January 2015 where they brought Snatch Steal back to 1. It ruined the next format and became an I win button only to be rebanned in the exact next list. It wasn't even planned for a reprint. Why did they do it? To this day, I think someone must have lost a bet. For what it's worth, Snatch Steal is legal now and does absolutely nothing, but they were just about a half decade off with this one. Great answer, Fox. What the hell were they doing? I get that Unchained was like a really good, powerful deck. But now it is nowhere. I mean, it's in Yubel. It's a one-of. The reason it's powerful is you can search it off of fucking Yama. In fact, I don't really understand any of the Agov hits. Why did they limit Rescue Ace Airlifter? What is the third Pearly Sleepy Memory doing? I'm sure others have already posted it, but it's true. Why is this card banned? Mathmech wasn't prevalent when it got banned. The limit did hurt the deck enough to make it more fair. Why is it on the list? It's currently unlimited in Master Duel and doing hot nothing. The deck isn't even tiered. A ban that would have made sense like 4 formats prior. Sophie says there's a very good reason to consider limiting this card. I cannot, however, think of a reason to semi it. I don't know what they're doing in the OCG, but apparently it involves 3 copies of SP Little Knight exactly. Book of Taiyu was limited in 2005. What? Huh? Am I getting gaslit here? I can't imagine why they did this, and apparently neither could they, because they unlimited it the exact next format and then never touched it again. Runic Fountain Tattoo, a perfect example. It does nothing to the deck. It feels like an actual slap on the wrist, like, hey, don't do well or we will hurt you. I love that you can compare this with the Master Duel hits to Runic, in which they have semied every good Runic spell and limited one of the really good ones. In TCG, it's like, oh, please don't play Free Fountain. I do like the hits where Konami's like, no, you are playing the correct ratio. We're fixing this now. This was such a strange one. You know, this one was weird because they moved Pot of Desires 2 and then moved it back to 3 almost immediately. But I really appreciated when it was at less than 3. I was like, oh, thank God. For a deck that saw barely any meta relevance, for a mechanic so slow that a card this good had to be made just to get people to look at spell counters, Servant's hit was so left field. I mean, I guess they must have hit it because of Electromite, right? Well, guess what was banned? The exact same list. You know why they limited this card? I'm just going to reveal it to you now. I know. My dad works at Konami. My uncle is Konami. The reason this card was limited is because there is a precog at Konami headquarters. They have a Minority Report style setup where they've got 3 people in a salt bath all day, and projected on a screen in front of them were 40,000 Actman style videos about how Yu-Gi-Oh used to be good until cards like this came out. While there was probably a case for Dryas to be hit, why did they hit Healer? With only one Dryas, you are never going to make this in the first place. Felt like Konami's banless guy sat down and said, well, we're getting rid of one, so... Gotta bring up my favorite quirky ban. Pestilence was banned in the OCG for a single format in early 2021. Not because it was broken, but as a symbolic gesture by Konami against the pandemic. This is the Konami version of that picture of all of the representatives kneeling during the Black Lives Matter protests. It's like, yeah, guys, I appreciate the support, but Yatagarasu being on the list made sense at the time because it could infinitely hit and prevent your opponent from drawing via the lock. But why was this on the ban list too for as long as Yata was? Time Seal is one of those cards that like almost immediately was understood to be a bad card as well. Mask of Darkness? They limited Mask of Darkness? What the hell were people doing with Mask of Darkness that required a limit? Loop Time Seal. I guess. Semied until 2010. Come on. Wait, is this at 2 in Edison? Edison is the first format. It's at 3. That's so funny. Wait, what? Huh? What? Huh? They limited Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Spirit? This was during Ruler format. They said, you can only play one Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Spirit. We don't want people fucking with this card. This card wasn't even good in Fire Fist. Remember this card earlier today playing with some friends, and it was limited for 6 years. What was ever the FTK with this? I think it was like, if you activate Lone Fire, it's on. And like, the concept is you can do Lauren loop this card over and over again, which is just nothing. It's just like such a nothing payoff. Wait, it was limited? Protector of the Sanctuary was limited? This card was part of a 3-card combo that saw 0 actual competitive play and was limited for 3 years. What, were people playing this with a disturbance strategy in 2004? I'll be honest, I don't know why Reflect Bounder was ever hit. I don't recall a single person ever summoning this card. I don't think I've ever seen it in any sort of competitive play, but just so you know, this card is limited for like ever. It's literally limited in Edison, right? Pre-5D's banlist logic had its moments of weirdness, but nothing beats Breaker the Magical Warrior. In the span of 2 years, from Gadget Trooper format into Glad Beast Dad Return, Breaker was banned, then unbanned, then banned, then unbanned, and then banned again. Semi-limiting the gadgets. They were a meta contender, but you had to hard draw exactly 1 over the course of the game, so running 2 each was better. The semi-limit, another semi-limit where they're like, play the right amount! When gazing back upon Yu-Gi-Oh's history, it can be funny to look at some of the terrible justifications for hits that they've done in the past. Now, thankfully, I am sure they will never ban a card for a stupid reason ever again. Okay, we just can't talk about Master Duel. It's important to have a sort of conversation about the weird TCG hits that get reversed, but the monthly lists for Master Duel that just like move things back from 2 to 3 to 2 to 3 all the time, we just can't talk about.
Northern British Columbia is more than a place. It's a portal to the extraordinary, to raw and rugged worlds.
Mafia. Whoa. Where are the brown people? That's why whenever I got invited to the Gatsby parties, I would never show up, just to keep the immersion. How come when olden times people would wear a hat, it's cool, but when I wear a hat, I look like a Discord mod? Like, all these guys look so sexy. Wait, is there porn in this game, or is that just Mafia 2? Whatever, we're gonna find out.
When I first met Polly and Sam.
Polly! This must be nostalgic for you? Shut up! Oh my god, let me drive. Can I drive? Yes! Press F? I'm driving a tank. Here we go. Boom! Oh, what the f***? Do I die here? And surely they don't let you die in the tutorial section. Oh, my health is on the bottom left. Oh, shit. Okay, wait. Yo. Hot stuff.
Some honest work.
Okay, so I'm gonna join Salieri's, like, little gang.
Don doesn't forget. I always drive.
Wait, do I have to follow the rules? Turn L to put on speed limit? No. Why would I follow the speed limit?
Eyes on the road, please.
Oh.
What's the meaning of this?
Come back! Come back! This is like what I'm like in an Uber. The first thing I ask is if they have an iPhone charger. Is that a red flag?
Church.
My Uber rating is 3.7.
It's Sunday.
The only tip I'll give you is to stop smoking in your vehicle. I felt like I was sitting in an ashtray.
I want to kill her.
Zane.
How do I kill her?
Can't drive without the radio.
I didn't mean to trip old people. It was an accident, obviously. But I don't feel bad.
Looks like the cops want to work with you, pal.
Stop and pay the fine. I have to pull over? Damn it.
Sure. Quick, I can do.
But he said quick, there's a time limit. 30 seconds and I can't break the speed limit? Like, eat my ass. Oh, that's a cop. I slow down. Wait, it's like real life driving. You know how we all break the law until there's a cop nearby? Surely he'll be kind.
Oh boy, you look like Sam. I've been working since 5. What's your excuse?
Oh my god, it's young Jordan Peterson. This goes out to end the woke mob.
Mr. Morello's a little bent. I didn't think he'd make it fun. Let's get him.
Oh my god, I'm gonna hold shift so hard. Oh, I'm holding shift so hard. I'm a jackass. I can run around him.
You got business with the Don?
Wait, they're gonna protect us.
Nah, we just
I love
trying
him.
to talk to that cabbie over there, that's all.
Well, then maybe you ain't leaving at all.
Kill him! Execute him!
Go, Lou.
Yeah, piece of shit. Hey, have you guys ever been in a fight?
I won't let you down.
I don't think I could punch somebody. I don't think I have it in me. I'd feel too bad. I got hit once and I cried. I've been pushed. Do you guys know how there's speakeasies? Like, that just means a trendy bar. Because I know speakeasies are like a reference to when alcohol was prohibited. But it can't be a hidden bar if it's on Yelp. Like, all the speakeasies are on Yelp now. So it's like, what the f***? Why are you calling yourself a speakeasy? You can just Google speakeasy. Like, I know the term, where it comes from, but a speakeasy in 2024, it's like, oh, you have to go through a bookcase. So it just means trendy bar. 3, 2, 1, bah! Hi.
So let's get to these cars. Take your back.
Okay, you're not gonna react to the guy I just choked out? Yeah! Hold Q for a charged melee attack. Oh, okay, cool. Ow! I thought that was my friend. That would kill them. I'm killing them. Throw a Molotov? Most casual throw ever. Oh, shit.
By driving real fast and getting clear of them. Sounds good.
Please.
Let's not get them real pissed.
This is gonna be the sickest jump ever. Oh, God. Use minimap to avoid patrols. Oh, like This patrol.
Stay out of sight.
Oh my god! I fell asleep. I would join like a mafia, but I wouldn't do anything. I would just be like
burns out the brain.
I'll do the books.
And when he gets mad,
I like the idea of a mafia, except the
glad to hear
murdering.
I'll give it a
I
search.
have already
They need to
a
look at you
guess of
and
how
see
this is
Santa
gonna
Michael.
end.
They need to believe you'll protect them.
This family
So
turns
Lamorella
on
stooped
me,
to breaking legs.
right?
We're better than that.
There was a porn magazine on the desk.
Elbow goes through.
What? I had to get the magazine. T for horn?
Seems so. That's too bad.
That's so cartoony. Awooga! So mafia people would just like own a neighborhood and take money as like a protection fee, right? Or is that like just the movies? Isn't that basically what landlords do? Holy shit. Wait, I missed a magazine? Excuse me, sir, is there porn on the premise? Is there porn in here? The porn collector. Do mafia, do like mafia members have like a pseudonym? Tommy Two Hairs. Oh my god, hi police. I'm so confused. Do I pull over? How about I pull over here? Dumbass. Wait, these officers are really bad drivers. Dude! It's so humiliating. I was just getting into character too. Come back! Come back!
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum. Now you can get Spectrum Internet with fast and reliable speeds for $49.99, plus advanced Wi-Fi.
Oh no, did you try stealing their porn magazine?
Polly! Tell Salieri from here on out this place is ours. Capiche?
Yeah! It's nothing personnel, kid. Yeah!
One more!
Yup, I'm a global elite in Counter-Strike, so I don't do stealth. Before I go save my friend, I have to scope out the area for any evidence. No, I'm looking for evidence. I'm a game completionist. I'm somewhat of a completionist myself, flirt. What? Your friend is bleeding? Yeah, but I'm just seeing maybe they stashed, like, Salieri's evidence around here, chat. No! No, please! What the fuck is happening? Oh. Did I kill him? What a bozo. Oh my god, this is the run. Yeah! Oh my god, I'm sorry. What's like a good car? Is Schubert too fast? This is the Barbie car? Dude, this is roaring. Dude, this is crazy. This is fucking crazy. I have to use this? Bro, this looks like shit. This is a Monopoly car. Yeah, it is. Can I restart? Bro, I am not. I have no chance. I think I can make it.
Shit.
What the fuck is that explosion? I can still make it.
Search is called off. Repeat, abandon search. Return to patrols.
Boom! Wait, that wasn't the race. Oh. What do you mean? You have to go back.
Misbehave.
Why was there a time limit?
Mr. Sal.
Just a minor setback. We have a minute and a half. Oh my god. I can do this. Wait, I can do this. Boom. Okay, he tuned up the car, and now I have to go to the race. This part took Jerma 3 hours. Okay, well, guess what? I speedrun Mario. So, this is gonna take me maybe one try.
You're kidding me!
I'll catch up. Don't you guys know, like, I have comeback genes. Can we get blue shells in this game? I'm just gonna go for something crazy. I took flight! And just like that, sir, the airplane was invented. It was 1936. You see, Tony all of a sudden went off the cool ramp and started flying. It was a miracle of flight. We've never seen something like it. You're an asshole. Now we overtake and go sicko mode.
Jesus!
What the f***? Our cars are stuck! That's gotta be a penalty. That's gotta be illegal. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I'm apologizing in a game to a wall. I'm on simulation mode. Oh, and I'm texting and driving.
Amateur!
I can still beat him. Take flight! Okay, this looks like something I want to do.
You're kidding me!
And then a cut through here. Okay, then I go like this. Okay, wait.
Shit!
Don't worry, folks. We have doctors nearby if there's a back.
Top 4, first lap. Use your steering wheel. It's so easy for you to say that while you're drinking a little hot cocoa. I dare you to be on this end. Okay, we gotta go for something a little risky. Take flight!
Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. It turns out one of the fastest growing segments of people signing up for Mint are people.
Holy shit. Already 5th place.
Jesus!
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone who's
What?
to shine?
Him?
Tommy Angelo, take
What?
hope for a tough race today.
Amateur!
Why does it... It's like I'm going so crazy. They just catch up. Oh my god, I killed a man. But I don't feel bad.
Jesus!
No sign of losing position.
Can he just fucking die? You guys are saying, you guys feel more emotion for these pixels? Oh, great. Now I'm just chit-chatting with the chat.
Jesus!
That's bullshit. That's fine. Okay, I have to use that incline to get a boost. Because, like, look, they're literally going 300 times my speed.
What a race today.
Son of a bitch!
Oh my god, wait. It's so fucking easy. Oh, baby. Do you guys think I could pull off this look in real life? Be honest. Like, if I showed up to, like my Duncan and I wear this, I think people would think I'm conservative. That squeaks on a Monday. This is me after stream. Oh my god, this is a slice of life. This is exactly my dream. There's something so romantic about this time period. The music, the clothes. No, racism isn't romantic. For real, and I don't care if this... I don't care if I get canceled for saying this. Racism, real boner killer. Seriously. Take her to the Olive Garden, cuh. Don't cuh me.
Hey there, darling.
Uh-oh.
What's your boyfriend watch?
What?
Say?
Have trouble here.
Then let's see what you got, cake eater.
What's wrong with eating cake? Oh, I forgot. Oh my god, a QuickTime event. Okay. Stop. And this is how I die. Mr. Mafia is dead. Ow! I'm telling you, the timing is pretty hard. How do I punch him?
Johnny here.
Oh, Q. Where does it say Q? Dude, fuck you. And he's balding. What a shit hairline. I clearly need to pick up a bat. Pick it up! How do you pick it up? Pick it up. Ow! Hey, stomp. Ooh. Okay, pick up wooden there we go. Ow, ow. Why am I so bad at fighting? I guess I'm more of a lover than a fighter. He would so clearly die. How is he still alive? Am I pretending? No, genuinely, why is he not dying? There we go. Kill him. Oh, okay. Or just put him to the side. Just like this for next stream. Should I really? But then I'll just look like a Discord mod. You know, I don't have like the face for this. I would just say, why haven't you answered my DMs? I gifted you Nitro, McQueens. Squeaks, would you ever wear a fedora? I have a fedora. Expectation, reality. You want to listen to Jason Mraz?
Yeah! Nicest ass I've ever seen in my life.
What the hell? These guys are creeps. Let's kill him. Ooh! Kill him. Right in the penis. Boom! Look at this shit. Look at that shit. Oh no! Ooh! Anyone else? Awesome. Shrewd! What is your motivation for murdering these people? They basically hate my boss, Salieri. And they're also creeping on Luigi's sister, who I also have a romantic interest in. Or sorry, not sister, daughter. You like that? Peek me again, bozo. Oh! This car is so shitty, it's actually crazy. Driving is so hard.
Please, I don't want to fucking die, man. Christ, Tom.
Wait, I felt nothing.
Oh,
Christ, Tom. One of the girls is passing Morello information about our operations.
We have to kill one of the girls?
We'll need to take care of her, too.
I got it, boss. Then get it done.
Wait, but he was so traumatized from killing that guy earlier.
Well, I have to clean up your mess. Cops are gonna come running, Tom.
Sorry.
Anyway, what kind of world is it when you screw
Anyway.
sent to a cat judge a professional?
Woo! I meant to honk! Come back! What the heck is that? Is she okay? What? She was playing like games or something. Yeah! What the heck is going on in here? Is he bothering you? Okay.
you treat women like this? You treat your mother like
What
this?
the heck?
No, please.
Charlie.
Boom. Bro, where? What? Hey, is everything all right? Oh wait, that's the wrong room. Yeah. Wait, do we kill her?
Get dressed and make tracks. This place is gonna blow soon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Kill the manager in the lounge.
Oh
I
my god, my
can't wait.
grandma, what women.
Boom. Okay. This is going in my montage. Watch this. You guys ready? Xbox, record this. Insane 1v3. Where's he hiding the gun? What the fuck? I just died to a guy with his dick out. Have you guys noticed today I haven't killed any women in this game? Pretty good. Good guy, playthrough. Oh. Fuck. What the fuck? VOD watchers skip 5 hours? Eat my ass. Oh. Someone sub right now. I'm just kidding. I could never. I feel too mean. No! Are you fucking kidding me? Are they aim cheating? Oh, what a shot.
Come on, get him!
You suck ass. Now we bomb the place. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it. Bomb has been planted. Don't do it. Don't do it. Requiescat in pace, assassino. All right, find a way up the rooftops.
Getting cover!
Hi. Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot. Yeah. Dude, this is so hard. Okay, this is a dramatic. This is the worst way to die. This is the most soy death ever. You can't get me, you can't get me, you can't get me. Bang. Easy.
No matter how far we've fallen,
We're about to fucking destroy this funeral. It's this bozo. Oh, the guy who's annoying the girl.
Just wanted to pay
Wait,
my
I hate
respects.
him. I hate him. Kill him.
Billy. That's the guy. That's the guy who killed Billy.
Owned. Wait, this pistol is so good. Please, no, no.
You think I'm enjoying this?
Just chill and die quietly, please.
Nothing!
Oh! Oh! It really hurt. Ow, 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 ow. It was on my knees. Seriously. Ow.
Please, please, this solves nothing!
Owned. Yes!
What have you done? No more bloodshed, please!
Let's talk it out. Let's talk it out.
Divine retribution.
Oh. Okay, he's dead. This guy's gonna betray us in the end. I say we kill him. One in the chat. Okay. Don't kill him. He's hot. You're just saying that because he's wearing like old, cool clothes. But I guarantee if this guy wears a shirt that says, "I'm not playing girls, I'm playing games," or the M's a controller, he'll be singing a different tune.
He's in a car. Apprehend as soon as you can.
I don't care. Are you fucking serious?
Pirate,
I don't give a fuck
ain't no way
about
you got
Sam.
more hair on your face than on top of your head.
Let's kill him.
We got him. Officers report.
What a mess. Dude, I did so good. That mission was, too easy.
Now bring the Canadian home safe, Tommy. There is already a case earmarked for the Don.
What are the chances? That guy is so bad. He's got bad guy glasses. Sorry, Stans. Wait, so rain on simulation mode actually spins out your car? You don't have a... Stop!
You can't have a cat in here. It's a service cat.
We can help each other. We have to get out of the city. If we stay here, we die.
I have a plan.
It's the end of days. No more people. No more New York. No more nothing.
I'm breaking! Where that works. That was a move, by the way. That's called the squeaks and spin.
You know she's been
Does he have a punchable face?
She was a kid.
Or am I just like becoming violent? I hate his face. I have a punchable face too.
Ask me too many questions. That's
What
good.
about now? Search for clues. Government report shows no end to the slowdown. Oh. Biden's America, huh?
Pretend to farm now.
Oh, that just hurt my eyes so bad. Missing farmer found dead. The death is not being treated as suspicious because he was hanging by the neck. He was survived by his elderly father. Okay, sus. Oh my god, he's dead.
Jesus. Drop your weapon. Guess we're doing this the hard way.
Okay then.
Get over here! I got him pinned down!
I'm such a good shot, you have no chance. Oops. Peek me! Oh, what a shot. Oh, is that a guy? Bro, I thought that was a light. It's so hard to see him. Holy shit.
They're cops, Tommy. They didn't show a badge. God, they didn't say anything. They must be in Morello's pocket.
We killed a cop. We did. Chat, we're all playing together. Take out your magnifying glasses, chat. Do you see anything suspicious? Hi. Is he still rolling around? Just fucking die.
Sammy. Oh, Jesus. What have they done to you?
Oh, he's so hot and he saved us after the church.
Can you walk?
You're lucky I'm a global elite. Watch this, Sam. I won't let you down. I'll protect you. Can I get this health pack or am I gonna die? 1 second. Oh no. We're killing the cops. I'm gonna say something potentially getting me banned on Twitch. But some of these enemies, total pieces of crud. Okay, this is awesome. Okay, this is sick. There's no way that driver's alive. Thank you. Okay, that was sick.
Polly, the truck's coming for us. Good night, asshole.
Owned. Boom. 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 Yeah. Now, after all this guy's about to die.
Baba is literally my favorite restaurant in the whole world.
I love how many sauces and hummus and variety of ingredients they have.
I've had it 3 days in a row, and
No. Don't die.
Go on, Tom. I'm gonna be fine. Okay.
Okay. Oh, drive to Sarah's apartment? Yo! Oh, of course I'm behind the fucking cop. Okay, I pull over. How much is a ticket? Am I not rich? I'm gonna be honest. I genuinely didn't know you could pull over for a ticket. That's sick. I genuinely had no clue. Hi, Sarah. It's me, Tommy.
you're late. Dinner's cold.
Stupid. I killed someone. This is me after doing a stream. Work. Oh my god, he didn't PB. Over a year. What did they say to you today? They made fun of your hair? No, your heart's beating. Did you play Chilla's art game as well?
Marry me.
What? That's Riz. Okay.
We have a mole, Tom.
No, get a skin graft, please.
Oh,
we aren't paying
It's
his fair
Polly.
share.
Look at
Someone with a
Polly's
light
face.
wallet.
It's
Maybe
Polly.
looking to Morello for it.
I'm profiling based off of his
do you
annoying
know?
face.
Everything I have, I got
Frank? Oh, I thought it was Polly. It's not Frank, it's Polly.
Heard any big news lately? All right, spill.
Give me the info.
They're getting something from Morello, but I don't know what.
Morello
They're
and the
already to see
FBI?
someone in there. Why the hell didn't you tell us?
Frank
You
is
didn't tell me,
sus.
Tom. No.
It's Polly, though. I feel like he's being framed.
spooky.
I know you're unemployed, but have some dignity. Razors cost like $2. How are you going to get hired looking like this? You're so out of touch. You think razors are $2? Disposable ones are not $2. They're $6. Bro's never heard of the Dollar Shave Club. Are you guys doing like ad reads now? I'm so confused. The relationship has completely switched. You guys can't be doing the ad reads. Leave that to me. All right, time to fuck up this guy. Frank, this is the guy. Tail Frank and his escort. Can we just kill him? Remember once in real life I honked at a guy and he started following me. He was like swerving and then I honked at him and he started following me. And then like he pulled up next to me and he said, window down, window down. And I put my window down and he said, go fuck yourself. And then in a fit of rage, I said, okay. I went, okay. Because I didn't want to die because people have guns. You're a sub? Dude, you've got to be the biggest fucking pussy if you get mad when you're driving. Oh, are you going to be 2 minutes late to your little dentist appointment? Who cares? My dentist does 2 minutes. Also, I don't want to start drama, but I fucking hate your dentist. I hate your doctor. I hate your uncles and aunties. Your grandma's pretty chill, though. Squeaks' chat is lucky their commute is from one Discord server to another. Oh, another day in the life. Let's go. Click. I just warmed up chicken tenders and I have this new ketchup sauce I bought from my local market. Enter. Anyone check out this new game? It's called Sekiro. Enter. Can this guy drive fast? Sorry, no. That was pretty smooth. Park your car in a hidden location. How about right over here with this nice diamond is? So, just unnecessary. Truly unnecessary. Can I just walk in? Wait, I belong. Hi, everybody. Why am I, like, making this a stealth mission? Are there any porn magazines? I'm collecting porn. No porn? Okay. Boom. Oh, Behind me! Ah. I like the face he makes when he dies so much. I've never been more owned in my life. Am I gonna die? Yes or no? What did he do that was classic? Why did he do that? Market yeah. Are you fucking stupid? You're laughing while you're killing people? Yeah, but Jazzy, it's not real. I'm playing a video game. Like, do you think when you're watching the CSGO Major or CS2 Major, they're actually killing each other? They're just playing. I have a Logitech G Pro. It's in ping. -1 RP. Okay, fine. I'm about to fucking throw a grenade in here. Die. Is that what you wanted to see? Death and destruction? Huh? I'm wall hacking. He's right here. Bang. Bang. Look at all the dead bodies. And I don't even feel bad.
Tom.
Frank.
You're sus.
I wish it could have shaken out better, but Morello finally came after me.
Caught?
The Don's account books for our lives and tickets out of this town.
Told him to get on a plane.
Aw, he's sparing
Go on,
them.
Munch, Alice.
No, don't kill him. Let him go.
God damn you, Frank.
No. No. Kill him. Now we're gonna die. What are we gonna tell the Dawn? Hey, how are ya? Oh, is this a porn magazine? Gangsters Monthly. No. Can you walk a little faster? My default walk animation is way faster than yours. But let me guess, it's right over here. Wait, so this is Frank's
I got the
safe
books
deposit
covered my
box, right?
tracks. I never heard him talk about Frank again.
Oh, shit. Wait, that's his house.
Sergio and I just came by to pay our respects, that's all.
He's still
Good man.
alive.
Smart.
Morello let drop that we might have had something to do with the Galati boy's death. We need whatever Watkins has got on us. We're taking you to meet Salvatore. He's fresh off the boat, but he knows how to pop open anything. Just get him into the village.
Oh, we got a lockpick.
The rest. The safe is in the wall.
Okay, a new
Once Salvatore has the
character,
safe open, grab all the
Salvatore.
evidence.
One in chat if he's gonna be hot as hell.
Yeah, that's our guy. Salvatore, tutto bene?
Here we go.
Sì, grazie. Don Salieri.
Enter the mansion grounds. Gunfire will raise the alarm. Oh, a stealth mission. What? Yeah! He's whistling? Okay, should I start whistling too? Oh, wait, that was sick.
There's someone in the maze with us.
No! Where'd he go?
Someone in the
Whoa! Can you hear me?
There's someone in the maze with us.
Sure wish I could have a night off.
You're a fucking asshole. You are such an asshole, dude! He just turns around! Run towards them instead of away? Oh. Oh, you're fucking right. Holy shit, that was sick.
VOD watchers subscribe for more content like this.
Someone in the maze with us.
No, stupid! God damn it!
Sure wish I could have a night off.
Well, you can give it a night off. How about permanently? So, my name is Squeaks. Be sure you subscribe down below.
Maze with us.
What is he shooting at? Am I able to just go into the castle? Am I being trolled? There's someone in the maze with us. There's someone in the maze with us. Is it in the Whiskas? Does it say all guards? Oh yeah, great point. I'm in. I guess we do have to take out the fucking guards. Like, they're cheating? They're literally camping next to each other. Can you face your back somewhere else?
Sure wish I could have a night off.
Think that's all of them.
Yes! The pre-story never rang true, and now he's dead! No. We should have killed the priest. I told you.
Bravo.
Killing is always your solution? No!
Shit. Be quick, Salvatore. Nice work. Scusami.
Akura! They gotta be upstairs. Safe
You're about to die. What the f***? Wow, this pistol is... I'm shooting rubber bands. It's over. Oh, what a death. One tap. Peek up your little cute little head. Peek it up right now. Peek it up right now. Idiot.
Say your goodbyes, pal. Grabbing cover.
Please. What do you mean?
Be upstairs.
He just stood in the molly? Why does it even matter that he's dead? Dude, I agree. Which car should I take? I want to take the green one. This one has more vibes. Oh, no, 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 no! Fucking easy.
All officers, search is called off.
Grazie a Dio.
Surely the cop isn't gonna start.
We got a reckless driver all the way through Oakwood.
Out of the car!
I'm out. Write me a ticket.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Not a problem.
Ticket issued. Go back to your patrols.
God, I want to kill him. Excuse me.
Pursuit is called off.
Bye, Salvatore. Thanks for your help.
Good night.
Night.
I love you. Yes!
He's bringing up another shipment tonight, but he's got his entire crew ready to roll over. All we gotta do is make it look like
Oh my god, a heist. Look at me. I look like I belong in a Men's Warehouse
Keep your
commercial.
driver safe, boss.
Good to see you, pal.
I hate him.
You too, Gates.
I hate Gates. He's evil. He's evil.
I ain't really the expert here. Tommy.
Give him my regards.
Sure thing. Now we just gotta conclude this transaction.
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, Paulie.
I told you we gotta make it look like a proper robbery.
Oh, it's a fake. It's this guy's betraying Morello.
Watch out!
Squeeze would turn to dust if he got shot like, or if he got punched like that. Yeah, we all would. We're all not tough. Why are people pretending? We're watching video games. You can act all tough, but at the end of the day, we all have fucking mechanical keyboards going click, 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 click.
Tommy, check for more of them.
No, wait, I actually liked him. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Did I mention, chat? Did you guys know this fun fact about me? I was a global elite. Who carried you? No one. I'm literally always top frag.
Hey, Squeak.
Hey.
It's me, Shadow the Hedgehog, boss. Ah.
What the f is happening? That's gonna leave a mark. Boop. Hey, I have a question. Do you guys think it would be cool, like, if I did have something, like, awesome in game, I can go like this? Or, like, will people think, like, a hair follicle dropped and I'm just, like, trying to clear it from my shoulder? Find a way in? Oh, yeah, that's easy. All we have to do is, oh! I wasn't even in the fire.
How the hell did Morello hear about my deal?
Oh, wait, that means there's a mole. It's Polly, right? He's the mole. I guarantee you they wouldn't design someone's face like that unless they're like, Oh, can I shoot too? Are you fucking stupid? Oh. Oh. What was that sound?
Northern British Columbia is more than a place. It's a portal to the extraordinary, to raw and rugged worlds, forged by wind, water, and time beyond measure. Worlds steeped in mystery and reflection, where the forces that shape this land are still.
I know it didn't go to plan, but we got
Fine. Wait, maybe in this game, whenever they drink, I drink in real life. Like, it's like a funny gimmick.
We're gonna drink a bunch of it.
Saludo!
Saludo!
Once Morello found out, he threatened to bury the George's kids on the beach. Still breathing, of course.
Christ. Learning Salieri was building his own bench must have finally tipped his scale.
Salieri's gonna betray us. When is he gonna betray us? How far into the game? Is it gonna be the last mission? I wonder. It's so fucking obvious. I'm not paranoid. That's how these games go. Like, look at him. He looks like Penguin from Batman. And I'm so handsome. I don't want to die.
Don't I know it?
Wait, I love the solo and the jazz.
Collision in Chinatown.
A collision? Must have been someone else. Not me. Hi, I'm Jerry Seinfeld, and this is Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. Today, I have a 1937 Chevrolet. I'm driving Don Salieri to the local spot. Let's add some cafe B-roll. What's the deal with comedy? Is it just me, or is cancel culture going too far? I just want to make my observations. Oh my god. It's Pepe's. I love. See, a nice bald person. Finally, this game does something right.
Sarah threatened to leave me if I didn't dry out.
I put her up to it.
What?
Drunkards get sloppy, Tom.
Holy shit, he didn't even look at his food and he put it in his mouth.
Hey, you wouldn't call me a gourmet if you knew what I had for supper.
Shut the fuck up, Don Salieri. No, Pepe's! What the bald guy always dies. Throw a grenade. Okay, not them. Hey, I'm eating here.
Not one of them goes home tonight.
Okay,
I won't let you down, boss.
Be careful.
Because I know you're gonna betray me in a chapter or two.
Just be quick.
There's no way you don't. But I'll stop being annoying. Boom. Oh, give me your gun. Wait, is this a porn magazine?
Boss, I got this.
I thought there was only one out here. Ow! Please! What is that throw? Why is he so casual? So dumb. Wait, are we the bad guys here?
I'm glad this happened. I get to plug another rat, and we finally go to the mattresses with Morello. Today's the day the dam breaks.
Sure.
Oh no. How come, you know what's so good about this game? Every mission feels like it could be the end.
Boss, why don't you let me go first, huh? Carlo might be waiting for me.
What are they doing?
You goddamn dirty grifter.
What are they wrestling? Ow!
Don't let him get away.
Oh, don't worry, I'll hold shift and W at the same time. Here we go. Shift and W at the same time.
Greed. Power. Vengeance.
With
Hand Destruction by far and away being the strongest and most oppressive deck of the format, surely Konami would intervene and rein in the deck's power, right? Well, the May 2000 ban list was released not long after the release of Magic Ruler and limited Harpy's Feather Duster and semi-limited Snatch Steel. That's a Konami ban list if I've ever seen one. The next set, Pharaoh's Servant, was released on July 13th. TCG fans might remember Pharaoh's Servant as a set that focused primarily on trap cards, but the OCG version actually focused more on monsters. Pharaoh's Servant brought with it the Recruiters, a series of 6 monsters that when destroyed by battle could special summon a monster with 1500 or less attack with its respective attribute. Pharaoh's Servant also introduced Cyberjar, one of the wackiest cards ever printed. When flipped, it destroyed all monsters on the field, then each player drew 5 cards and either summoned or set each monster that was level 4 or lower. Paired with the previously released Morphing Jar, this formed the foundation of a new strategy, Mill. Mill was previously unplayable due to the fact that the official rules hadn't been modified to assign an automatic loss to a player if they could no longer draw a card from their deck. However, with the new rule changes in effect, as well as introducing new support alongside Cyberjar such as Spear Cretin to revive Mill cards in face-down defense position, and Messenger of Peace to prevent the good stuff decks from winning through traditional means, Mill immediately became a viable strategy in the history of the OCG. Oh man, just look at it. This is every Mill player's dream. This is insane to me that this was ever legal, because in the TCG, we didn't have anything close to this. This looks like one of those decks you'd play against like in Eternal Duelist Soul or something, and would just absolutely dread playing every single time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mill, and if you can believe it, for a short stint of time in Yu-Gi-Oh's history in the OCG, Mill was a very viable, if not one of the best decks that you could be playing during this time. Why is that? Well, when you look at how we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now, if you watch the past few episodes, Hand Destruction is obviously the name of the game, with the Unholy Trinity being Duo, Comfy, and Forceful Sentry. The jars, especially with the release of Cyberjar now, are a way to refresh your hand in the instance of if you get hand ripped by these 9 cards. And so this is sort of a way to combat that if you're actually able to make it past the first turn. I think if you get like Duo Comfied on your first turn, you might be out of luck, but you have your 6 jars, you have 6 monsters in Sangan and Witch to search any of your 6 jars, and then you have all the cards that can help you get there, right? You got the Gracefuls and the Pots, you have the Swords, and you have the Messengers to actually wall off your opponent to buy you time so you can start getting everything into rotation. You have Spear Cretin, which after it's sent to the graveyard after being flipped, is able to set a monster back to your field or summon one in face-up attack position. Guess what? We're going to be picking one of our jars and setting it, and now all of a sudden you have the skeleton of an incredibly strong Mill deck, all things considered, because think about what the other decks are playing, right? They're playing Painful Choice, which is going to mill them their 5. They're also going to be playing Graceful Charities and Pot of Greeds, and maybe even Magician of Faithing for those cards as well. It's actually a pretty viable strategy, considering the best decks at this time don't really have a lot of strong answers in dealing with a lot of these flip monsters. Remember, Nobleman of Crossout is not legal yet. It doesn't exist. So the best card really you have to deal with these flip effects are like Change of Heart, which isn't really dealing with it. It's just giving you more agency over when it activates, and Tribute to the Doomed. And like, that's it. I guess you have your one-ofs Darkhold and Raigeki respectively as well, but I mean, you better see them, right? And if your Magician of Faith can maybe hopefully cycle them, good luck trying to do that when you're trying to fight through Cyberjars and Solemn Judgments, and not to mention you have Jammer and Judgment in this deck to pretty much prevent the spells in the opposing decks from ruining your game plan. So I think this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. This will be the last time we most likely see the Hand Destruction deck. I'll give you a quick glimpse of what deck I'll be playing this episode. If you watched a few episodes back, it's almost identical to what we played then, although we are seeing a few adjustments here. I think Feather Duster is now limited. I think Snatch Steel's at 2, which is hilarious considering that Duo, Comfy, and Sentry didn't get touched on the ban list. I couldn't imagine ever seeing how that was okay, but I'm pretty sure the next ban list will address all 3 of these cards. But yeah, it's going to be weird. I don't think this is going to play out like a normal game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And this might be like one of the first times we really get to see what Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be when decks sort of form their own game plan and there's alternate ways to win the game. You have to remember, prior to the new rules in early April of 2000, I believe it was during that time, mill wasn't an option because milling your opponent to death, if a player ran out of cards in their deck, then the person who had the most life points won the game. It wasn't the person who milled out lost, but they changed that, and now overnight, this strategy actually becomes viable. I think Cyberjar getting released helps a bit as well, but This is going to be fun. I think it's going to be chaotic considering Cyber Jar and Morphing Jar are just two of the craziest Yu-Gi-Oh cards printed, probably ever, but obviously in early Yu-Gi-Oh even more so. And I think this is going to be a lot of fun. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not make you wait any longer. It's time to duel.
An evil, ancient and powerful, has returned.
Prepare yourselves.
He worms his way inside your mind.
You know, Joseph, I'm still thinking about a couple episodes back how we had that hand destruction mirror, and like it was maybe the most interesting episode we've played in this series thus far.
Yeah, I will remember that as long as I live, but I wish I wouldn't. I don't know. The hand destruction mirror was interesting in that we thought it was going to be terrible and it was okay, but I wouldn't call it good.
That's fair. That's fair. This will be interesting, though, because this is Hand Destruction's last hurrah, and you're playing the deck that was basically designed to counteract it. I mean, you got to do some of the shenanigans with Morphing Jar in that episode, and so, you know what? We just decided we're just going to play all the jars, and we're going to see if that's enough to beat it. But I think it still might be die roll determinative if I can rip all the cards out of your hand. I'm speaking too far ahead of myself. Best of luck, buddy. Let's see. Rolled a 4. And we rolled a 6. He got a die for that one. He got a die for that one.
I didn't. After you said I rolled a 6, I was like, oh, it would be unethical of me to pick around that.
Well, then let's see what happens. And okay. Oh wait, we get to draw for turn. This is very important. Okay, you're still safe for now until I activate Graceful Charity.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you might not be so safe anymore. We're gonna pitch swords, and I like all these cards. Get rid of the Dark Elf. Fuck it. Pot of Greed.
Oh god.
Okay, good. It didn't matter anyway. So we're gonna start with Delinquent Duo.
Yep.
Let's hit one out of your hand. I'm gonna let you know it's not that bad for you, but depending on what this duo hits, it could be catastrophic.
Okay. Sure.
Catastrophe potentially averted. Right, Geki. All right, let's take a look at your hand for the last 3.
Come on, man.
Oh my god. See, it didn't matter anyway.
This hand was so important. I was like, oh, I needed to win that die roll.
I still think, like, Charity versus Pot, right? Is it better for you to dig 1 card deeper, or is it better for you to just get a +1? And then you're picking, what, the best 3 cards? You're going to draw for turn 2. So you're going to pick the best 3 out of 5 other than just drawing 2 randomly? That's such a tough call. I think Charity is, like, better.
Okay.
It goes to deck. It's not compy.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Which means you can redraw it, which I'm not particularly happy about. I don't know, maybe that was wrong. Pot's only at 1. Whatever. I'll regret it in any case. I'm just gonna set a pair. Nothing crazy. Go ahead. Joseph, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God.
I may have redrawn Graceful Charity.
Oh, I bet you did. I bet you did. I saw you shuffle too, so I can't even be mad.
All right, Pot of Greed.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Graceful Charity.
Yep. It's really funny because you're playing 6 jars, and then you have 6 ways to search them, and then you have all the draw spells to see them. So it's like you're playing like 14 jars in all actuality.
This is actually kind of whack. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Go ahead.
Okay. So obviously that's a jar of some kind.
Could be anything.
This is kind of interesting though. Like, for how, like, tier 0 this hand destruction deck was supposed to be. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so if it's Morphing Jar, that's bad. If it's Cyber Jar, that's also bad. There is a world it could just be, like, Magician of Faith, and you... No, you pitch Sangan. You probably have a jar. And you also set 2. I am going to set 3 cards. I'm going to activate Swords to preemptively flip your set.
Sorry for this.
That makes things actually a bit more interesting. Okay, we're gonna Feather Duster the back row.
Oh, it's my Feather Duster and a messenger.
It's your own Feather Duster. Okay. We'll go Dark Elf.
Yep.
I'm gonna flip this Sangan up.
Yep.
And then let's get in. So I'll take 1,000 from this hit.
I'll get Morphing Jar. think
Then
Cyberjar
I will
may
hit
be
for
better,
1,000.
actually. Let me think real quick. Do I want Morphing Jar or Cyberjar? Morphing Jar is cards, but Cyberjar could be anything. It could even be cards.
It could even be cards.
I'm going to get Cyberjar.
Okay. You'll take 1,000.
Yep.
Second main.
Yeah.
See.
There you are.
Yep, I'll get rid of the jar. Go ahead.
We'll go Messenger.
I was going to say, you do have Messenger to hold off here, so that's not the end of the world for you. That's pretty good. This is turn 1 on my swords. I'm going to go Painful Choice.
That's insane, yeah.
What am I actually trying to get here? Feather Duster, I think, is actually limited now. So I can't just, like, immediately get a Duster. You've got Messenger up, too, which complicates this. Which, Sangan.
Yeah, I bet. You can have Sangan.
That makes sense. Take him. I'll summon him.
Yep.
Get him for 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
Figure may as well put you on some sort of clock here. Go ahead.
Stand by. Go ahead.
That's terrifying. That is so
anything.
terrifying. Well, I guess let's find out.
It's just Needleworm. I'll get the top 5
Needleworm.
of you.
All right. Mill 5.
This video is brought to you by Manscaped.com. The star of the show, the all-new Lawnmower 5.0.
There's one Moth gone.
Hit for 1,000.
Yep.
Over to you. Pay your 100 for your messenger. Who thought paying 100 for this, by the way, was, like, totally fine?
It's kind of going off here.
The swords is gone. I'm just going to try to hit for 2,000.
Yep.
And I will just pass.
Kind of need
Thinking about it in retrospect, I'm not sure if painful choicing 5 cards when I'm playing the mill deck is a good idea.
I mean, I'm pretty happy about it.
We'll go 1,000.
Okay. This is Spear Cretin.
Okay.
I am going to get back Witch.
Annoying, considering I can't hit over it because of Messenger of Peace. I am going to get back Magician of Faith.
I bet.
That will end my turn, so I will just pass. Did you pay your 100?
I'm paying my 100, don't worry.
I bet you are. All right, I'll draw. Wow, these cards are all fucking useless when I'm dealing with Messenger of Peace. That's crazy. I guess I'll flip Moth.
That's fine.
Duster's probably the pick here. I know you have Witch sets. You set something else. But if I'm able to attack you, it may not matter. But you could also have Judgment in the back row. I also don't like drawing cards when you can just mill me. Yeah, I'll go Duster.
Sure.
Try it.
Okay.
You have Judgment. All right. Well, if anything, that'll get... That was 8 turns of Messenger of Peace I just got out of you. So it could be worse.
That's true. That's true.
I will... If this is a jar, I'll be happy with it.
It's a jar.
It is a jar. All right, so everything blows. All right.
Okay. It's 1, 2, 3, go, right? Okay. Wow.
So you get Cretin, Sangan. And then you have Jammer, Graceful.
And then, here, I'm going to put them all in my hand so that I can shuffle.
Yeah. So you can set them. That's fine. These are obviously going in attack. I don't think there's any point to set these.
Sure.
And then I have 2 Sangan triggers, which is really bad because it's mandatory.
It's a
and I
little rough.
do have 2 targets.
Yep.
Okay. So I can't attack now, which is pretty good for you. Second main, I can at least force the 2 cards out of your hand.
That's fine. Yeah, it's Charity Jammer.
Yeah, I knew what they were. Okay, now how exactly am I going to win this game? Because I think I'm just probably cooked now. Holy shit, this is actually effective. I'm impressed. I did not summon anything that turn. No. And I don't think I honestly care if I lose every card in my hand in some capacity, because there's not really a ton I can do. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Stand by main. I don't know. I think I'm actually just chilling. So you can get back... You can Moth for something crazy. But what the hell am I going to do about it? Go ahead.
All right, I'll draw. I'm in a Graceful.
Yep.
Bro, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Digging for that, right, Geki?
I'm looking for it. I'll let you know. It's not in my hand, even though I've got 10,000 cards. shit. That's insane. I can't believe I didn't draw it. Okay, so the problem is I can draw it, but then I just can't kill you. You also still have a back row. You're 2 judgments in. Oh, but you're playing Magic Jammer too. Shit, that complicates things. Okay, I'm getting rid of these fucking painful choice. This may shock you. I'm not going to be using those. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to confiscation the last card in your hand.
It is Sangan.
I did that to play around if the set is Magic Jammer. I'm going to flip Faith. I'm going to grab No, I'm not getting Raigeki. I'm getting Pot of Greed. I'm going to activate Pot of Greed, which is very dangerous.
Yep.
Oh, look, it's both board wipes. Who would have thought, looking at my 40-card deck, that those are the last 2 cards? So now I'm going to Change of Heart this.
It is the Sangan.
Which I'm well aware.
You shouldn't be.
Going to Raigeki. Oh, that's right. You shuffled them. That's funny.
Maybe I should have flipped some into Spear Cretin. Yep.
And then this, I believe, is game.
Yeah, you got it. It was the Magic
Holy shit, with no cards in deck. Oh my god.
I'm playing this on PC. Oh.
Oh boy, it's so frustrating. All that deck thinning, and I think if I had won the die roll, it just would have been different.
Well, of course. I mean, you could say that for any time in Yu-Gi-Oh. All right, let's see what you got.
This.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh, that would be nice.
Oh yeah, sneaky.
Let's go 1, 2.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Go ahead.
Sure. I'll draw. Standby main.
All good.
Let's just get the last 2 cards out of your hand.
Guess I should have set the Raigeki too.
Ooh,
there you are.
Happy to see that gone. All right. It may not matter when you just redraw a whole hand here. And I don't think there's a whole lot we can do about it. So I'm going to try for a DD Warrior.
That has 1200 attack, huh?
It does have 1200 attack. Raigeki.
No, now I'm confused. Okay.
Okay. 12. Second main, I will set 2. Go ahead. Okay. Graceful's a pretty good one.
Ooh, okay.
Graceful is a particularly good one. You forgot to pay your 100, by the way, for your messenger. This would be insane. If that's a jar, we're going to get cooked. I'm definitely getting rid of this Sangan, and the last one's tough. I think I'd get rid of Faith. That seems crazy. Heavy.
Heavying your whole board. Why are you doing this? I'm going to activate Waboku.
And a bunch of stuff that wasn't doing anything anyway. Did have the Judgment. I'll just... I don't. I'll go Battle. Let's see what it is.
Yeah. It's Witch.
Okay. That's actually insane for me in that case. Second main, I'm just going to run out this Dark Elf. I'll pass.
Okay. I just got to top deck once. That's not what I wanted. Good.
Draw. 2K. I'll set one. Go ahead.
Boy.
We'll go for... I guess I'd be aggressive. Gemini Elf.
Stop drawing monsters.
Sangan. Okay. 2K.
I don't know. Cretin, I think.
Sure. And then second main, I'll forceful it out of your hand.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Shuffled. I'll pass.
Ooh, not bad.
That's pretty good. I will set. Go ahead. Turn 1.
Go ahead.
Right on time. That is just insane. I'm just going to keep putting monsters on the field. Go ahead. If I'm going to lose them, I'm going to lose them. It's turn 2 on your swords. Sure. Fuck it. Go. Swords is expired.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what could happen here? Spear Cretin can, like, get stuff back. If you have Cyberjar... I mean, if you have Cyberjar, you have Cyberjar. I'm going to set 1. I am going to... I guess I'll just flip the Sangan. Like, whatever.
Sure.
All right, let's get in.
Oh, you're gonna hate this. It's Cretan.
Oh, fuck. That's not good.
Yeah.
That is very bad, actually. Well, I'll hit the other one.
This one's Morphing Jar. If I had known I was gonna get Cretan, I wouldn't have done that.
Okay.
Oh, well.
This is going to complicate things now. This is not good. This is not good in the slightest. I'm going to forceful. I want to at least see what I'm working with.
Okay.
That is a lot of fucking trap cards. Holy shit. I think I shuffle back Jar. It just, like, buys me some more time, I think.
All right.
Pass.
Use your Raigeki.
Reborn Judgment, Jammer, Mirror Force. Those are the 4 I knew.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna heavy.
You already heavied? Alright, whatever.
Heavy's at 3 in this format, sir.
I thought it was semied. That's fine.
No. Heavy's still at 3 for some reason. Pot of Greed.
Yeah.
Graceful.
Also fine.
And I'm milling myself. You should be happy.
Yeah, I'm a little pleased about it.
Sangan Dark Elf.
Okay.
I'm gonna set 3. I'm gonna attack the new set.
It is Needleworm.
Ooh, that is bad. Yeah.
Yep.
Please don't mill.
Ooh,
Those were all good.
Doomed.
Those were all good. Those are all good. Maybe I shouldn't have put 5 monsters on my field, Joseph.
I mean,
maybe
I'm
that was
pretty
an
happy about it.
oversight. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't really just have a way to clear my monsters, do I? Gross. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Got 4 back row now. I mean, it could be. Very well.
It actually can. I have a Solemn of the Grave.
Oh. Well, it could be 2 Magic Jammers and 2 Solemns. I'm gonna Comfy.
Yeah, it's Dark Hole.
Okay. You were never using that. Duster.
All right, we do have to Solemn this. 1350.
Tribute to the Doomed.
I guess I have to Solemn this as well.
Jesus Christ. Yep. It's down to 700. Down to 700.
No, actually, it's
675. Sorry, 675. Excuse me. Go. I'm running out of time. I got all your judgments out of you, so that's good.
No more judgments.
Oh, thank God. Dark Hole.
Jammer.
No! I should have waited a turn. God damn it. Go. I don't think I can win. I don't think I can clear my monsters.
What am I still scared of? I think I'm good. Go ahead.
I'll hit the new one.
Yep, it is Sangan.
Sure.
I'm gonna grab Cyber Jar.
Yeah. No, you got it, buddy. I literally, clogging my board lost me that game. Holy shit. I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna lose all these guys anyway, either to Morphing Jar or Cyber Jar. What's it matter? They're clearly a lot. I gotta say, this has actually been rather interesting for what it's worth. I didn't think going into this that I still thought like hand destruction was gonna still be like crazy because obviously we saw it a few episodes ago, but damn, the jars are actually putting in a ton of work. Best of luck, sir.
They're gonna have
let's
to
take
put
a
in
look
a
at
ton of work here. Yeah, the hand is so good.
Ooh, wow, these are all really good. I am going. Okay, pot's going 100%. I have another one though, so I'm gonna fire this.
It's like Delinquent Duo, but better.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. I wish these were compies. You didn't get the pot back. I actually think I'm going to shuffle back your witch.
Okay.
So pot witch. And then I'm going to go set the hands what? Jar Cretan Messenger. Yeah, I'll pass.
Whatever.
Okay. So now here's where the mind games are going to play out. The problem now is that obviously that I took your witch. You're thinking that I have a way to deal with your Cyber Jar, because your Cretan's not doing anything. So now I have to play the game of, do I think you set the Cretan to bluff me, or do I think you set Cyber Jar? Also, you drew a third card, so it could just be something I am completely unaware of altogether, which could throw all of this into question. I'm going to set one. DD Warrior.
Yes.
And flip up the Sangan.
Okay. It is Cyber Jar.
It was the Cyber Jar. Okay. That's fine. So these all get nuked. Jar is going to get banished, which is the other reason I did. Oh, actually.
No, it does.
Are we sure? Because the flip effect, wouldn't it destroy everything first before Warrior activates?
Yeah, Jar can't destroy itself if it's being destroyed by battle. Ooh, that's it. Wait. When do flip?
Right. I'm saying, but does Warrior get a chance to trigger? Because I think Warrior might not. Because we're not making it to the end of the damage step. Because Jar's blowing it up first, right?
We are. Flip effects happen after damage calc.
Oh, that's right. It's after damage calc. Yeah. So it is getting flipped. It's activating. Okay.
All right. Ready?
All right.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Go.
Oh my fucking god.
2 more jars. Fuck, dude. Double Swords Duster.
All right. What'd you get?
I got a Graceful, a Reborn, and 3 guys.
Whoa.
Fortunately, you have Messenger, so that makes this complicated. Okay, so you got your jars out. So we go... God, you have Morphing and Cyber.
What's that third one there? This is...
It's Moth.
Okay. Wow, this is a really interesting battle phase for you, actually.
Because it's like, I could try to, like, wheel a few more times. Well, I can only do it once, technically, because I have Sangan. Do I put this Faith in defense? Do I actually consider putting it in attack, and we just, like, go again? Because we could just wheel our hands with a Morphing Jar. Cyber Jar just nukes the board again, and then we just do the whole thing all over again. And then it's Swords, Duster in hand. I'm gonna try it. We'll Sangan.
It's Cyber Jar.
We're going again. We're going again.
Vigo again.
Oh, actually, I forgot my Sangan trigger from before. That's mandatory, so I do have to get something. I will get a Magician of Faith from that Sangan. Okay, so now we wheel again.
Jesus.
Jeez. Greed, Jammer, Reborn.
Greed, Jammer, Reborn, Needleworm, Sangan. And your Moth, Elf, Warrior, Duo.
Get ready, everyone.
Let's get to work.
Darkhole. Oh, Darkhole kind of fixes a lot of this, though.
Kind of. Yours were Worm. Oh, and I have another Sangan trigger.
It was Worm, Sangan, Greed, Jammer, Reborn.
Yeah, okay. So Worm and Sangan are the sets. Okay. I'm gonna try this. All right. DD Warrior.
Ah, sorry.
Fuck. Messed. Just trying to be a bit greedy.
Two
there.
heavies off
two
that.
Heavies.
Not bad.
Yeah.
You got the Moth.
I was hoping to hit the Sangan, is what it is. Second main. I know you have Duster, so I don't want to set anything. I guess I'll try to duo.
Yeah,
when
let's
you
go.
have 900 cards in hand. 3, 6, 7, 8. So I don't think I can actually roll a die. I'll roll these dice I have in front of me. I rolled a 6, so we'll do this one.
That's crazy, dog. That's like nuts.
Oh, crazy. I was hoping to hit the pot. I don't care about the jammer.
Oh, duo, right. You know, I don't know. How about swords?
Did I summon this turn? I don't recall.
It was so long ago.
Check the log.
I set Cyber Jar into you. Yeah, you normaled the Sangan. Or the Warrior. One of the two, right? Because your first board was...
Oh my god, this is still that turn?
Yeah.
Holy shit, it is. Because I hit into Cyber, and then that went into the... Holy shit,
yes,
yeah, I did something.
It's your turn,
That's
too.
crazy. This is still the same turn. All right. Now we know why they banned this card. Holy shit. Well, I can't do anything then. So I guess I will just pass, and I will send a...
Is there a hand size?
Witch to the graveyard. Yeah, there's hand size now.
Oh, shit. Okay, I'll take a hundo here.
Yeah, we got used to the old hand size where there was none.
I know. Pot.
Yep.
Whee. No. I don't know. You have Duster. That sucks.
Interesting. So you still have a Swords, a Duster, a Reborn, but that's all I know. All right, I'll draw. Standby main. Now, you know I can get Moth for heavy. So, like, I don't think you would want to set too much into it. I'm going to try this. I'm going to tribute to the Doomed your new set.
It's Spear Cretin.
Spear Cretin. Okay. That would have been annoying to deal with, so I'm kind of happy I don't have to now. The set is Sangan. Set is Sangan. Man, that's playing with fire. I don't know if I want to do that, man. I'm gonna Graceful.
You just don't learn your lesson, punk.
I don't. I mean, to be fair, I won the first game with 0 cards. That might be what it takes. Let's ditch... Wow, this is a really hard one. Warrior Comfy.
Yep.
Pot.
You just don't learn your lesson, punk.
I don't. Duster.
Yeah, that sucks. Well, it's Judgment and, of course, the Messenger.
Was Judgment. Okay. We win the game, thank God. Normal Elf.
Yeah.
Reborn Elf. Reborn Elf. Raigeki.
I was like, this still isn't lethal.
Yeah. And then if you had anything to negate. Fader. Go ahead and add your Fader. Yeah. Holy shit. I had to get Raigeki off of that pot, otherwise I couldn't lethal you. I don't think I would have had to go Magician of Faith to get, like, Graceful back and then try again. That was the only way I was going to win through all that.
Yeah. I don't...
Fuck!
That was a lot, yeah. If you hadn't got the fucking Magic Jammer off the duo...
I guess that did matter. What was the rest of your hand?
It's stuff. It's just stuff. Like, a bunch of cards that are
oh
really
my god!
cool, but...
You had no other disruption. That's crazy.
Oy, oy, oy.
Wow. Okay. This was actually interesting, though. I will say, like, when we did the hand destruction mirror, that was miserable. But, like, here there was actually many points of interaction we had to consider, because at any point, since the jars could just refuel the hand advantage, it sort of just nullifies the hand destruction stuff. And, like, situationally, it's useful to me because I can, like, sort of pick apart something in your hand. Like, at the beginning of this game 3, for instance, what did you draw for turn? When you just had, like, Jar Cretin. If I just went Tribute to the Doomed on the Cyber Jar, like, it probably would have been, like, much better to do. But I thought, like, you were going to just mind game me. And I had no other out to Cyber Jar if you didn't do that.
Right.
So I was a bit terrified that if I got outplayed like that, but I outplayed myself, apparently, by attacking into the jar. This is interesting. What are your thoughts?
Well, I do think there's a lot of really interesting, like, game to this, despite the fact that it's kind of nonsense.
It is very much nonsense.
Messenger piece, the #1 first floodgate. But during this period, you know, there is a lot that gets under it. I had to endure, like, the Sangan beatdown. Game 1, Warrior, of course, is big. Triple heavy in this format sucks balls. And you really did kind of figure out that, like, there's a lot of simplified game states where I'm relying on, like, Solemn Jammer to solve the known power spells. And it's like, well, you know, it doesn't always work that way. A Confi does blank a Magic Jammer. So I'm happy with how this turned out, and I see how this flip mill deck became powerful, but it does seem like it has some holes in it right now.
Of course. I do like that the jars make your jammers live quite often, especially like if you're in like simplified game states. It's like, oh no, I have this Magic Jammer. I don't want to discard a card. And then like the jars immediately give you 5 cards. It's like, oh good, I can use like 3 Magic Jammers now and it's fine. But I think one of the issues is that there's like way more power spells than there are negates for the power spells.
Yeah.
And I think that's just like, I don't even think there is another card until like Imperial Order comes out several episodes from now. But that's another one, and that blanks a lot of them. So, I mean, I think this mill deck gets to incorporate that, which is just why this mill deck is probably going to surge in popularity a bit. But this is the last time we're going to see the unholy trinity of hand destruction here. And honestly, this mill deck, even though it struggled a bit against this, I mean, it struggled. It felt like every game just felt so tough. I could see like just some hits to the ban list, and this mill deck becomes like the biggest threat because there's not really much else to contest it.
Very true, very true. And I'm excited to see if that happens.
So guys, that's going to wrap it up for another video. I really hope you all enjoy. Let's go ahead and shout the patrons for all of their continued support. So shout to Shout1317, Tim00x3, MBT Play Medolce, Moto, Cameron L. Smith, Phoenix the Immortal, Pony Stark, The Synchro Guy, Dan the Man Hoban, Little Fadeleaf, Draconic, Dylan Rare Hunter, JW11860, Extremely Vulgar Man, Brody Eastwood, Flannel Daddy, Chrono the Branded Enjoyer, Twinkle Muncher, Matthew Brady, Uncle Brian of Stardust, Power Rave, both out a stupidly long
Hello everybody, this is Talon with another Nutrition Tier List, a series where I break down all the options in a given food group and rank them based on how nutritious they are and how good they are for your health. Now, I never thought this day would come, but we are ranking condiments because it was surprisingly highly requested. So when I say condiments, that includes sauces, dips, dressings, and basically anything else that could be considered a liquidy, flavor-enhancing addition to food. Just gonna lump them all in one video. Now, I think it's understandable why this was so requested. It is very difficult to come up with meals where condiments won't seriously contribute to how much you actually want to eat them. Many meals can be healthy until you add a heap of unnecessary sugar or fat on top of it, and suddenly it's not helping you as much as you'd like. And let me tell you, a lot of these, I don't have much to say about them because many of them are just flavored fat or liquid sugar with little to mention beyond that. Realistically, I can't cover every condiment in existence, so this video will be limited to the most popular ones or the condiments that I actually have something nutritionally relevant to talk about. Now, for a lot of these, there are different ways to make them. They can pretty much all be homemade, and different brands can have different recipes. But my numbers and such will be based on the quintessential, often commercial variants because that's realistically what most people are going to use. So, looking at the tiers for this video, we're going to be comparing the nutritional content and benefits of each condiment against any shortcomings or health concerns that they may have. Keep in mind that these lists are ranked independent of each other, so an A-tier condiment may not equate to an A-tier meat or an A-tier fruit. All numerical nutritional information on this list and across this series will be based on 100 grams of the individual food for the sake of consistency and ease of comparison. But I will say I sincerely hope you're not consuming that much of realistically any of these in one sitting. Before we start, go ahead and let me know down in the comments what's your favorite condiment and where do you think it'll land. But now I think it's time to get lost in the sauce and get to the list. First on this list, we've got Alfredo sauce. Alfredo sauce is a mid-calorie condiment with a lesser micronutrient profile. It's typically made of butter, cream, and Parmesan cheese. It's normally a mild source of vitamin A due to a high dairy fat content, and some brands are a decent source of calcium. But really, that's it. Alfredo sauce is just a lot of extra calories from saturated fat. An admittedly healthier alternative if you're making your own Alfredo sauce is to swap the cream for Greek yogurt or cottage cheese. Alfredo sauce is a good example of taking some ingredients that are really just fine in the right amounts and combining them into something that's very calorically dense that you're not going to want to stop eating. Fair warning, there's going to be a lot of those on this list. Realistically, Alfredo sauce is not the worst topping in the world, and I'm going to put it in the D tier. Balsamic vinegar is a slightly lower calorie condiment with a lower micronutrient profile. Traditionally, it is made from fermented and acidified concentrate sweet white grapes. Balsamic vinegar is a mild source of iron and contains polyphenols that are shown to prevent cardiovascular diseases. Due to fermentation, it contains acetic acid, which has a probiotic effect shown to improve health of gut bacteria. And it's shown to be very effective at lowering LDL cholesterol levels, what is often dubbed the bad cholesterol. Now, macronutritionally, it's just a bunch of sugar, but it is overall better and less risky than a lot of the other options we'll be covering on this list, and for that, I'm going to put it in the C tier. Barbecue sauce is a relatively higher calorie condiment with a bad micronutrient profile. It's made from tomato sauce, vinegar, and sweeteners like molasses or brown sugar. Now there is technically some benefit from the leftover tomato via lycopene, a carotenoid antioxidant shown to benefit your heart and skin health and act as an anti-cancer. But beyond that, barbecue sauce is nothing but a sugar bomb, and it will be the first of many to land in the F tier. Cocktail sauce is an average calorie condiment with a fair micronutrient profile. It's really just a combination of sauces including tomato, hot sauce, Worcestershire sauce, as well as horseradish and lemon. Cocktail sauce is a source of vitamin C, copper, iron, potassium, and carotenoids that can convert into vitamin A. But beyond that, it's just a good amount of sugar and an unnecessary amount of sodium. However, it's not quite scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of nutrition, so I guess I'm gonna put it in the D tier. Duck sauce is a higher calorie condiment with a paltry micronutrient profile. Its ingredients include plum, apricot, peach, pineapple, vinegar, chili pepper, and sugar. It is a decent source of manganese, and that is just about its only redeeming quality. Beyond that, duck sauce is just another sugar bomb, having in fact the highest carbohydrate content on this list. And for that, it's going to be landing safely in the F tier. Fish sauce is a lower calorie condiment with an actually relevant micronutrient profile. It's usually made of fermented mackerel, anchovies, sardines, or shrimp. Fish sauce is actually a good source of protein per calorie unless certain brands mess with this or add lots of sugar. It's the best source on this list of magnesium, which maintains the nervous, muscle, and immune systems. It's the only substantial source on this list of vitamin B12, which is used in red blood cell and DNA formation, and it's a decent source of vitamin B6 and selenium. Now, fish sauce is normally the most sodium-dense option on this list by some margin, so for those of you that need to watch your sodium intake, keep that in mind. But more than anything, fish sauce is the first actual contributor of nutrients covered today, and I'm going to put it in the B tier. Hoisin sauce is a higher calorie condiment with some kind of micronutrient content. It's made of soy, sugar, and some kind of starch, usually rice or sweet potato. It's a moderate source of vitamin B2, copper, iron, and manganese, but realistically, it's a sugar bomb, and on this channel, there's no mercy for sugar bombs, it's going straight to the F tier. Honey mustard is a ridiculously high-calorie condiment with a fat-centric micronutrient profile. It's made of, you guessed it, honey and mustard, but also mayonnaise and vinegar. It's actually a pretty decent source of vitamin K and vitamin E due to them being fat-soluble nutrients, but unfortunately honey mustard has the unique trait of being high in sugar and unuseful fat, resulting in an overdose of calories that can't really be justified. Thus, it's going in the F tier. Horseradish sauce is a ridiculously high-calorie condiment with a fat-based micronutrient profile. It's usually made of cream or mayonnaise, vinegar, and, whoa, horseradish. Now, horseradish sauce is one of the fattiest choices on this list, usually some combination of saturated or omega-6 polyunsaturated fatty acids. Now, these do have their roles to play, but most people are already getting more of them than they need. It is high in the fat-soluble vitamin K and vitamin E, and horseradish itself does have some antibacterial benefits, but obviously that gets enveloped in a load of fat. Fats that, may I remind you, are not practically all that useful for the human body. In the end, horseradish sauce is not going to be escaping the depths of the F tier. Hot sauce is the lowest calorie condiment on this list with a respectable micronutrient profile. It's usually simply made of red peppers and vinegar. It's pretty high in carotenoids, including beta-carotene, which can be converted into vitamin A, an antioxidant known for its eye-preserving benefits. But most notably capsaicin, which has powerful anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, and heart health benefits. Hot sauce is also a decent source of iron and vitamin B6. Overall, hot sauce is a virtually calorie-less condiment with actual potential benefits and no real drawbacks in reasonable amounts. And it's going to be the first I'm going to put in the top tier. Hummus is a higher calorie condiment with an impressive micronutrient profile. It's made of chickpeas, tahini, olive oil, garlic, and something acidic, usually lemon juice. Hummus is one of the few legitimate sources of protein on this list due to being largely made of chickpeas. It's an actually good source of manganese, copper, iron, and phosphorus, and is a decent source of both soluble and insoluble fiber, benefiting gut flora and aiding with digestive regulation. Many of its ingredients, most notably garlic, are shown to combat
You can't always plan when you'll need a gun. Rational gun owners carry not because it's a weapon, but because it's a shield. They do this even
chronic inflammation and heart-related diseases. Hummus isn't perfect, but it is well-rounded and looks like the Greek god's ambrosia compared to most things on this list, and I have decided to put it in the top tier. Italian dressing is a higher calorie condiment with a mediocre micronutrient profile. It's usually made of soybean oil, vinegar, sugar, and a variety of spices. Now, contrary to popular belief, due to Italian not being as viscous as other dressings, it is still very fatty due to being largely made of oil, mainly omega-6 polyunsaturated fatty acids. Due to that fat, it is a decent source of vitamin K and vitamin E, and it is generally regarded to be far better for heart health than most alternatives. The other main problem is that commercial varieties are deceptively sugary, which you may not guess from its texture and flavor. Overall, Italian is not as nutritious as many, and it's not as bad as others, and I'm going to put it in the C tier. Ketchup is an average calorie condiment with a mild micronutrient profile. It's made of tomato, vinegar, and a variety of sugars. Due to ketchup being largely made of tomato, it's a decent source of the carotenoid lycopene, a potent antioxidant that benefits many aspects of health, including your brain, skin, and heart. It's also a decent source of vitamin B2 and vitamin B6. Beyond that, ketchup is inherently pretty sugary, but as far as sugar bombs go, it is definitely one of the more nutritious ones. And so, in the end, I'm going to put ketchup in the D tier. Kimchi is an incredibly low-calorie condiment with an impressive micronutrient profile. It's made of fermented cabbage, chilies, a variety of spices, and often radish and cucumber. Kimchi is a good source of iron and vitamin K, notably vitamin K2, which plays an important role in bone health. Many of kimchi's ingredients have a variety of anti-chronic inflammatory compounds, and its lacto-fermentation process provides a probiotic effect, benefiting healthy gut bacteria. Kimchi is, as a whole, shown to prevent yeast infections and reduce the risk of heart disease. A genuinely healthy and fairly innocent condiment, I'm going to put kimchi in the top tier. Marinara sauce is a lower-calorie condiment with a solid micronutrient profile. It's made of tomato, onion, garlic, and a variety of spices, effectively making it the better ketchup. It's a moderate source of vitamin B3, vitamin E, vitamin B6, and the carotenoid antioxidant lycopene that's so synonymous with tomatoes. Overall, marinara sauce is just a low-calorie, low-sugar topping that's not usually doing any real harm, and I'm going to put it in the C tier. Mayonnaise is the highest caloried instrument on this list with a very fat-focused micronutrient profile. It's commercially made with soybean or canola oil, vinegar, egg yolk, starch, and some kind of acid. It is easily the fattiest option on this list, with the overwhelming majority of it being omega-6 polyunsaturated fatty acids. Mayonnaise is genuinely a great source of vitamin K and a good source of vitamin E, but beyond that, it is really just a lump of plant-based lard. However, for those of you who eat mayonnaise with literally everything, you know who you are. Homemade mayonnaise can be made with relative ease with other oils like higher monounsaturated fatty acid oils and taste very similar. However, commercial mayonnaise, which is what I'm judging, I'm gonna have to say is a D-tier condiment but an A-tier instrument. Mustard is a lower calorie condiment with a respectable micronutrient profile. It's made of mustard seed, vinegar, and some spices. Mustard is a great source of selenium and a good source of iron and manganese. It's fairly antioxidant rich, containing flavonoids and glucosinolates that have antibacterial, antifungal, and anti-cancer benefits. If mustard has any potential drawbacks, it's that it's commercially fairly sodium dense, which could be problematic for certain people. But overall, mustard is a flavorful, safe bet of a condiment that I'm going to put in the A tier. Pesto is a higher caloried condiment with a spectacular micronutrient profile. Pesto technically is a blanket term for any uncooked sauce with the consistency of a paste. It's made from basil, olive oil, pine nuts, garlic, and Parmesan cheese usually, but can realistically have a base of most greens with a similar texture. Pesto is one of the few actual sources of protein on this list, while being the best source on this list of multiple micronutrients. These are vitamin K, which plays a role in blood clotting, vitamin B2, which is used in macronutrient metabolism, vitamin E, an antioxidant known for its skin and immune health benefits, and vitamin B5, which breaks down nutrients and makes red blood cells. It's also among the best sources of phosphorus, calcium, and vitamin A. Many of pesto's ingredients are individually shown to combat chronic inflammation and the risk of several chronic diseases like heart disease, Alzheimer's, diabetes, and cancer. Now, due to pine nuts or some other tree nuts being an essential ingredient, those with allergies beware, but overall, pesto delivers everything you could possibly want in a condiment and more, landing it safely in the top tier. Pico de Gallo is an exceptionally low-calorie condiment with a wonderful micronutrient profile per calorie. It's typically made of tomato, onion, cilantro, jalapeno, and lime. The first thing to mention is that it's far more solid, with often less additives than blended salsa. It's a solid source of vitamin C, fresh and untainted by heat. And it's a great source of the carotenoid antioxidant lycopene and its numerous benefits. Many of its ingredients are some of the most consistently beneficial fruits and vegetables I've covered before, with compounds also shown to boost immunity and heart health. Overall, I just have nothing to complain about when it comes to Pico de Gallo. It is the perfect low-calorie addition, and I'm going to put it in the top tier. Ranch is a very high-calorie condiment with a decent micronutrient profile. It's usually made of soybean oil, vinegar, buttermilk, egg yolks, and a variety of herbs and spices. It is absolutely full of fats, mainly polyunsaturated omega-6 fatty acids. Due to its high fat content, it's a good source of vitamin K, and it's a decent source of phosphorus and vitamin E. The high polyunsaturated content is preventing me from calling commercial ranch healthy by any means, but like many other oily condiments, ranch can be made at home with healthier fats. Overall, it's not the absolute worst thing in the world, and I'm going to put ranch in the D tier. Sweet relish is an average calorie condiment with a solid micronutrient profile. It's made of pickled cucumbers, cabbage, vinegar, and spices. Relish is a solid source of vitamin K and carotenoids and a decent source of iron. It is rich-ish in prebiotics, benefiting gut health, and has anti-inflammatory properties. Now, sugar content in relish can vary wildly, so it's hard to pin down an official rating on that front, but overall, I'm going to put relish in the C tier. Salsa is a low-calorie condiment with a decent micronutrient profile. It's made of tomato, onion, jalapeno, lime, and spices. It's far more liquidy, often with more additional ingredients. It contains a fair amount of the carotenoid lycopene, benefiting heart, skin, and immune health, and it's also a good source of vitamin B6. Several of salsa's ingredients contain beneficial compounds for immune and heart health. These include quercetin, capsaicin, allicin, and citric acid. Now, blended salsa is usually a bit more sugary and salty than fresh Pico de Gallo, but overall, commercial salsa is a virtually harmless topping to nearly anything that I'm going to put in the A tier. Salsa verde is a low-calorie condiment with a moderate micronutrient profile. It's made of tomatillos, green chili peppers, onion, lime, and spices. Salsa verde is a decent source of vitamin C, vitamin K, and vitamin B3. It still contains carotenoids and most requisite salsa ingredient compounds, and it has strong associations with antibacterial and anti-cancer effects. On average, it's a bit less nutritious than its red counterparts, but salsa verde is still a great choice that I'm going to put in the A tier. Sauerkraut is a low-calorie condiment with a fair micronutrient profile. It's made of fermented cabbage, vinegar, onion, and often a few other varying vegetables. Sauerkraut is a decent source of iron and vitamin C, as well as the more elusive vitamin K2, which plays an important role in bone health. Due to fermentation, it has a probiotic effect benefiting healthy intestinal flora, and it's shown to reduce symptoms of IBS and prevent diarrhea. Sauerkraut's ingredients are also shown to lower blood pressure and LDL cholesterol levels, and it's shown to improve mood and brain function. When you combine ingredients like those in sauerkraut and don't overdose them with sugar, it's impossible to really go wrong, and I'm going to put sauerkraut in the top tier. Soy sauce is a lower-calorie condiment with a respectable micronutrient profile. It's made of fermented soybeans and wheat. Due to being significantly made from soybeans, it's actually a solid source of protein per calorie, and it's a good contributor of manganese, phosphorus, magnesium, iron, potassium, and some B vitamins. Soy is richer in arginine, an amino acid shown to lower blood pressure, and it's shown to have a prebiotic effect. Now, soy sauce is stereotypically referred to as liquid salt, and that name is very fitting because it is normally very sodium dense, which excessive sodium intake can cause issues for people with certain conditions. But other than that, soy sauce is a fairly nutritious choice that I'm going to put in the B tier. Sriracha is an average-calorie condiment with a great micronutrient profile. It's made of chili pepper, vinegar, garlic, and sugar. It's the best source on this list of carotenoids that can be converted into vitamin A and be used as an antioxidant that's known for eye health and preservation. The primary of these is capsaicin, which has powerful anti-inflammatory and heart protective properties. Sriracha is also the best source on this list of vitamin B6, which is crucial for nervous and immune health, and vitamin C, an antioxidant benefiting immunity. It's also a good source of vitamin E and iron. Now, sriracha is often very sodium dense and deceptively sugary, which is going to keep it out of the higher tiers, thus I feel it best belongs in the B tier. Steak sauce is an average-calorie condiment with a mild micronutrient profile. It's made of tomato, mustard, Worcestershire, vinegar, and hot peppers. This is another pretty straightforward one. It's a decent source of copper and iron, two relatively tough-to-find nutrients. However, it is higher in sodium and sugar when compared to many others. Overall, it's not the worst, and I'm going to put steak sauce in the D tier. Tahini is an exceptionally high-calorie condiment with by far the best micronutrient profile per gram on this list. It's made of sesame seeds and some kind of oil. Per gram, it's the best source on this list of protein, as well as copper, which maintains the nervous and immune systems and makes energy, iron, which is used to make hemoglobin, which moves oxygen throughout the body, phosphorus, which is needed for growth and maintenance of cells, bones, and DNA, vitamin B1, which helps convert carbohydrates into energy.
The new school is rooted in skateboarding, but is reminiscent of another era.
Manganese, which helps form tissues, bones, and hormones. Selenium, an antioxidant also used for DNA synthesis. Calcium, which is used mainly to maintain healthy bones. And zinc, which helps immune and metabolism function. Tahini contains a variety of antioxidants that combat chronic inflammation and several autoimmune diseases. These include sesamol, a notable anti-cancer, and sesamin, a type of lignin shown to improve brain health. Tahini is without a shadow of a doubt the most nutritious condiment on this list, and on a nutrition tier list, I really have no choice but to put it in the top tier. Tartar sauce is a higher-calorie condiment with a mediocre micronutrient profile. It's made of mayonnaise, capers, pickles, lemons, and some spices. Tartar sauce is mainly fat-based, with most of it being omega-6 polyunsaturated fatty acids. It's a decent source of vitamin K due to it being a fat-soluble vitamin, and that's really all I have to say about it. Tartar sauce really doesn't contribute anything even remotely essential, and I'm going to put it in the F tier. Teriyaki sauce is an average-calorie condiment with a notable micronutrient profile. It's made of soy sauce, sake, honey, sugar, and some spices. Teriyaki contains a fair amount of protein due to soy, and it's a decent source of phosphorus, iron, and magnesium. Unfortunately, commercially, it's relatively sugary, and it is still soy sauce, so it's very sodium dense, but a lot of soy's other benefits get drowned in the sugar. I think the fairest place to put teriyaki sauce is the D tier. Thousand Island is a very high-calorie condiment with a fat-centric micronutrient profile. It's made of tomato, mayonnaise, vinegar, sour cream, relish, sugar, and spices. It is very fatty, with the majority of it coming from omega-6 polyunsaturated fatty acids. It's a decent source of vitamin K, vitamin E, and vitamin B1, but unfortunately it has the unique distinction of being full of sugar and unhelpful fat, contributing a lot of unnecessary calories. And for that, Thousand Island is going in the F tier. Wasabi is a higher caloried condiment with a relatively subpar micronutrient profile. It's traditionally made with Japanese horseradish, but commercially made with horseradish, sorbitol, oil, sugar, starch, and spices. Wasabi is a decent source of vitamin E and contains hydroxycinnamic acid, which is shown to decrease breakdown of bones. It has antibacterial benefits, preventing potential food poisonings and combating certain harmful intestinal bacteria. Wasabi as a whole is also shown to combat chronic inflammation. Now, you should keep in mind that it is very sodium dense, and honestly, I'm having second thoughts on if it's even a condiment, but I'm going to put wasabi in the B tier. And last on this list, we've got the only one that I'm scared to pronounce. Worcestershire sauce is a lower caloried condiment with a solid micronutrient profile. It's made of vinegar, molasses, tamarind, anchovies, onion, lemon, and spices. It's the best source on this list of potassium, which functions in fluid balance, and it's a decent source of iron, copper, and vitamin C. Though it is relatively sugary, it's not nearly as bad as our requisite sugar bombs. Overall, this sauce is going to round out our list in the C tier. So I think this may be the first list where I have more things in the bottom tiers than the higher tiers, and realistically that's pretty fitting. I don't think many people are making condiments with health in mind, at least not over flavor, and the ones that do have both are most likely happy accidents. So the most important takeaway from all of this is be careful how much you're indulging in flavor enhancers. Don't be afraid of them, but be aware of the potential side effects of too much sugar or omega-6s. And when it comes to calories, condiments of all things can be the deciding factor between achieving your goals or not. Now, if you enjoyed the video, or at the very least learned a little something, I encourage you to subscribe as I've got plenty more of these on the way. Go ahead and let me know down in the comments what food group you want me to rank next, and remember,
be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that other than Wix. Hi.
Hello, mortals. Everything that you can see, your screen, your nose, the flu virus from your body that makes your nights a living hell as you slowly asphyxiate in your sleep due to a stuffy nose, they all originate from the cosmic furnaces known as stars. To be more precise, it's the atoms that constitute them that do. There are 100 billion stars in our galaxy alone. That makes over 1 trillion such cosmic furnaces in the entire observable universe. And that number is more than anything the primate human brain can comprehend. If you go out with a teaspoon and measure how many teaspoons of water there are in all the oceans on Earth, you just have to multiply that number by 10 to get close to the number of stars in the universe. This insane number of stars forms a galactic zoo containing a wide range of celestial bodies, starting with common sun-like stars and ending with extreme Planck stars. So let's rank them in an iceberg chart based on how exotic they are. Thanks to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. Let's begin with the Sun. Stars that are similar to it in size and mass are called solar-type stars. Also known as main sequence stars, they fuse hydrogen into helium at their core to produce energy. Being over 333,000 times more massive than the Earth, the Sun is huge. But not as big as some of the biggest. On the other hand, stars as massive as the Sun are actually pretty rare in the universe. Such stars only sum up to only 7.6% of all the stars. Most of the stars that are scattered across the observable universe are main sequence stars that are much less massive than our Sun. Scientists have made up these classifications of stars based on their temperature and luminosity. Being scientists, they labeled them these random letters. O being the brightest and hottest stars and M being the dimmest and coolest ones. Our Sun and other solar-type stars fall under the G class, generally also called as yellow dwarfs. They have an effective temperature between about 5,300 and 6,000 Kelvin. Such stars can fuse hydrogen for 10 billion years until they're out of any more hydrogen, upon which they rapidly expand and get cooler. The outer layers of the star begin to expand, and the star eventually grows and grows until it reaches enormous proportions. And then these sun-like yellow dwarfs become post-main sequence red giants, that is that they are fusing post-hydrogen elements to produce energy. These red giants can get up to 5 times the size of our Sun. Due to their great size, red giants are many times more luminous than the Sun, but their surface temperature is way lower than 5,000 Kelvin. When the red giants start running out of helium, the star's gravity is not enough to stop it from imploding, and subsequently exploding. The ejected material remains as a planetary nebula. Eventually, as the core begins to cease any nuclear reactions, it becomes a dense, compact white dwarf. White dwarfs are only about the size of our Earth. They are like magical crystals supported by the wonders of quantum physics. Being really small, they mostly emit ultraviolet light, so we can't really see them in the night sky. Even though a white dwarf is very hot when it forms, it has no source of energy generation. So, they gradually cool down and radiate all their energy away. But this process is very slow. So slow indeed that no white dwarf in the universe has entirely radiated away in the past 13 billion years. Theoretically, when it does happen though, they turn into black dwarfs. The estimated time for the Sun to cool enough to become a black dwarf is about 10 quadrillion years. And for obvious reasons, scientists have not yet discovered any black dwarfs yet. White and then black dwarfs, this will be the life cycle end for over 97% of the other stars in our Milky Way galaxy. Above this point though, as the stars get hotter and more massive, things get a little more interesting. As we move up, we can see the B-type main sequence stars, which are 2 to 16 times the mass of the Sun and have surface temperatures between 10,000 and 30,000 Kelvin. The O-type stars are even crazier, at 15 to 90 times the mass of the Sun and surface temperatures between 30,000 and 50,000 Kelvin. Stars this massive are very rare in the universe. These massive stars might have more resources, i.e. hydrogen, to fuse, but they have to burn it so rigorously that their lifetimes are much shorter than those of their lower mass stars. As they spend their resources at an astounding rate, The B-type stars only make up 1 to 4% of the entire universe. And the largest of them all, the O-type ones, make up only 0.00001% of all stars.
How to get the most of Grammarly free.
It's Kayla on behalf of Grammarly to tell you.
As if being super rare and supermassive isn't enough, the O-type stars even die in spectacularly fancy ways. Stars that are 10 to 25 times more massive than the Sun explode into these flashy, colorful, and fancy supernovae, but they leave behind a neutron star instead of a white dwarf, which is the case for smaller stars. Neutron stars are crazily dense, that all the electrons in the atomic orbit of every single atom in the star fuse into neutrons. Their radius is in the order of 10 kilometers, while their mass is 10 to 25 times the mass of the entire Sun. They are the densest confirmed known objects discovered, after black holes. And they are hot. Over 600,000 Kelvin hot. These stars rotate extremely rapidly, up to hundreds of rotations in a single second. There are actually a couple different variations of neutron stars too. The first one is a magnetar, a neutron star that throws out a really strong magnetic field. A magnetic field that is 1 trillion times stronger than Earth's magnetic field. That's quite a lot! Next up is the pulsar, a neutron star that emits such high radiation only from its poles. Interestingly, there are also neutron stars that do both. Sometimes, however, when a massive enough pulsar spins very, very fast, even if it would normally collapse into a black hole, the centrifugal force might counteract the gravitational collapse and let the pulsar live for as long as it spins, as a final deadly dance. These doomed spinning stars are called blitzers. And now if the original star is even more massive, after exploding into a supernova, they leave behind a black hole. As you already know, black holes are so dense that they literally bend and rip the fabric of spacetime so much that not even light can escape their gravity. These things eat everything and anything in their way. Once you cross their event horizon, you are gone. Not a single atom of you exists from the outside perspective anymore. This is known as the information paradox. It's also theorized that black holes radiate Hawking radiation back into the universe, which leads to their slow but inevitable demise, over numbers with a lot of zeros worth of years. Now we're getting into the deeply strange stuff here. Stars made up of exotic matter, instead of the normal boring stuff like electrons, neutrons, or protons, are called exotic stars. Quark stars, for example, form when the neutrons inside a neutron star decompose due to the gravitational pressure into their fundamental particles, up quarks and down quarks. Thus, the star becomes even smaller and even denser than a neutron star. These hypothetical quark stars are believed to be able to maintain an inner gravitational balance and stay stable if no new mass is added. Other such exotic stars are boson stars, which are hypothetically composed of axions. These stars are so mysterious that you literally can't even see them. Unlike all the other stars, boson stars don't emit radiation due to the axion properties, and as a result, are transparent. Because of their sheer size and huge amount of gravity, they literally bend all radiation surrounding them, making them invisible, yet detectable by their gravitational distortion. They are also considered to be plausible explanations for dark matter. Next, we have black hole stars, or quasi-stars, which are stars with black holes at their cores. These stars are hypothesized to have been formed at the very beginning of the universe, and would have been much bigger than any existing star nowadays. When these young stars, which are at least 1,000 times more massive than the Sun, explode into a supernova, they would form a black hole at the center, while its outer layer would still remain intact because of how massive they are. The outburst of energy and the immense gravity of the black hole would form an equilibrium and give these stars a lifespan of 7 million years before they ultimately collapse into the black hole. Similar to the quasi-stars, there are the Thorne-Zitko objects. These are hybrid stars, made up of a giant or a supergiant star which has a neutron star at its core. This happens as a result of a collision between the giant and the neutron star, where the latter smashes into the former and replaces the core. These Thorn Zitko objects quickly lose their energy, however, and usually a pulsar with a giant accretion disk is left behind, like a black hole. In the end, this huge amount of mass eventually falls into the neutron star and it implodes into a black hole. Finally, let's talk about Planck stars. These are stars that are inside a black hole. Well, not really, but these are formed when the energy density of a dying star reaches Planck density, where the Planck density is humongous. Planck length is the smallest possible thing that we can measure, literally, 1 trillion times smaller than a single proton. Yeah, let that sink in. And when huge amounts of matter are just crammed into that small of a space, it forms a Planck star. And as you might expect, these are very, very dense. So dense actually that we consider them as a viable alternative to black holes, which solves the infinite density glitch by avoiding an infinitely dense singularity. There are tons of mysterious objects in the universe, most of them probably ones that we've never even thought to exist. That's how the universe is. The Skynet army plans to conquer it all. But now there are 1 trillion stars, solar systems, and probably a lot more planets out there. And we are on one of those curious specks that got caught up in orbit trying to discover ourselves and our purpose. And that's beautiful. Expanding your knowledge and understanding of the world can be a beautiful thing as well, and Brilliant.org can help you do just that. Whether you're interested in exploring
Finish him? Why does that kill him? I shot his ankles.
Salieri's still alive.
No! God damn it! Yeah! Holy shit, that chair looks heavy. Oh. Wait, Carlo was the rat? Happy birthday. Surely this will just be a fun chapter. Yippee! A birthday party chapter. Can you at least not ruin the birthday, man? It's not me. I have no control over what's about to happen. Go upstairs. I'm exploring because I don't play games like other streamers. Okay, man. Sorry. It's okay. Who hurt you guys? I'm not gonna get mad at you. I don't even remember your name already. The thing went up too fast.
Booze, broads, fireworks.
Booze, broads, fireworks.
Galati's corrupt, but he ain't stupid.
So we are ruining a birthday party. We are all in this together, including you. Lino Cass, first time chatter. Sam, happy birthday. Happy birthday, everybody. Hey, cool guy.
You don't look like a guy with an invite.
You look like the guy I'm gonna kill.
Just not these kind of... Know you'd get a real job someday.
What? Fuck you. I'm a content creator.
Cool.
See? I'm doing a sailing stream, see?
Wait for Galati's speech.
And then bang!
When he's done.
Wait, this is like how I am at a party. This is pretty... Oh, are you busy? I'm gonna go see if they need more avocado for their guac. Ask the crew about the janitor. Hey!
Listen, shitmate, go someplace
Jesus. You're an asshole.
You think you're something you're not?
Yeah, like your hair. Covering your bald head. A gust of wind... Hey, a gust of wind will ruin the facade.
If I had to put money on it, drunk in the engine room.
Okay.
You're with Salieri. What are you gonna do about it? Well,
hey.
I'm gonna give you a beat for starting.
Oh, are you really? Guess what? Q. Guess what? Q. Yeah! So close to this medical first aid. And guess what? I'm not gonna help you. Think that could have gone a little better. Alright, we have to shoot them. Wait for the fireworks.
Thank you, everyone. And now for the fireworks.
3, 2, 1. Dude! You would never survive in a mod. Oh my god, that's an innocent civilian.
Northern British Columbia is more than a place. It's a portal to the extraordinary. To raw and rugged worlds, forged by wind.
Wait, I have to hide my work. Oh my god. I just wanted to see if you could. And then I killed her, so I had to kill a man. Otherwise, that's weird. Do you know what I mean?
With me.
What the fuck? What? He just shot his own teammate. Yo, W's in the chat. Yes. E fucking Z. And we ruined some stupid fuck's birthday party. Is that a hype train? No, that's a regular train. You Twitch degenerate.
That could be worse, huh? We could be peeling you off the front of the train.
Shut up, Polly.
You just got any ideas on how to get to him?
Yeah, kill
Don't end up in a
Polly.
tree like these two.
I get it. And then let me tell you, I saw the girl of my dreams, and I went. Well, the good thing about this car is you really can't break the speed limit.
Hi, Squex, you're so cool.
You know what? I am cool. And you know what's not cool? Violence, mafias, gangs. So this map has combined Chicago, New York, and what else? LA? Or do you just want to say La? This is not New Delhi. What about Old Delhi? Wait, you guys are funny today. Not New Delhi. What about Old Delhi? Really good stuff out of you. Keep it up. Come on. I'm literally holding W, no speed limiter on. Take public transit. Dude, they need to make public transit better. It's crazy how bad, like, trains and buses are. And do you know what I'm gonna do to solve that? Nothing. It's like a cool thing to say at parties, and everyone goes, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. No, but seriously though, guys, here's what I will say regarding my support for public transit. I will say that I might send out a tweet later about it. It's time to put things to action. Squeaks, is this your first car IRL? You know, not far from it. I had a 2009 Toyota Corolla. I had it for like 14 years, and then I sold it recently. Place a bomb. Bomb has been planted. Now.
Yeah, I'll be home before supper.
3,
Hey, you want to go dancing
2,
this weekend?
1.
Maybe drop the kid.
No.
Yeah, I'm still here. Oh, Christ. Hey, stop!
I didn't do that. That was the game. Why did they show all this? No, 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 no. Now you have to kill the husband for equality. That's not how things work. It's just that when I was killing a random NPC, it'd be weird to target a woman, so I also killed a man because I didn't want you guys to think I'm like doing some stupid thing. Do you know what I mean?
The killing marks another.
Dude, this car sucks, dude. I'm trying to be cool. We have to get some momentum. Yeah, this will do it. This'll do it. This'll do it. Whoops. Damn it. Go up. Go up. You know what? we were in a hurry.
You okay?
Let's kill that bastard.
We got a message from Mr. Salieri.
Don't kill her.
Kill these clowns.
Oh yeah? Watch this. Bang. Boom. 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 Insane aim. What? Oh my god, you look like my friends. What?
Go get him, Tommy! Come on.
We gotta kill this
We gotta
guy.
catch up for that.
Sorry. Oh, Are you stupid? It just says keep up. It doesn't say kill Sergio. You've got mail. Yeah, we have a 2-day Amazon shipment here. We gotta get this ASAP. Yo! Dude, I'm going too close. It's so stupid. It's time to get fucking goofy. Look at this turn. Clean. I lost.
So get it.
Okay, I turned wrong. Okay, now I promise I get it. That was too much silly mode. You're right. Like, look at these clean. Okay, I'm tailing this person perfectly. It's Sergio. Yes! Yes!
What are you idiots doing? Kill that motherfucker!
And now I get to show off my aiming. What? He's immortal! Unbelievable. Ooh!
So today we're going to unlock mysteries of the universe as we delve into 3 strange and surprising mathematical discoveries that are going to challenge everything that you thought you knew about maths, from the Monty Hall problem, which is a right brain scratcher, to the Nash equilibrium, to the idea that, well, maths might not actually be real. This video is going to take a journey through the unexpected and the unknown. Join us as we explore how maths can prove something about the physical world without the need for an experiment. Yep, it's confusing. And like I said, is it even real? So we're going to start out with one that's fairly easy to understand if you have it explained to you. Imagine you're on a game show. The presenter points to 3 curtains on the stage and says, behind each of these curtains is a prize. One of the prizes is $1 million, another is $1,000, and the last one is a banana. Your task is to pick the curtain with the $1 million prize so you can take home the jackpot. Now, which of these curtains do you choose? Now, let's suppose that you pick curtain number 1. However, instead of showing you what's behind curtain number 1, the game show host cheekily decides to give you a free look at what's behind curtain number 3. He reveals that concealed behind curtain number 3 is $1,000. This means that one of the 2 remaining curtains conceals $1 million and the other one is hiding a banana. And now the host asks you another question. Do you want to stick with your original choice of curtain number 1, or would you like to switch your choice to curtain number 2? So, one of these curtains hides $1 million. The other one hides a banana. What are you gonna choose? We'll give it a moment, because you really do want to consider your answer here. Now, common everyday intuition is going to contradict the right answer right now. While most people, when asked whether they want to change their choice, they're going to stick with their original guess. We have a tendency to favour the decisions we've already made, even when new information becomes available. You reason that you have a 50-50 shot of being right, so you're going to stick with curtain number 1. And if you made that choice, I'm sorry, but you're actually making the wrong choice, because it's not 50-50, it's 66.6 and 33.3. If you had changed your choice to curtain number 2, your chances of being right would have risen to 66%. But, well, how is this possible? It makes no sense. I hear you all typing in the comment section. Now, this is the Monty Hall problem, named after the host Monty Hall of Let's Make a Deal. He often employed this trick in the show.
Is it behind door number 1, or door number 2, or door number 3?
The problem, according to probability experts, is that we have a hard time understanding probabilities when the base assumptions of the situation change. In this scenario, you begin with a 3rd chance of guessing the correct curtain on the first try. Simple enough. But when a 2nd curtain, never the curtain you originally guessed, is opened, the probabilities change. While your original guess still has a third chance of being correct, the other remaining curtain now has a 2/3 chance of being the right one. What has to be kept in mind is that the curtain the host shows you isn't the one you picked. If the host had revealed the curtain you picked to show that it contained a banana and then asked you to choose from one of the other curtains, you would have a 50-50 chance of getting it right. Now, if you're still confused at this point, don't worry, we'll explain a little bit more. I also need a little bit of help. To demonstrate this more clearly, let's imagine a scenario where there are 100 curtains, 99 of which contain bananas, and only one curtain which contains $1 million. You pick a random curtain, say number 67. Now imagine the host opens 98 of the other curtains, only to reveal bananas. Now only your curtain, 67, and let's say curtain 81 are closed. Do you change your choice this time? Now the problem probably makes more intuitive sense to you. The chances of you picking 67 correctly on the first try was 1 in 100. The chances of number 81 being the correct curtain are 99 out of 100. You can try this yourself at home, using a set of playing cards, trying to guess which of 3 cards is an ace. You'll find that when one of the other options is removed, changing your choice works more often than not. It's pretty crazy, isn't it? It does kind of blow my mind. I still how is it changing? But it's maths.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it.
Despite it playing a central part in the Academy Award-winning film A Beautiful Mind, amazing movie, the concept of the Nash equilibrium is never really explored in the film, aside from a sort of lame example about the chaps in a pub getting dates with a hot blonde. And that's really too bad, not to mention that it's a needlessly sexist example that was insulting to the audience, but well, that's for another video. Because far better than helping nerds get laid, some very smart people believe that this discovery might have actually saved the world. Perhaps it was because the film's creators thought the mathematics behind Nash's discoveries involving game theory were too abstract to be dealt with in-depth in a film that is really about an emotional journey of a brilliant man who suffers from debilitating schizophrenic episodes. Or perhaps the truth seemed a little too frightening for a Hollywood film. But when you look into it, the Nash equilibrium is actually a fascinating and fairly easy to comprehend principle of game theory that can help us to understand how many systems of the modern world function. It explains, for example, how we can use machine learning-based AIs to train other AIs to win at chess. It also helps explain much deeper problems of society, such as the efforts to lower carbon emissions or to reduce nuclear armaments. Maths is kind of amazing. In its simplest form, the Nash equilibrium theory proposes that there exist scenarios in game theory as well as in the real world where all competing participants who know the optimal strategies of all other participants have no incentive to unilaterally change their own standing in order to win an advantage over the others. We'll use the example of the coordination game, which is a 2-participant game or common everyday situation in which 2 people have a similar goal but must make strategic decisions that depend on the other person making a similar choice. Now, imagine 2 cars driving down a 1-lane road in opposite directions. Let's assume, in each case, that there's no way for the cars to avoid hitting each other unless both swerve in opposite directions, both going to the right from the perspective of each car. This is a Nash equilibrium in that there exists a universal binary choice that both participants must adopt for both to be equally successful. If either player changes their strategy, then both are going to lose. While this may seem like a common sense idea, when it is applied to a more complex system, the Nash equilibrium theory reveals that there often exist situations in which it is better to inform all the participants of the ideal strategies for everyone in order for everyone to follow the best strategy and equally benefit from the outcome. So why does this matter? Let's imagine you're one of 2 cars driving down this one-way street, and there's enough room on the street for one of the cars to swerve out of the way while the other simply continues driving. In game theory, this is called a mixed strategy. In this case, while there is an extremely minor benefit in time and effort saved to the person who barrels straight ahead without swerving, it severely reduces the chances of a successful outcome for both parties, since both cars have the potential to make the same decision to not swerve. By making both drivers aware of their own responsibility to make room for each other as a matter of social convention, we ensure that all such situations result in successful outcomes for everybody. Now look, this may seem like obvious common sense today, but there was actually a time in which governments did not fundamentally realize that driver education and roadway conventions were an essential part of public safety. We now use these principles to design traffic laws along with innumerable other systems involving different participants who must make choices. In places where the Nash equilibrium is not being applied, other ad hoc strategies can arise that significantly endanger the public. For example, at certain times and places, it was actually the convention for the larger car or horse to be given room by the smaller car or horse. But this creates certain problems, as no two parties have perfect information. What if I think my car is bigger than yours when it's actually not? Or what if our cars are the same size? Now imagine that we aren't discussing cars driving down a street, but instead, we're talking about countries building nuclear weapons. In a real-world scenario where different countries are building world-ending weapons, there exists a Nash equilibrium in which the participant countries gain all the benefits of being armed with nuclear weapons without, ending the world. In order to achieve that equilibrium, it is required that all participants be aware of the ideal strategy for all other participants and that there be no advantages possible from failing to follow that strategy. It breaks down if one of the countries can break those rules and get an advantage. Nash's theorem helped nuclear strategy theorists to realize that the ideal approach to nuclear proliferation was to allow one's geopolitical enemies to know exactly what kinds of weapons one was developing, and once a country had developed nuclear weapons, to allow those weapons to exist without interference. As long as all countries maintain a doctrine of non-first use, meaning that they would only consider using their nukes in response to a nuclear attack, then the nuclear powers are in a default Nash equilibrium with each other. This is why geopolitical strategists care so much more about rogue states getting nukes than they do about established countries having them. Established countries are educated as to the ideal nuclear strategy and are not going to choose to violate the doctrine because it just doesn't confer any advantage to them. In addition, knowledge of the Nash equilibrium helps us make planning decisions. For example, it helps in the development of the induced demand theory of public infrastructure, whereby the addition of new lanes on a highway actually creates worse traffic problems than decreasing the number of lanes on the same highway. To grossly oversimplify, by providing people with choices, we actually cause them to make overall worse decisions that impact everybody negatively. And that's not just a discovery that affects traffic patterns, it may also have saved the world. In the 1950s, following the perfection of tritium-fueled neutron bombs, the Soviet Union discovered to their surprise that there turned out to be no theoretical limit to the payload size of a tritium bomb. This realization, though it conferred a strategic advantage, actually led the Soviet Union to abandon further testing of the technology and possibly even to quietly inform the United States, by way of known spies within the USSR, of the potential for tritium bombs to destroy the world. This was because Soviet and American strategists realized that having such bombs would upset the Nash equilibrium of the nuclear powers. Like adding lanes to a highway, adding bombs to the arsenal would have led to decisions that benefited nobody. For over 60 years, the true potential of tritium bombs was not known to the public, but Soviet and American leaders were aware of it, and more importantly, they chose to ensure that the other was also aware. In this way, paradoxically, the race to build greater and greater nuclear weapons actually ended just as it had begun, with both sides adopting an ideal strategy, not to play the game at all.
This video is brought to you by Manscaped.com. The star of the show, the all-new...
So look, maybe you've smoked a little too much pot one time and been like, dude, what if maths isn't even real, man? Well look, have no fear. Even professional mathematicians have been there without the aid of THC. Mathematician and physicist Eugene Wigner, huge stoner, just joking, I have no idea who he is, made the observation in a 1960 paper titled The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics in the Natural Sciences. To quote, "It is important to point out that the mathematical formulation of the physicist's often crude experience leads in an uncanny number of cases to an amazingly accurate description of a large class of phenomena." What Wigner meant more broadly is that when one considers that numbers and equations on paper, which are human concepts that only symbolically represent actual things in the real world, can actually be used to make concrete predictions with a stunning degree of accuracy, is, well, just a little strange. He continued, The miracle of appropriateness of the language of mathematics for the formulation of the laws of physics is a wonderful gift which we neither understand nor deserve. We should be grateful for it and hope that it will remain valid in future research and that it will extend for better or worse to our pleasure, even though perhaps also to our bafflement, to wide branches of learning. Wigner was not arguing that maths is not somehow representative of the real world according to our own experience, but rather pointing out that there is no fundamental reason why the constants and laws of the universe should be possible to express in written formulas in the first place. He was also pointing out that it's still very much possible that the way we conceive the laws of mathematics is fundamentally limited by the way we think and use symbolic representations of reality to theorize and draw conclusions. If we have proved a scientific fact using maths alone, have we really made a discovery at all? A simpler way of thinking about this problem is to ask that question most of us have pondered at some point in childhood. What if the color red looks red to me, but to everyone else it looks like what I think of as blue? How could I ever prove that everyone else sees the same red that I see if I can only use the color itself as a representative symbol of what I see? The same is true of mathematics. If maths can prove something about the physical world that we can't actually test, then has it really been proved? Computer scientist Richard Hamming expanded on Wigner's ideas in the 1980s, proposing that a number of fundamental discoveries of science did not come from observation, but were rather discovered through maths and only later roughly confirmed with observations. He points out Galileo's discovery of the law of falling bodies, the fact that all else being equal, everything falls at the same velocity, and it was not actually possible to derive this purely from experiments. Instead, Galileo envisioned artificial scenarios in which the conditions were precisely controlled, and it was these imagined experiments that actually proved his theory, not the real world. It is in the fact that no perfect experiment, no all else being equal scenario is ever actually possible, that we must consider that maths alone provides the proof of many of our ideas about the universe. But maths is just symbols, it's not reality. How could we prove it was if no scenario is ever controlled in every possible way? In essence, maths is perfect, but real life is not. Now, if we go a little bit further with this idea, we find that very often experiments that seem to prove mathematical laws are never actually as perfect as the maths itself. There often remains a possibility, however slight, that the reality isn't exactly what the maths says it is, and historically, this has been true for some pretty important discoveries. Newtonian physics, for example, was mathematically proven in the 17th century, but it was not until the 20th century that our observations proved it wasn't actually the whole truth. Einsteinian physics showed that Newtonian physics was incomplete. The maths was perfect, reality wasn't. The same will probably be true for Einsteinian physics thanks to quantum physics, yet even quantum physics may one day prove to be incomplete. Schrödinger's cat is famously both dead and not dead because that is what maths tells us. But we don't actually know that for sure. Just like I can't be sure that my blue is your blue, I can't prove the Schrödinger equations using an experiment. And yet, at the end of the day, this may not be something you actually need to worry about. The more complex the mathematics, the less often it has an impact on our daily lives. The theory of relativity may be necessary to program satellites, but it's probably not important for you on your drive to work. Newtonian physics might be important for designing a building, but it's not important to someone working in one. For most purposes, the human brain understands reality as we experience it without the need for any abstract symbols or mathematical concepts. You don't need to know calculus in order to throw a baseball, even if you would need calculus to understand the baseball's movement. Your brain does all of this without any maths. So sit back, relax, and know that everything's going to be fine, even if maths isn't even real. Thanks for watching.
Watch live and local news on a variety of networks with YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
For the ones searching for the products you need, Grainger.com is always there for you. Find high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Science! It's what makes the world go round. More specifically, when the primordial cloud of gas and dust that eventually formed to our solar system began to collapse under its own gravity and it started to spin. As that cloud formed, concentrated eddies of swirling matter that would eventually become planets like Earth, well, they continue to rotate. And it is that initial angular momentum from the primordial clouds that makes the Earth go round. Quite literally, you're welcome. If scientific bits like that are what entertain you, well, you're in luck, because today we got 50 of them. So let's go. Ants outnumber humans 2.5 million to 1. There are over 12,000 known species of ants in the world, and some experts believe the total number may be as high as 20,000 different species. It's impossible to get an accurate count on exactly how many individual ants there are, but the best scientific estimates put the number at about 20 quadrillion. That's a conservative estimate, so it could be considerably more than that. But with that many ants in the world, it means that there are 2.5 million ants for every single person. You may have heard the claim that the total mass of all ants is equal to the total mass of all humans, though that's not actually the case. The initial claim was based on research from 1994, and it relied on the average weight of an ant being about 10 times higher than it actually is. The world population also has increased by over 2 billion since 1994, and the average weight of a person has increased as well, so even if it had been true at the time, it would not be true anymore. Still, while humans do outweigh ants, since 71% of ant species are venomous, it would probably end poorly if every person had to fight 2.5 million ants in hand-to-hand combat. The good news is we don't see that happening anytime soon. Half of your cells are bacteria. The human body is a complex organism made up of tens of trillions of cells. On average, men have about 36 trillion cells in their body, while women have about 28 trillion, with the main reason for the difference being the average height of men versus women. These cells create your circulatory system, nervous system, and everything else required to make your body function. However, there's something else required to make your body function properly, and that's bacteria. Though the numbers aren't quite as skewed as were once believed, there are slightly more bacteria cells on and in your body than there are human cells. These bacteria live on your skin and in your nose, mouth, and specifically your gut. The bacteria's most obvious role is to aid in digestion, though they affect things like your appetite and immune system as well. Of course, it's not necessarily accurate to say that you currently have more bacteria cells than human cells in your body right now. Since the bacteria are so heavily concentrated in your digestive system, a single bowel movement can be enough to temporarily shift the number back in the favor of human cells instead of bacteria. But as numerous as they are, all the bacterial cells living on and in your body only weigh about 2 to 6 pounds for an average person. Metallic hydrogen. The alkali metals are soft, shiny, and highly reactive elements that are grouped together on the far left of the periodic table. These are elements like lithium, potassium, and sodium, and they are grouped together because they all have a single electron in their outermost shell. While all of the other alkali metals are in their solid state at normal temperature and pressure, at the very top of the list of alkali metals is hydrogen. Now, obviously, we don't think of hydrogen as being a metal, as it rarely exists outside of its gaseous state here on Earth. Hydrogen doesn't become liquid until it falls below 33 Kelvin, and it doesn't become solid until 14 Kelvin. Those temperatures are approaching absolute zero, so creating liquid or solid hydrogen requires very specialized equipment. However, because the alkali metals have the most homologous behavior of any group on the periodic table, the existence of metallic hydrogen has been theorized for nearly 100 years. And we might even know where it is. It's believed that at extremely high temperatures and pressures, metallic hydrogen could be created, and that liquid metal hydrogen exists in large quantities at the cores of gas giants like Jupiter and Saturn. The massive gravitational pressure on the planet's interiors creates heat, and these conditions would be perfect for metallic hydrogen. Since metallic hydrogen is an electrical conductor, this would potentially explain the powerful magnetic fields that these planets have. There is no definitive proof yet, since we can't just land on Jupiter and have a bit of a look-see, but there is a lot of evidence to support the theory of metallic hydrogen in these planets. Bananas produce antimatter. Now, to be fair, this fact isn't exclusive to bananas. Though bananas are the traditional example, the same is true of spinach, lentils, apricots, and most other fruits and vegetables. Because the key to producing antimatter isn't something special about bananas, it's just their potassium. Over 99.9% of all potassium comes in the form of 3 different isotopes: potassium 39, 40, and 41. Both 39 and 41 are stable isotopes, with 39 being far more abundant. These 2 isotopes make up over 99% of all potassium, but most of what remains is radioactive potassium 40. Of course, it's very weakly radioactive, radioactive and poses no real danger. But because it's radioactive, that means that it does decay. Sometimes the decay comes in the form of positrons, a particle of antimatter. In the case of bananas, each banana
to me at events and give me a YGO Pro style replay. Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka
This episode of Bluey is called
MBT, and it is time for another Twitter thread. We're recording 2 of these in one night because I have to leave for the YCS. Today I want to hear about bad beats. After every single round that people lose, they love to come up to me at events and give me a YGO Pro style replay of how they lost their game. But today I'm asking you to give it to me voluntarily. What is the worst loss you've ever taken? And unfortunately mine was caught on camera. Let's just watch this real quick.
Always, buddy. Hands on the table. This time I don't have a hornet engraved, sadly, so see what we can do.
Look at his fucking face. There's no fucking way! There's no way, dog! I just needed him to blank one
buddy.
draw.
It's worse than you think. Special summon Cyber Dragon?
Alright, let's see what you all came up with. Round 1 of YCS London. I was playing Balls to the Wall Naturia Punk. My opponent's playing Labyrinth. I'm going first. I set up a board of Barkion, Baron, Crystal Wing, Shirakusai, and Jam Dragon Drive. Punk Trap set, I think, no way can I lose. Dude starts its turn, drops a Lava Golem on Baron and Barkion, books Crystal Wing, activates evenly, and then Labyrinth combos. Dyer says, I was at a YCS playing versus Marincess on Generator. Pretty easy matchup, game going well. And then because this was Philly, the ban list dropped and the whole venue started shouting and freaking out. I was about to have a panic attack, so I misplayed and lost. Rough. Could not be me, though. Context, I'm a Pendulum player trying to out anti-spell. Pankratops pop it. Yep, that's the Pendulum experience, buddy. Was playing against Ghost Trick with pre-Photon Hypernova Galaxy Eyes. Field spell active. I know I should end this quickly because I could only get out 1 Xyz. Number 62 attacked directly with over 10k, and then Magic Cylinder. Turns out both of these guys are losing to Raigeki. I found this one out the hard way. Played Paleo Tier versus a very new player on 60-card Blue Eyes. Missed lethal but left him at 75 life points after he flipped up Double Judgment in main phase 2. Dude then proceeds to make the biggest pep I've ever seen and OTKs me. Oh. YCS Philly round 1 playing Mathmech. Game 1 I had the ability to break my opponent's flu board. I proceeded to summon Laplation and attack into the face of 2 Empen. Game 2 I won an OTK, but game 3 I got shifted. I won the match if I just summoned Laplation in defense. So often you will see people against Flu, even on camera, slam their card down and then like turn it to defense and their opponent will be like, no, no, no. Oh man, do I have one. Library Locals 2013-14. I'm on Chaos Dragon. My buddy's on Infernity. Clear out his board. I've got BLS. He's got no cards in hand, no cards on field, no shot. Top deck's lawn chair. That's the classic Infernity experience. It's always lawn chair. It's always Archfiend. Everyone here is talking about how they lost to Magic Cylinder, so I'll one-up it. Turn 3, no cards on my opponent's field. I'm at 4,000 with Pep and Amazing Dragon. I swing with Pep for 7,500 and my opponent reveals this. It's the fucking Magic Cylinder monster. I face Pack in round 11 of Nats, Flu v Pearly, going first game 3 for 7,500 and my opponent reveals this. It's the fucking Magic Cylinder monster. I face Pack in round 11 of Nats, Flu v Pearly, going first game 3. He drolls me after Prosperity. I can play through it, map, Toucan. I end on map, Dreaming Town, Featherstorm with Toucan on board and Rabina in hand. No way I should lose here. Lightning Storms, forcing the Featherstorm in Dreaming Town. Imperms Rabina, uses Quick Play to summon Pearly, then Talents to steal Rabina. Makes a rank 1, goes into Zeus, finishes my board. I draw dead, he wins off the Zeus. Craziest game of my life. Pack just like has that ability though. I understand why his merch says what it does. He literally sees the lines. I was playing Cardians versus Ancient Warrior, of all things. My opponent was on Death's Door to Light Shower activation. I had 2 on board. My opponent stole a Light Shower and used its effect to skip their own draw phase so as not to take the burn from the other. That is a genius level move. You got Yami'd. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes they pass on nothing with no interruptions going first into game 3, and you forget that it's actually turn 2 and you don't attack after comboing, you pass back and then time gets called. That's the classic. If you pass fast enough, they forget that it's not turn 1. Casual locals, I had Last Warrior summoned from Waking the Dragon. My opponent with no cards on the field, 1 card in hand, top deck Change of Heart, then Tribute set a Hieratic, and performed a full combo from the graveyard. Against Paulo PRRJ in a Brazilian regional back when Sky Striker were becoming the best deck, I didn't know the Hornet token was a warrior, so I didn't activate Rivalry against a Bricky Skyhand and got destroyed by every Sky Striker girl. If only I had it in my hands. In your defense, this should probably be a machine. I was playing GOAT, BLS on the field, nothing else with exactly 3,000 life points left, top decking war with the opponent, I attack, I take him down to 1,000, they have no cards in hand, they top deck Pot of Greed, the 2 cards they draw off pot. Meta Sinister Serpent. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes it be like that. I'm playing a limited Chaos draft with a friend group. I have Lethal on board. The last monster they have is a face-down Mother Grizzly. They use it to summon a tier name and then go into fucking Kaleido. You're down to 1 remaining monster. No. Oh darn. Back in 08, I played against another kid at Locals who was on pure D Hero while I played Lightsworn. I milled all my back row removal, and he activated Clock Tower Prison using Waboku to get to 4. I lost via deck out. Oh, I actually just thought of another one of mine. At a WCQ, I was playing against Sky Striker, and I had it in simplified board state. My opponent goes, draw for turn, upstart. I have an Ash in hand, and I'm like... I mean, I'm not going to Ash the upstart. Keep in mind this was the only card at his disposal. Draws, it's Ray. That actually won the game for him. Picked up Infernoble recently, fun as solitaire. I drew Connector, Fireflint Lady. I'm popping off no matter what. My opponent's on Pearly. They have nothing. For me, based on Dolphin knowledge, I have 2 Charles, Gearfried, Baron. What do they top? You know it. That is just the Infernoble experience. Sometimes they top deck Dark Ruler. I was playing a match with a friend of mine playing Shadow. He was on Destiny Hero. Super polyed the whole field away. I had game on board. I only had 700 life points left. I attack for game and then he drops this. This happened frequently. When Dynatag was playable in the deck, because the best thing we could do going first was like Dystopia, you would often find yourself in this position. I've lost like 9 separate games because I would set up an OTK going second, then remember that I had used evenly matched and I'm currently in main phase 2. That happens all the time. Game 3 of a semifinal in a public event playoff for a prize card. Build my board, draw standby main end of battle, get triple even lead. He's got 2 cards because he ashed me. Hopefully did not see what he needs. Moye reveal long one. It's always Moye reveal long one, baby. I was once 3-0 with my Virtual World Punk deck. Going into finals, I had the easiest 2-0 loss of my life by a Dino player who didn't have a mat, didn't know what they were doing, and won because they sided in D-Barrier game 2 going second, which ended up winning him the game. Sometimes that's Yu-Gi-Oh, baby. The kid on the McDonald's pan playing an unsleeved banded deck ends up taking it. Game 3 against Branded, I had activated D-Barrier and completely shut down their turn. Used Welcome to summon Lovely for game, but couldn't find it. Checking everywhere until I found it with my side deck, along with my 2 other ladies and other main deck cards, making a 25-card side. Sometimes you just look over at your extra deck and you see like a card sandwiched in the middle there, and you go... I'll never forget my winning in during toss format for an invite at the Philly Regional. My opponent was on like a pendulum deck, and we played like a 40-minute game 1 almost. Game 2, we're going into time. We shuffle up. My opponent gets about halfway through his first turn and thumbs out his extra and realizes there is a Nightmare Orchest in there. He goes, son of a bitch. Calls a judge and gives himself the loss. Rough. These were good. I'm glad to hear that we all have very similar experiences playing this game. Just losing constantly to our own inadequacies, our own lack of intelligence, and a bunch of cards that we don't account for. Anyway, wish me luck at the YCS. Yeah, I just remembered another one of mine.
Shut up. That's what I'm fucking talking about. Please! What? 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 If you were a type of sandwich, what sandwich would you be?
He's coming this way.
A knuckle sandwich. Are you serious? How does he see me? Maj, he's wall hacking. No way. Oh, I'm just the fucking best. What's this? Oh, a train break? Don't do it. Watch this throw. I'm around the corner. Oh, he shot my toes. Yo, W's in the chat.
Money? I can get you money. You think you're the guy who's gonna kill me?
Yes. You've got bad guy mustache. No, I just picked up ammo. Yeah, you're next to a bunch of explodables.
You ain't that lucky.
He's gonna smoke a cigarette and throw it. Oh my god, even better.
Wait.
No tobacco. After we killed Sergio, it was chaos for weeks. Finally, a word came through that he was gonna break cover. What the hell? I can't do these voices. Morello wants to thumb his nose at us, taking a show. Oh, yeah. That's the theater's gonna be packed, and not just with the saps. There's a good chance the mayor, maybe even the chief, might be there too. That's the goddamn point, Tom. We kill Morello in public in front of the city's creme de la creme. Then they'll all know who's in charge, and then light him up. I want it to look like that white suit is covered in roses. You got it?
Great. I've arrived on Theater Kid Night.
Shut up. I'm not a theater kid. I'm a gamer. Drive to the theater. Wait. My dog is upset now. Woo. Treat? Let's go for a walk. Walk. Now listen.
Let him have it.
Now we kill him.
The dot'll hang us out to dry.
Put the speed limiter off. Go. Oops.
Got cops on us.
Sorry, everybody.
Shit, this crate's taking too much. You're sure giving some back, huh?
Oh! Good job, cop. What the f*** is that stream sniper?
We need to whack him tonight.
I'll whack him. Whack means kill. Ew, you sickos. I know what you... That's disgusting.
You're still an ice cold wheelman, aren't you?
You're an idiot. Oh my god. Please don't get away. What the f... Don't. One tap. What? He actually one-tapped me. Oh, the water tower. Dude! Teammates! Please! This guy is so nonchalant. I hope Paulie died. What is he doing?
He's getting away!
Why are we listening to Etta James? Go!
Get us into the air. We don't have the speed. It's gonna take off. Make it again. It's so good.
Oh, my aim is so fucking good. Hey, is this plane made by Boeing? How topical.
Finish him off. Wow. You drive like
I'm driving now? Dude, I thought I was passenger princess. Surely Morello is dead and we don't have to kill him. Yes!
Come on.
You killed so many people. Just buck up. You You know what I mean?
You offering up Salieri? The Don's books. The ones Frank stole.
Wait, I'm betraying Salieri.
Actually, how do I sign that?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Marketing Monday, back after a 1-week hiatus with all of the news in the past week of marketing and business. We've had a lot. Even in the last 24 hours, so much has changed. But first, I want to take you back to World War II. You see, in World War II, the American and Australian forces fighting in the Pacific started landing on little islands between Australia and Japan. And occasionally, they would set up bases on these islands, like in Melanesia. And on these islands, there was occasionally indigenous populations that would see the bases come up and see all the prosperity and goods and medicine appear. And they saw the soldiers at the bases never seemed to actually do anything productive. The soldiers weren't fishing, they weren't hunting, they weren't working the land, they weren't crafting, yet somehow they had all this prosperity. It all seemed to come from these metal birds that appeared and dropped all kinds of goods for them. And so when the war was over and the American military disappeared, they were wondering, where was the cargo? Where was all the stuff that was dropping from the sky? So they tried to mimic what they saw the American bases doing to see that it would make the planes come and drop more things. They started creating their own fake airstrips, fake military bases, and fake towers, and performing American military marches. This is a concept called the cargo cult. And the idea was they didn't really know what the wealth was created by. They were trying to imitate what worked in the past, what they saw work in the past, to try and get the same result. Completely unrelated to this story, Keith Gill reappeared. You may know him as Deep Fucking Value. You may know him as Roaring Kitty. You may know him as the star of his own film, Dumb Money.
Yo, what up, everybody? Roaring Kitty here. I'm gonna pick a stock and talk about why I think it's interesting, and that stock is GameStop.
Roaring Kitty took over the internet by being one of the first people to make a public investment into GameStop. He made a video talking about his thesis that it would go up, and then as it hit, it started to rise, resulting in a short squeeze that made him a ton of money, and him being the face of an entire retail trading movement to take down the hedge funds. He famously had to sit in front of the House Committee on Financial Services and explain that he was not an actual cat.
A few things I am not. I'm not a cat. I like the stock.
He liked the stock. He made a fun video about his own trading strategy that involved Uno cards.
Draw a card, keep it real easy, and would you say 6? Okay, so I'm going to be buying 6,000 shares of Penn, right?
And after the GameStop craze of 2021, he disappeared. And we thought maybe never to be seen again. He walked off into the sunset with all of his money. Until the Roaring Kitty account tweeted for the first time in 2 years. This image of a gamer leaning forward and focusing controller in hand. Immediately, the internet went into an uproar. GME, AMC both started trending. Babe, wake up. DFE posted on Twitter, this is the top of Wall Street bets. Overnight, a $3 billion company, GameStop, became a $9 billion company. It doubled overnight, 104%. Everyone started piling in because they said, oh my God, it's happening again. Again, this is a company that has thousands of stores. I believe 3,700 stores across the globe. Real physical locations with employees and merchandise and stock. And the value of it is apparently double after this guy tweeted one image of a gamer leaning forward. It is unheard of in stock market history to have this level of mania around something so tangentially related to the stock. AMC, which by the way, he has never spoken about. AMC skyrocketed at the same time. A company that, again, is the largest theater chain in the world, 10,000 screens across the globe, is worth double because a guy who was popular for the GameStop meme tweeted once. If Warren Buffett saw this, he might have a heart attack and die. He's already getting old. Immediately, Wall Street bettors started jumping in on this, seeing a chance to get in, to cash in on a rally they might have missed last time. This guy YOLO'd $80,000 if the stock would reach $30 within a day. And an insane bet until it came true, and he made 155 grand profit in one day. Unreal! Short sellers lost $1 billion in the first hour of trading. They started halting. Celebrities, crypto scammers, influencers started getting in on it immediately again. Andrew Tate held an emergency meeting saying, "I like the stock," tweeting, "Every single piece of GameStop I buy, I will never sell, no matter what. Stock up or stock down. Diamond hands until I've stopped breathing." Andrew Tate, the GameStop influencer now. Dave Portnoy put in $500K into AMC and $500K into GameStop at $34 a share. He bought after the spike. Roaring Kitty followed up with more tweets to keep the frenzy going, mostly of Sigma stuff. Like just random movie clips of like Wolverine and the Avengers all rallying together. This is what has caused the downtrodden people over at r/Superstonk, who have felt betrayed and lost and alone all these past years, to go into a frenzy. All of their waiting is finally paid off. This is the moment they've been waiting for. They're back to their completely psychotic ways yet again. DFV just implied the stock is going to explode. In this tweet, the last clip with the piano is playing from the Game of Thrones score, specifically this song called Light of the Seven. It plays in a scene where there's a green explosion. Green explosion? It's gonna explode up green! And maybe you might see some parallels to the cargo cults of Oceania. If they wave the sticks in the right way, they may too generate insane returns. But I have to tell you, I am not super confident that this time around will be even the same heights of the last time, let alone any different in the final result. Because as much as FOMO and YOLO are pulling people back in, I found this post from 3 months ago on Superstock. Roaring Kitty is over with. We need a new Roaring Kitty to guide everyone. As time goes on, I have a feeling the whole GameStop debacle was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for investors. I'm so sad the wave is over now. This is not an isolated feeling. There are so many people who feel that they missed their one shot to strike it rich on GameStop or AMC. And if they see this chance, they're not going to miss it. They're going to dump their money in to the next big thing. But I want to remind you what Roaring Kitty actually did, what the planes actually were. See, Roaring Kitty, back in the day, did an extremely detailed analysis on GameStop's business, on the financials, and determined that it was slightly undervalued, that perhaps they were predicting bankruptcy and it was going to trudge along fine. So he bought a position expecting to go up 4 or 5 times maybe. And he hit a lucky moment in time, a perfect storm, where everything worked together correctly, hit the shorts at the right time, hit the internet at the right time, and it went up 100x. But his initial thesis was not for a 100x return. It was for a solid 4 to 5x return on a company that he thought was overshort and undervalued. He also, in his presentation to the House Committee, said the following 2 reasons why he believed in the stock.
I believe that GameStop has the potential to reinvent itself as the ultimate destination for gamers within the rapidly growing $200 billion gaming industry. GameStop has a unique opportunity to pivot by embracing the digital economy. GameStop may be able to find new revenue streams that vastly exceed the value of its business.
Interesting. So it's been a few years since then. What actually happened? Well, it turns out that first reason, that they have a steady source of revenue, has been continually declining. GameStop revenue peaked in 2011 with the console generation back then and has fallen pretty consistently every year since. They pivoted to an NFT marketplace that lasted 18 months and then closed down with zero profit, in fact, a major loss. They pivoted into buying and selling rare Pokemon cards. This too also was a failure. They pivoted into letting their new CEO just use company money to gamble on different stocks, basically turning GameStop into some sort of like retail funded hedge fund. All of the things that actually make the company money have plunged. Hardware sales, software sales have plunged even further. Collectibles revenue is down. All the main categories of GameStop income are down from the last time this thing happened, which means if GameStop was a bad idea in 2021, it is a much worse idea and worse business now. By the way, this is during a time when hardware sales are up, which means people are still buying consoles, they're just not buying them at GameStop. What about the hedgies? Who cares about the business? The point is, we're gonna screw the short sellers. Go! Let's take down these filthy rich fucks, okay? They're betting against the business. And if we buy and we hold, we will crush them. Except, unlike 2021, the short interest of GameStop shares is only at 24%. It was at 140 in 2021, making it nearly impossible for them to cover. Very unlikely we're gonna have the same level of short squeeze that we had in 2021. In fact, this feels like a just retail pumping in piling mania. And then finally, my main reason that I am not convinced we're going to have a second round of GameStop mania that hits the heights of the previous one is that the people that are buying into this just don't have the money they used to have. Gen Z is getting hard by inflation. This applies to millennials as well. Credit card balance is 26% higher than it was for millennials a decade ago. Delinquency rates are higher than they were in 2021. Excess savings. In August 2021, the average consumer combined had $2.1 trillion in excess savings as a result of mortgage forbearance, pandemic stimulus, etc. Now, that is down to barely above what it was pre-2021. The money is no longer in there. McDonald's and other big brands are warning that low-income consumers especially are starting to crack. The clock is running out on this era. I've described this economy many times as K-shaped, which basically means that a small percent of people are still trending up. They are making out okay with these rising asset prices, rising housing prices, rising stock prices. But the majority of people, at least 60%, if not 80%, are trending slightly, if not heavily down, okay? They're facing rising inflation, rising cost of living, and their wages are not keeping up. And so they are being more and more slightly squeezed, especially as the job market starts to soften. And as they look around and see insane housing prices and insane cost of living increases, I don't blame them. I think we've entered into what I would call financial nihilism. It just feels when I look around, I have a Gen Z audience, young millennial audience, and I see so much financial nihilism because they see housing out of reach, they see cost of living out of reach, and they say there's just no way I can survive even on a 2x return. So people are looking around and they're just thinking, I have to make 100x. And so they're looking at gambling, they're looking at crypto, and looking at meme stocks because they need to find some way to get that 100x return. And it scares me, I'll be honest with you, but I have to tell them the math on these three things does not work out. I'm not saying no one's ever made money on it. In fact, people will make money on it, and you'll see it. These things will cost you more than they make you. However, for the short term, all of these things are mooning. And there is one major winner of these particularly being up. And that winner is not this guy. It's not this guy because he's in jail. SBF, our old pal. He used to live at large. Fancy dinners, Bahamas.
Y'all, I got my boyfriend this new groin and body hair trimmer from Manscaped. Let's check it out. It's the lawnmower.
Sex orgies until he ended up behind bars. Famously, this is what happened. People gave him their money to buy and hold crypto on the FTX exchange. He took their money and made a bunch of crazy bets with it. He bet on random companies. He bet on random coins. He made Super Bowl ads. He bailed out Alameda Research and his girlfriend. And when they came to ask for their money back, he didn't have it. When he was locked up, one of the main things he bought with their money, Solana, this was its price. This is when FTX collapsed and he was locked up. However, since he was locked up, this is what happened to Solana. It bounced back. By the way, Anthropic, one of the companies he bought, this is a huge AI company now. This mooned. Many of the bets were terrible, but these two have gone really well after he got jailed, which means against all odds, FTX has not only all the money to pay everyone back, but billions more. They are going to pay everyone back with interest. That's insane. They sold the Solana at the second peak. They got the money, which means though he did do something absolutely illegal, this is not what he told customers he'd be doing with their money, but he did double it, which means had he somehow avoided bankruptcy, had he gotten a loan or just shuffled along and avoided it, he would be fine right now. He would be sitting pretty. He'd be eating with politicians. He'd be hanging out with Tom Brady. He went from this to this. But it is good news. The winner of this is that the people that put their money with FTX and thought they lost it all, they get it all back with interest. In any bankruptcy, this is just an unbelievable result, said John Ray, which is, by the way, the guy that also managed Enron. However, most bankrupt companies cannot pay people back. That's the point, they're bankrupt. FTX did. There is one other recent company that was also able to pay everyone back and extra in a bankruptcy. It's insane, but they have a rare connection. Tom Brady. Tom Brady did an FTX ad, crypto FTX you in. but he also did an ad for Hertz car rentals. This Super Bowl ad was for Hertz trying to turn its image around before it too went bankrupt. How deep does this go? Is Tom Brady infiltrating companies, bankrupting them, but getting all the money paid out to the consumers at the bottom? When they fired Chapter 11 bankruptcy was the beginning of 2021, and then immediately after they filed, used car prices absolutely soared. They went bankrupt and started selling all their cars and made way more money than they owed, which means Hertz is back in business. Do you know what they did with their second lease on life? Hertz finally had a second chance. They had a miracle Tom Brady-esque Hail Mary pass. They took all of their money and they bought 100,000 Teslas. To try and do an electric vehicle pivot for Hertz. Turns out most people who are not EV owners are not comfortable with the idea of finding a charger when they're just out traveling and renting a car. Business travelers and vacationers suffered from range anxiety and didn't want the hassle. So they would arrive after a long flight, see only Teslas were there, and then just go to Avis. By the way, famously, Elon Musk tweeted this, Hertz did not get a discount for buying in bulk 100,000 cars. They bought them all at full market value. Now, this was a good dig from Elon Musk to get that Tesla stock up. However, this is a bad look for both Tesla and Hertz because he started cutting the price of the cars because they weren't selling. This forced Hertz to revalue all Tesla on its book, and they lost $2 billion in depreciation. Which again, as Hertz started to fail, as this business started to do bad, as people started to crash the Teslas, Hertz Teslas had accidents 4 times more often than the other cars. Once that started to happen, Hertz had to sell 20,000 EVs at fire sale prices, which also hurt the price of Teslas because they were flooding the market with like $18,000 Teslas. So Hertz, if you can believe it, is possibly headed for bankruptcy twice. Please, God, get Tom Brady back. Other big news completely outside of this area. If you are one of the people that wants the world to change really rapidly and have no idea what's going on and want us all to be scared and confused, OpenAI just dropped a brand new AI model today, GPT-4o. And while the results are pretty incredible, I have to say it's a little bit spooky. Now, there is one thing that is an unequivocal win in my mind. I have always wanted this feature. I think it is the coolest use of real-time AI technology, and that is this.
You to function as a translator. I have a friend here who only speaks Italian, and I only speak English. And every time you hear English, I want you to translate it to Italian. And if you hear Italian, I want you to translate it back to English. Is that good?
Perfetto. Mark, io mi chiedo se le balene potessero parlare, cosa ci direbbero?
Mike, she wonders if whales could talk, what would they tell us?
They might ask, how do we solve linear equations?
Potrebbero chiederci come risolviamo le equazioni lineari.
Real-time live translation on your phone into any of their supported languages. Pretty impressive. I foresee, as this evolves, it being incredible for global connectivity. A win for ChatGPT and a win for people that want to translate. The one loser was Duolingo, who dropped $250 million in market cap overnight. Other features they showed off.
And I want you to tell them a bedtime story about robots and love.
Oh, a bedtime story about robots and love? I got you covered.
Again, they showed off the increased personality of ChatGPT-4o, having it use emotion in the way it tells its stories and voices.
Barrett, Vibe was a curious robot, always exploring.
Started this story, but I want a little bit more emotion in your voice, a little bit more drama.
Let's add some.
Northern British Columbia is more than a place. It's a portal to the
drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours.
No, ChatGPT. I really want maximal emotion, like maximal expressiveness.
Understood. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours.
Are you hearing that? AI nannies are going to parent kids, dude. It's already getting a little crazy. Then they showed this.
ChatGPT, what equation did I write down there?
You wrote down 3x plus 1 equals 4.
So what's the first step I should take to try to solve this?
The first step is to get all the terms with x on one side and the constants on the other side. So what do you think we should do with that plus 1?
Okay, I'm going to try to subtract 1 from both sides, and then I'll see what I get.
Now, what do you get when you subtract 1 from both sides?
I can do that, stupid machine. Get fucked, idiot robot. I can solve that. Chegstock also dropped. This is live teaching. Again, it's walking you through the steps. It's not answering the question for you. It's teaching you how to learn it.
Okay, so ChatGPT, this is what I ended up with. How does this look?
Spot on. What do you think we should do next to solve for x?
I'm not sure. Can you give me another hint?
Think about what operation would undo multiplication.
Is it subtraction?
Close, but
the robot's getting real close to call him an idiot. The AI just got sentient and we're already pissing it off. And then finally, this demo was about real-time interview practice.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Rocky.
And I want to listen to you real close to the tone of this ChatGPT's voice during this. And I want you to think about what other possible uses, nefarious uses, this might end up getting used for.
I'm awesome. Listen, I got some huge news.
Oh, do tell. I'm all ears.
Well, in a few minutes, I'm going to be interviewing at OpenAI. Have you heard of them?
OpenAI sounds vaguely familiar. Kidding, of course. That's incredible, Rocky.
I just need to know, do I look presentable, professional?
Well, Rocky, you definitely have the I've been coding all night look down, which could actually work in your favor. Maybe just run a hand through your hair or lean into the mad genius vibe. Your
Well-
enthusiasm is what's really going to shine through.
I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just going to throw this on.
Oh, Rocky, that's quite a statement piece. I mean, you'll definitely stand out.
We are literally making this movie real. That is literally what they are doing. They are literally living the plot of Her. There is absolutely zero shot that somebody, especially they put this like a game or something, is not going to fall for this. Some lonely person, dude. Are you kidding me? Shinzo Abe in heaven watching birth rates plummet because GPT-4o has the Scarlett Johansson voice. But Japan's not the only country that's to worry about declining birth rates. They're just the tip of the spear. Across the globe, an already isolated, unable to afford a home youth populace is not going to be faced with lifelike GPT significant others that compliment them constantly. I mean, we're headed into a really crazy situation. I do agree that things like real-time translations are awesome uses of technology, but we are just not ready for how fast this is moving and how quickly it's going to unlock new societal-wide problems. But there's one company that's really not fucking ready, and that's Apple. You see, Apple's been dominating the world, most valuable company in the world for so long. They were completely blindsided by AI. Their fucking headset has been pretty much a flop. All of their new ideas are the same thing as last year, but slightly thinner. And AI is putting them in a really tough spot. They are finally realizing, hey, we got to move fast on this. We can't make our own AI ChatGPT competitor fast enough. So it just came out. They are nearing a secret deal to admit defeat and put OpenAI, which is Microsoft funded, on the iPhone. They're going to do it probably through Siri, but ChatGPT will be the back end, which is a huge win for ChatGPT because they get instant access to all of iPhone customers. But it also is a white flag from Apple, who is very worried about going another year or two without a good AI solution. They are also encountering issues in other parts of their business, namely their advertising. You see, Apple has always been probably the world's greatest advertiser, one of them, up there with Nike. From the Think Different campaign, the 1984 campaign, the I'm a Mac on a PC campaign, the iPod campaign, one of the all-time greats. They recently launched a brand new campaign for the iPad Pro called Crush.
The most powerful iPad ever is also the thinnest.
They really did this, by the way. That's how all iPads are actually made. The reaction was possibly a little bit overblown, but it was swift and severe. I'm not sure wanton destruction of all the good and beautiful things in this world was really the vibe you were trying for. Again, ads are about the vibe, and the vibe was bad. The symbolism of indiscriminately crushing beautiful creative tools is an interesting choice. Crushing symbols of human creativity and cultural achievements to appeal to pro creators, nice. Maybe for the next Apple Watch Pro, you should crush sports equipment, show a robot running faster than a man, then turn to the camera and say, God is dead and we have killed him. Just on a more simple level, it was really unpopular in Japan. This Japanese guy, you destroyed all the creative tools never heard of humans. Worst commercial ever. It was just deeply unpopular there. This ad effectively convinced me I need less technology in my life. And then finally, a little too far for me, did the Taliban make this? Not 100% sure that was implied. Now, of course, some people stick up for it. Isn't it just saying we pressed all of these things together and fit them in the thinnest iPad ever? Am I crazy? I don't think they're saying let's destroy humanity's art. And I don't think they were trying to say let's destroy humanity's art. However, I think the subtext of the ad is pretty unpleasant given the larger climate. We have a problem where many jobs are being replaced by AI, and people generally feel a little bit of discomfort. There's also a larger problem that's not even Apple's own fault, really, where they have gone from being the underdog against the big monolith that is Microsoft to being the big guy. They are the bad guy. They are the big corporation. That alone already fits with the feelings of this to make it feel a little bit off in some way. Apple apologized. We missed the mark with this video and they're sorry. And they're going to pull the ad from TV. They had this miss. They had the weird Mother Nature skit with Tim Cook recently. Where they've just been a little bit off, a little bit out of touch with what consumers actually want to hear. And this was echoed by other people in the advertising profession. In a world where the future of creativity is constantly being threatened with extinction, the metaphorical crushing of creativity is a stark reminder of exactly how these people are feeling. Squished, squeezed, and pressurized. And I think the theme of all of the stories so far today is that people are feeling squished, squeezed, and pressurized. If you want to get my opinion on this, obviously it's a pretty simple ad concept. The iPad is thin, but it has a lot of stuff in it. That's what they were trying to say. And you know why I know that? Because I've been in meetings where we pitched the exact same concept at NVIDIA. And I mean literally the exact same concept. Back when I worked in marketing at NVIDIA, we had a meeting about thin and light laptops. And we wanted to say that they had so much stuff in them. They had the power of a full 2080 GPU. They had, insane cooling. They had all this stuff, but in a thin and light package. And it was very difficult. We didn't have the budget that Apple has. And I couldn't find the actual ad, but I found in my notes this mock-up of us putting a disco ball and dry ice and a keyboard and a GPU and a monitor. And I recall the shoot of trying to make this come to life was crazy. So while I do think this is a pretty, at best, mid, and at worst, pretty bad out of touch ad, I understand what you're going through, poor Apple marketing team. It's not easy. It's not an easy job. And one fix was proposed that would have made it, I think, a lot better. And it was just reverse it. It's so much better. It's a great ad. It's not about crushing things, it's about bringing them back. But it all fits, you get it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Marketing Monday. Hope you enjoyed. Tune in every week for more analysis, breakdown, and information on the world of marketing and business. Appreciate you watching.
I know what you're thinking. Why would you need to cheat in a Pokemon game? It's literally designed for children to beat it, and you're an adult man. Yeah, you're right. However, this is not your childhood Pokemon game. It's not your insert most nostalgic generation here, where you pick your favorite Pokemon, over-level them so that they can sweep every single gym, and spam A to victory. That's not what we're doing here. We're playing a very hard game of Pokemon. But just to explain how hard it is, we have to go back to a little over a year ago when I received a DM from one of my moderators, Drewsome. Boss man, I got Mogul Emerald waiting to be played. Now, if a pilgrim could time travel, none of those words would make sense, but to me, this was a curse. You see, a lot of my early content on this channel is doing Nuzlocke runs of Pokemon games, basically making Pokemon way too hard for me and then failing a lot so people can laugh at me. However, the last time I played a Pokemon game, it was especially bad, and it scared me away from ever playing a Pokemon game again. And so when I received this DM, I left it on red for over a year. You see, what Drewsome did is he took Pokemon Emerald and added in custom sprites, custom characters, and made the game way, way harder. And then he wanted me to play it so he could point and laugh at me. I swore I wasn't going to play it, but then I lost a bet. And so I was stuck with playing Pokemon Mogul Emerald, one of the hardest ROM hacks of Emerald version. Outside of Emerald Kaiser. I mean, that shit's crazy. There's a few rules you have to follow for the Nuzlocke. First, you have to catch the first Pokemon you encounter in a route, unless it's a duplicate. If you fail to capture it, well, tough luck. If any single of your Pokemon die in battle, you have to release that Pokemon. And if all of your Pokemon die and you white out, you have to restart the run. Those are the basic rules of a Nuzlocke. There's a few additional rules like level caps or when you're actually allowed to use potions, but that's the basic idea. And then I add one twist. I name every single Pokemon after a viewer. And if that Pokemon happens to die, well then that viewer also gets banned. And so I embarked on the journey of attempting to beat Pokemon Mogul Emerald and being the first person to ever do it, March 27th, 2023. And that was a fucking mistake. I did have a few runs along the way that got really far, but I would lose later on because I wasn't prepared for the gyms because I didn't know what was going to happen at those gyms. I didn't know what the trainers would have for their Pokemon, and I wasn't prepared. But Drusim is an evil person. And so even on one of my runs that got all the way to Victory Road, he changed the location of the rival fight. Rather than being at the end of Victory Road, like in the vanilla version of Pokemon Emerald, he put it at the very beginning. So when I was running through trying to find a new Pokemon, I instead was met with my rival, who in this game is Sykkuno, who beat my ass. I bet you're surprised to see me. I made it all the way here, and it's all thanks to you. Coots, losing to you last time made me stronger, and I'm not gonna lose anymore. I'm gonna win. For the Pokemon. Here I come. I forgot about the Sykkuno battle. He only has a Ralts, right? He has 5 Mon? 44? And, you know, losing that much kind of gets to me. I'm not playing it. I'm not playing it anymore. I'm done. I got a little mad. There's a 0% chance I play this game ever again in my fucking life. I fucking hate this game. Drusim, it's a piece of shit game. The fucking game looks ugly as shit. All the songs fucking suck. I fucking hate this game. I'm not touching this goddamn game. There's not enough Pokemon originality or creativity in it. All those chatters are fucking banned for life. I'm not doing it. I'm done. I'm done with the game. I'm done with the fucking game. It's a shit fucking game. I'm not gonna touch the game ever again. I'm done. I'm gonna react to fucking TikToks. I'm gonna play Jump King. Okay? Fuck this game. Fuck this game. And that was the beginning of the downfall. You see, although early on a lot of my mistakes were due to lack of knowledge because I hadn't gotten to that area yet, my later mistakes were mostly due to impatience. I'd already beaten those sections. I want to just rush through them so I can get to the point where I failed last time. But if you rush through it, then you're not adequately prepared, and you might get your ass handed to you, which happened again and again and again. And it got to the point where although I started this run March 27th, over a month had passed and I'd sunk over 40 hours of my time into this game and I'd still yet to beat it. I was beginning to lose it. I thought I didn't know how to play the game of Pokemon. And then I realized part of why this game is so incredibly hard. You see, normally when you play Pokemon, your Pokemon are allowed to die, but you grind levels, risking their lives to get a higher level to beat whatever future trainer or gym leader you have to fight. You see, in a Nuzlocke, you can't do that. But rather than grinding against wild Pokemon to gain levels, which can be very time consuming, we have a rule that you're allowed to use rare candies. Now you might think of this as cheating, but it actually is the reason that I was losing most of my runs. You see, using rare candies does save a lot of time, but there is a level cap. So it's not like I can just level them to 99 and then mash A through the rest of the run. I'm not allowed to have a Pokemon that's a higher level than the next gym leader, so we're always on equal footing, but we're not actually. If you don't know, Pokemon have 2 hidden stats, IVs and EVs. Think of it as their DNA, which differentiates 2 of the exact same Pokemon who could be the exact same level at the same moveset. One could be stronger or faster or more defensive than another. You could have 2 totally identical Charizards, where one is way faster and way stronger and would win the Ditto, even though they are the exact same level and same Pokemon, because of EVs and IVs. Now, IVs are built into the Pokemon's DNA. When you catch a Pokemon, they have a set list of IVs, and their nature kind of ties into that. EVs, however, are a little bit different. Every time you level a Pokemon, they gain certain EVs, which can increase their speed, or defense, or attack. And it's based off what you killed to get that level. However, when you use a rare candy, you don't get any EVs. So a Pokemon that's been leveled to 99 that's been training against wild Pokemon will be way stronger than a Pokemon that's been leveled to 99 using rare candies. In a normal run, this doesn't fucking matter. You could just level up your Pokemon, beat up the CPUs because they're not that smart, and get a W. In a Nuzlocke, however, where the AI is intentionally made smarter with better movesets, a little extra speed, attack, or defense can be the difference between winning or losing. And I was doing a whole lot of the latter. Now, that's not to say it's impossible to win, but it is a lot harder, and a little harder than I thought I was capable of doing. And again, it's been 6 weeks since I started the run. Over 40 hours of my time has gone into playing a Pokemon game, and I have zero other content I'm producing outside of it. You have to understand, this was 6 weeks of my life, over 40 hours playing this children's game that was beating my ass. And it was really ruining my day. I'm not even fucking with you. I genuinely ruined multiple of my days because I lost my run. I would lie down on my bed, replaying every single battle, wishing and praying I could have done things better. It was getting to me mentally. So that's when I decided to call up Pokemon Challenges. If you don't know, Pokemon Challenges is the best Nuzlocker in the world. He's done several videos in the past reacting to my Nuzlocks and making fun of me for the most part. I don't think I'm going to kill this guy quickly. Oh.
He is going to kill you quickly, though. Yeah, so what happened there is he got owned.
So I knew if I asked him, he could develop a strategy to guarantee that I would get through the Elite Four. So all I had to do was make sure that I could get to the Elite Four with enough Pokemon in the first place. Now at this point, I'm on run 19. Over 100 people in my chat are banned, and I basically know this game like the back of my hand. So here is my strategy. I picked Trico as my starter because it's really good for the first gym, and grass types are way more rare than water types in Gen 3. There are so many goddamn water types. This trainer on Route 104 gives you the TM Bullet Seed, and that pretty much seals the first gym. Dead. Onyx. Switch over to Hanky. Hit him with a low kick. Dead. Larvitar. Hit him with a low kick. He dug. Switch over to Zonko. Hit him with a Bolt Seed. Dead. Switch over. Go to Venoshat. Venoshat gets the job done. Next. The second gym is in Dewford, and it's a fighting type gym. Now, the good thing about Dewford is there's 3 different places where you can catch a Pokemon in a Nuzlocke run. So all you need to do is get the Old Rod, and bam, I got a Chinchou, a Wooper, and a Carvana. Now, luckily, the Chinchou I caught has an ability called Volt Absorb, which is going to be key to beating the third gym. For the second gym, it's pretty easy with Chinchou and then also a bug type, Venonat in this case. But I'm not always lucky, so I did end up losing my Trico during that gym, which isn't that big of a loss. You don't really need grass types for the rest of the run. Well, that was unlucky. Not much to say. We got unlucky. That was fucking unlucky. They hit me with a fucking critical hit. Like, I leveled the Tyrogue with rare candies that I caught earlier in the game, and he became Hitmonlee, which is super good because Hitmonlee is way more powerful than Hitmonchan. That would be key later on. Now, right before the third gym, I got a little nervous, so I went out looking for a new Pokemon I could catch. And on Route 117, I found an Incada. Normally a pretty innocuous bug-type Pokemon, but there is a special feature with this Pokemon where you can actually evolve it and get 2 Pokemon, a Ninjask and a Shedinja. That wouldn't really be important for the third gym, but it would be vital later in the game. The third gym was easy. I just used Chinchou with Volt Absorb, and there wasn't much they could do. I also had a Sandslash with Dig that made light work of my opponent. So far, things were looking good for me. I had 3 gyms out of the way, I had a bunch of Pokemon in the reserves, plus I had a Shedinja, which is pretty badass. The 4th gym can be a little bit tough, and has ended a few of my previous runs. They like to set up Sunny Day, and their Ninetales does like to sweep all of my Pokemon. However, I had one Pokemon that made it a lot easier, Vulpix, who has the ability Flash Fire. Basically, anytime they hit me with a fire move, I just absorb it, and I become stronger because of it. And luckily, Ninetales had no moves that weren't fire type, so I was able to beat the gym without too much trouble. Then you go back to the hometown to do the 5th gym. Now, normally, if you played this game as a child, you'll remember a Slacking. That was pretty easy to beat if you had the move Protect, because one move they hit you, one move they slack off. However, in this game, they have a Snorlax, which is a whole lot harder. Unless you have a Hitmonlee and a Primeape. Then it's a whole lot easier. Critical hit, I will take that. I will take that. Low kick is pretty massive against this big fat fatty. Yeah, GG. Again, I had something going for me in this run that I didn't have in previous runs. 1, the determination to get to the Elite Four, because then I would be able to cheat my way to victory. And 2, a lot of Pokemon to choose from. That is the biggest thing that can make or break a Nuzlocke. You don't get to recatch Pokemon in an area. You only get to catch the first Pokemon you see. So I tried catching as many Pokemon as I could. I'd make sure to use fishing rods in towns where you don't normally catch Pokemon. I'd make sure to visit as many new regions as possible. That way, I would guarantee myself the best team possible. At this point, I know too much about the Pokemon Emerald plot, so I tried to speedrun as fast as I could through all the Team Aqua and Magma bullshit between the 5th and the 6th gym, and then finally I got to the 6th gym, which is a flying type gym. And this one is especially scary because the gym leader has an Altaria. Luckily, I caught a Starmie earlier in the run, and Starmie is one of the best Pokemon in the game. So I taught Starmie Ice Beam, which I got enough money for by gambling at the casino. Give me that Makuhita, baby! Give it to me! Oh! What a hit! How much do I get? 12 coins! I get 12 coins! What a fucking scam. Let's go to the slots. Don't gamble, kids. And with that Ice Beam, I was able to sweep the gym without losing anybody. And I was feeling really good about myself. I had clear and concise strategies to beat every single gym. I'm going to go T-Wave. Predicting a Dragon Dance. They go for Dragon Claw, which kills. I'm okay with this. I have a free swap into Starmie now. I'm going to use Ice Beam. I'm faster. Ampharos Sack, probably not necessary. But does it secure the win? For sure. So I do appreciate Ampharos for falling on the sword for us to continue on. However, I still wasn't immune to being impatient. And after speeding through Team Magma's base, I forgot you have to fight the leader. And I was woefully under-leveled. He is so level 37. Why do I always forget? Why do I always forget? Why do I always forget? Oh my god. 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 He had a level 40 and I had one Pokemon that was level 38. Now this feels like a good time to let you know about the potion rule. I have a simple rule. If my opponent uses a potion, I get to use a potion. I think that's fair. If you're going to be a scummy potion user, then I get to be a scummy potion user. However, I can only use the potion after they've used it, and I can only use as many potions as they use. Seems pretty fair to me. And with a couple of potions, I was able to beat Team Magma's leader. Not without a few losses, though. At this point, I felt like Ender from Ender's Game. Everyone who died on my team and everyone who I had to ban in chat was just fodder. I didn't even see them as people anymore. I couldn't. Too many people had died for me to care. I had a really good plan going into the 7th gym. This next gym is incredibly stressful. It is a double battle. The level cap is 42. They have 4 Pokemon total. Espeon, Slowbro, Gardevoir, Slowking. So who should I use to beat them? One really valuable option I have is actually Sharpedo, because he's both water and dark, which means he won't be hit by any psychic moves, and the water moves won't matter. Wait, Shedinja. Shedinja might sweep. The only person that Shedinja loses to is Gardevoir, who does have Shadow Ball. Everyone else, not a problem. And the plan worked off. I beat it without losing a single Pokemon. Shadow Ball is the concern here, so that's why we double target Gardevoir, and we ignore Espeon. We're going to double attack just to absolutely ensure the death, because after Gardevoir dies here, now we can swap Sharpedo for Shedinja. Shedinja cannot get touched, and we T-Bolt Slowking because Espeon has 0 ability to hit anybody on our team. Shadow Ball, let's just double target T-Bolt and Shadow Ball. We can fully ignore Espeon. This should kill. There we go. Fucking phenomenal game plan. Phenomenal game plan! And with the help of a Pikachu that I caught that I named after Drusum, the person who made this run, kind of hoping the Pokemon would die so I could ban him. Drusum wants a Pokemon? Pika-Drew. There it is. Kind of wanted to call it Stupid Fucker, but I didn't. I changed it last second. I was able to beat the 8th gym, and within 5 hours, I beat all 8 gyms, and I was ready for Victory Road. Let's end it. Oh, there it is. Another flawless win. Flawless wins on the 7th and 8th gym. That feels good. Think about that. It took me 5 hours. The previous 40 hours of my life had basically been for nothing. But this run was a little different to me. I think part of the reason I was able to go through it so well was because I knew that I wouldn't have to be scared of the Elite Four. Because if I failed, well, then I could
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Marketing Monday Wins and Fails. Today, I have some very special news for you. Normally, on this show, we talk about everything going on in the world of business, and the world of business is not always pretty. Sometimes the news is a little bit grim, a little bit doomer, a little bit dangerous, and people here get sad sometimes. And they ask me, A-Track, why don't we have any wins, any real authentic wins? So today, I'm happy to tell you, this is a Marketing Monday Oops All Wins edition. Because we have found a bunch of actually good news happening in the world of marketing and business that you might want to hear about. And all of it at the beginning will center around something very near and dear to my heart. The Federal Trade Commission. Their mission is to protect America's consumers. And if you don't know who the f they are, that's because for most of your life, they haven't done anything. Until very recently, with the appointment of this woman, Lina Khan. Now, we'll get into a lot more about Lina Khan later, but I want to give you this background. When she joined in 2021, she said, evidence suggests that decades of mergers have been a key driver of weakened competition. Many Americans have lost out with diminished opportunity, higher prices, lower wages, and lagging innovation. And she wanted the FTC to finally step in and do some of what it used to do, which is regulate mergers, break up big consolidated companies, and look out for workers and average people. And some of their first swings were failures. They tried to stop the Activision Blizzard Microsoft thing, Amgen acquiring Horizon Therapeutics, ICE taking over Black Knight for $13 billion. It went through. But some of what they did slowed things down or made the corporations not get exactly everything they wanted. Things like they're blocking Tapestry's acquisition of Capri, Kroger's acquisition of Albertsons, Amazon's monopoly power is currently being challenged in court. MGM Resorts had a gigantic hack where a ton of customer data was revealed. The FTC started looking into it, and MGM sued them, which means FTC's on the right track. And then, what I want to tell you about is some recent stuff that can only be, in my mind, called unequivocal wins. And I want to start with this one right here at the top, about non-compete agreements. A non-compete agreement is basically an employment contract that you'll sign when you first get a job that says whether we fire you or whether you quit, you cannot go work for a competitor to our business for at least a certain number of months, weeks, years. And 1 in 5 American workers, 30 million people, are currently locked into a non-compete agreement. Now, that is way too many because the original idea for the creation of non-competes was to be for senior level executives who had exclusive proprietary knowledge. If you looked at Coca-Cola and you knew the secret formula, you couldn't go quit and work for Pepsi. That was the idea. But instead, they have been used to chain workers to jobs they don't want to be in. They catch millions of workers in the non-compete trap. Let me give you some examples. After 22 years working as a nurse, Laura wanted a change, but she had a non-compete in her employment contract that said she couldn't work for any competitor in the healthcare industry within 30 miles for at least 2 years. Now, they were underpaying her, and when she asked to leave, they threatened her, saying she would not be able to get her annual bonus, and she would have to run any job application she took past them, which she refused to do. Now, to avoid their harassment, she has to do a 75-minute drive to a new job past several other hospitals that were off limits. They're being abused to keep her working for bad pay at the hospital near her. Let me give you a more extreme example. These are workers, sandwich artists, at Jimmy John's. Turns out they had a non-compete clause. Their trade secrets of making the sandwich art at Jimmy John's, and they were not allowed to work with any competitor to Jimmy John's for months, if not years, after their employment. Now, we took one example from a guy that worked at a Jimmy John's in Chicago. This was the red area he could not work in at any food service company. How the fuck is this man supposed to find another job? And that allows Jimmy John's to keep wages lower than they would have to be. Because imagine if this guy wanted to work at Wendy's or something and they offered better pay. He couldn't if it was in these red areas. Defenders of the non-compete clause will say it's important for giving business owners the ability to invest in their business and not lose anything. Looking at the real world, that example completely falls apart because California has banned non-competes for a very long time, and they have Silicon Valley. Intel only exists because I think it was like Sheckley Semiconductors didn't have a non-compete. People could leave and start their own business. Nvidia was was started by Jensen Huang leaving. People leave and they start their own business in a field they understand, and it creates more competition and more businesses. Every lawyer, the Bar Association, has banned non-competes altogether. No lawyer recognizes them at all. They do when they're working for a corporation and threatening a regular worker, but lawyers never bind it for themselves. So if you are in a non-compete and you somehow pass the bar, you are now free from it, no matter what you are in. But the FTC has been planning this attack on non-competes for a very long time. So finally, this was banned. As of less than a week ago, the FTC outlawed non-competes altogether. No new ones can be created. All the old ones will phase out in 120 days. The only loopholes are for already created ones for salaries over 150K, where there's going to be some process. But for the average rank and file worker, you are no longer bound by a non-compete very soon. And this is great, great news. I mean, this is an unequivocal win. I don't see any real downside for average people. They say it'll generate over 8,500 new businesses as workers are free to leave and start their own business with their own knowledge. It'll raise worker wages because they actually have to compete. It'll lower healthcare costs, and it'll boost innovation. And immediately, it caused a shockwave on Wall Street. Many businesses that rely on the ability to suppress wages were scrambling. What was interesting in this article was that people that work on Wall Street, again, the workers, actually love it. This is a guy who works as a quant on Wall Street. Again, this guy's a rich guy, but he's getting me abused by more rich guys. I'm really a fan of the FTC on this because hedge funds abuse these provisions. Businesses are going to get built and destroyed because of this rule. This is the beginning of real change. For Wall Street professionals, the end of non-competes could force employers to give them positive reasons to stay on the job rather than using legal agreements to tie them down, which should be your human right to choose where you want to work. For gamers, game devs are rejoicing about this. Again, many AAA game devs have abused non-competes to keep developers from going out and starting their own indie dev. With all the layoffs happening from AAA devs in gaming, this is a perfect time for these devs to go and start their own projects. But many of them weren't able to because of non-compete. This is awesome. And that's why I have to say that, of course, they're going to fight back against it. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce has already filed a lawsuit. The firms and their lobbyists will fight this, said one corporate attorney, who again asked not to be named. And this is important because as you look into this, you will realize that everybody who's against this is deathly afraid of using their name because they all know this is such a good thing. They don't want to be seen as fighting it. However, they really fucking want to fight it. But they're going to try behind closed doors and in court to slow this down and fight it. And I'm really, really hoping that this is a unequivocally good thing for workers and has been one of the best pieces of legislation passed in America in a while. It is just a win for the average person on a broad-based level. And that's the second part of this story, because this is a big win, but I want you to understand that you probably don't know too much about FTC Chair Lina Khan, and you shouldn't have to. I think it is our God-given right as Americans to not know anyone in government except maybe the president. I don't need to know shit, and I don't have to care. That's fine. I don't blame you. However, when you hear about Lina Khan, you may hear about it in a negative context, and I want to give you a little bit of backstory. Wall Street fucking hates Lina Khan. People with money really hate Lina Khan. In fact, I want to tell you, the headline of why you might want to trust her is that both Republicans and Democrat donors hate Lina Khan. It's apolitical. The rich donors don't like her because she blocks big mergers that make them a lot of money. Her pro-consumer enforcement, it makes it harder for them to extract value from the average person and employee. You will probably hear some kind of piece that is going to demonize her or say she's ineffective or find some way to undermine her credibility. But I have to say, I don't think she's perfect. I don't think she handled every case perfectly. But the FTC is finally doing something. It is finally standing up for consumers. And I'm very much pro that. I'm very positive in that direction. So when I see attacks from one political party or the other, I have to let you know that I don't feel there's truth behind them. Anyone talking to deal makers over the past year will have noticed they have been barely capable of hiding their loathing for Khan. They call her anti-American and against business. They are lobbying Biden to drop her if he gets reelected. That's how badly they want her out of the FTC. There's political cartoons you might see of Lina Khan and her big government thumbs stepping on regulations to stop entrepreneurs' hopes and dreams. But it's not entrepreneurs being hurt by this. Because when you look into it, in fact, deal making, as in like companies buying or merging with others, has fallen in dollar terms, but the overall number of deals is above average, which basically means regular small deals have gone ahead just fine. Only mega deals are getting blocked. So the only people hurting by this are not entrepreneurs, but multi-billionaires trying to consolidate two gigantic firms together to control the market. For example, the Wall Street Journal has been extremely critical of Lena Khan. The entire editorial board wrote this thing, Lena Khan Wears Prada, about her trying to block the merger of these two companies. Again, Tapestry, which owns Coach, Stuart Weitzman and Kate Spade, and Capri, which owns Michael Kors, Jimmy Choo, and Versace. Lena Khan blocked it on the idea that many average middle American, mostly women, buy these, they're not quite luxury handbags, they're like middle-class luxury, and that you merging them all will allow you to charge higher prices and bump people out. The editorial board of the Wall Street Journal said, what the hell are you talking about? You're redefining the luxury market. When you made up these terms, accessible luxury, affordable handbag, most middle Americans consider them luxury. The problem is, if you scroll back even a few months in the Wall Street Journal, they use those exact same terms. They talk about Coach and Michael Kors using accessible luxury to grow that category. So, it's absurd. I find the criticism to be mostly absurd. Another big win. Rarely does our government ever do anything that's positive. So when it happens, I like to celebrate it. If you are someone who files taxes in a few select states, I think it was 12 states, you may have noticed, if you're a regular W-2 earner, that you could use a free tax filing program from the IRS. Well, 140,000 people used it, and it saved them $5.6 million in prep fees. You did not need to use TurboTax's lobbying-based scam. People used it. It was easy. They put in their W-2. It cost them nothing, and they were done. Because it did so well, they are trying to roll this out nationwide. But of course, who's trying to stop it? TurboTax. That being said, because it did so well, I'm very optimistic. If we can get this out in 50 states, it's a huge win to catching America up to other countries that have this free, easy tax filing every year. Sam Levine of the FTC, this guy, you definitely don't know this guy because he's a deputy to Lena Khan, but he has helped with restoring net neutrality and said, we looked at the internet and it has become shittier. The in-shitification of the internet is real. Basically, everything is turning into a slot machine tied to a few big companies. And the internet could be better. And they are trying to make regulations that bring us back to that better era. That is accurate. So I'm happy about this. And I'm excited to see, where that goes. But the first step was the return of net neutrality, which had been repealed a few years ago, which means that cable companies cannot throttle you based on what traffic is being gone through. Finally, last big win. This is more of a small win, but I want to mention it anyway. You've ever seen this sticker like this? Made in the USA, made in America. Well, it turns out a lot of these are lies. It turns out, for the longest time, this is completely unenforced. If the FTC ever even noticed it back in the day, they would just say, hey, don't do that. But there would be no fine, there would be no follow-up, there would be no publicizing it, there would be no problem. And so companies realized they could just slap that on anything and make a little bit more money. And one of the biggest offenders was furniture company Williams-Sonoma. Now in 2020, the FTC said, hey, we're gonna fine you $1 million. No, for a big company, that's not a lot of money, but it was the biggest fine they had done so far. 25 years of not enforcing it. Finally, they enforce it. Well, Williams-Sonoma paid the fine and then just kept doing it. So recently, the fine tripled. Now again, this is not where we need to be, but it is progress. And finally, Williams-Sonoma said, okay, we'll take it down. Finally, we are seeing the FTC gain a little bit of a spine because they were just saying made in the USA on all their furniture, and it wasn't. It was made in China. But the wins don't stop with the government. The wins continue in the private sector. Remember this? The Meta Quest? Remember how much fun we had making fun of Meta when they spent $4.3 billion in a quarter in 3 months and they made $440 million back, a $3.9 billion loss? By the way, this is this quarter. This isn't even the worst one. This isn't even back when they were doing it way more for $10 billion. Well, I have good news for you. Apple is having their sales tank for the Vision Pro. They have slashed the Vision Pro headset production and canceled updated headset as the sales tank. It turns out, other than YouTubers and Cybertruck owners, people don't really want to spend $3,500 on this headset. Now, will AR technology and VR technology eventually get somewhere useful? I believe so, yes. I think these companies are on a track that will get there eventually, but it is so fun to see them try to force it down mid-early at billion-dollar losses. Well, we all say, meh. To me, that is so pleasing. Here's a win for degenerates. Degenerate traders and gamblers, which I assume, based on your comments, all of you are. So for the longest time, for 100 years, the New York Stock Exchange has opened at 9:30 a.m. Eastern and closed at 4 p.m. And the entire financial world has operated on that timetable. people in the West Coast wake up early. People overseas, you know, if you're a rich American, you buy American stocks. But if you're a rich European, you buy American stocks. But if you're a rich Japanese person, you buy, obviously, American stocks. So no matter where you are in the world, you actually buy and sell mostly American stocks. So the entire world is revolved around this timetable. For the degens, it's changing. The New York Stock Exchange is now testing round-the-clock, 24/7, 365 trading. You can buy and sell stock at any hour of any day. And you know what inspired this? Crypto. Apparently, the demand from people that traded crypto was so much that they wanted to have the same level of freedom to trading stocks and penny stocks, and honestly, a little bit scary. I don't think this is going to be a massive deal either way, so I'm calling it a win for degens. Regular people do not need more hours of of day trading. And I do think, not that I care too much about them, this is going to destroy bankers' lives. I guess that's the win. It's going to destroy people that work in finances' lives because they already have to be on for these hours no matter what around the world. But now they're like basically have no time to sleep. We are living in a world where a company that's, you know, $1 trillion company like Nvidia can swing up and down $200 billion. That's 2 McDonald's of value in like a day. We are living in a crazy world where even big companies are so swingy that you have to be ready at all times. And these guys are going to have to be ready if this actually rolls out. We'll see. You know what? I would feel bad for Wall Street, but this next one is so relevant that I think it'll be okay. You guys know about skimpflation, right? It's the idea that a product might cost $5 and still cost $5, but they made the actual product cheaper, so they're saving money. They don't want to raise the price because then you'll get scared off, so they keep the price the same, but they keep the product quality going down. I don't know about you, but I fucking hate skimpflation. It sucks to see some product you used to like get shittier and worse. That's why I'm proud to say, as a win, there is one product that is not only not getting worse, it's getting actively better. Do you know what it is? Cocaine. Over the past few years, the retail price of cocaine has remained flat, while the purity of the cocaine has only gone up. A massive increase in purity for actually lower prices. What a steal! However, for us regular people, this chocolate example is not just an example. This is real. And I want to explain why. Now, when I was flying back from Tahiti, I watched a movie that I really regret watching. It was called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, starring Timothée Chalamet. It was terrible. But one plot point in the movie was that the evil chocolatier owners kept a secret underground vault of chocolate they used to bribe the police. And I said, that is so fucking stupid. Chocolate is not an appreciating asset. Turns out, I was dead wrong. Turns out, chocolate is an appreciating asset. Turns out, chocolate futures are at all-time highs. And that is because, recently, there has been droughts in Western Africa, where the cocoa bean is harvested. And these severe droughts and underinvestments have led to dramatic shortfalls in the amount of cocoa beans harvested. Because of that, we are getting a massive worldwide cocoa shortage. There is just less and less cocoa to go around. They are like absolutely skyrocketing. I mean, we are seeing $10,000 a ton when normally it's less than $2,000. They're 5 or 6 times more expensive. And chocolate is a low margin business, so this is already going to make most chocolate bars like uneconomical. They cannot run as they like. Mr. Beast Feastables could be in trouble. What does this mean for chocolate makers? They're trying a new recipe for all these chocolate bars you know and love. Less chocolate. They're making new treats where they don't use the expensive ingredient or a little bit or none at all. So now you're gonna have to buy a chocolate bar with less chocolate in it. The examples of this are actually all around us, but you may not notice them. For example, Reese's has been pushing the Caramel Big Cup, including a Super Bowl ad this year. It turns out this is because if they fill it up with caramel, they can take out the chocolate. Like, that's why they created this. This is because of the cocoa prices. When you hear about less chocolate, you might think of sad kids. But I have great news for you. And this is another Marketing Monday win. See, no matter what story came across my desk this week, I was determined to make it into a win. And so to this win is about the fact that, have you ever been on an airplane where there's crying kids? It sucks. Well, guess what? There's going to be fewer of those kids because U.S. births just fell to their lowest level. Fewer crying children. The U.S. fertility rate has dropped to all-time lows of 1.62. And if you were wondering why, it's not really important, but I guess it could be because of housing, job security, the cost of childcare. The important thing is you won't have that little stinker next to you on the plane crying because Bluey ended, okay? This is a big win. Now, this last one, I didn't quite know how to make this into a win. Do you like gambling? Yes. Do you kind of fear or are uneasy about old people? Right? So maybe you'll find this story to be a win because a gigantic hedge fund, Apollo Group, has been buying life insurance policies on old people and then doing everything they can to make sure they die sooner. It's one of the most fucked up stories I've ever heard. It is horrendous. Again, they are accused of illegal human life wagering, essentially making multi-billion-dollar bets by buying large anonymized life insurance policies on elderly, and then doing whatever is legally in their power, like, for example, making nursing homes of worse quality, buying data on an area to find that it has, like, worse health data than expected, and then making a bet they're going to die sooner than expected. Literally depraved shit. Hopefully this lawsuit is a win against them, but we'll call it a win because gambling is fun and there's fewer old people. And finally, I have one more story for you to end on an actual feel-good story. You see, every now and then we put an ad in this show. Well, this one isn't for a product. It's for more of a, not even a man, more of an idea. And this is just a fun marketing thing I thought you'd all like to see. This man put up flyers all around New York that said, "Watch me eat this entire jar of cheese balls in Union Square Park on April 27th. Turns out more than a few people were interested. These ads worked. And I just want to say, what's so beautiful about it is he didn't make any money off it. He didn't promote his own personal brand. It wasn't even for a YouTube video, bro, which I can respect. I'm a YouTuber. He just did it for the love of the game. He didn't even show his face. He is the Batman we can actually have.
I am allergic to gluten. And today I will be eating this entire jar of cheese balls. Eat those balls. Eat those balls. Eat those balls.
So he ate the whole thing. He felt like wanting to throw up, but he did it. Then he walked around with, cheesy dusted hands and high-fived everybody, and then got an absolutely global amount of press coverage. Never once did he reveal his name or identity. If he had one quote to say about the whole thing, it was this: "I decided to do this because I thought New York City could use something like this. Cheese balls are funny, and eating an entire jar of one is a difficult task, but not impossible." Thanks for watching Marketing Monday.
Oh Lord, for only you know the way. No, it doesn't apply to this god.
Oh, I didn't know you were the almighty god of wizardry. It makes no sense. And you trying to defend it makes you a fool. Which means, canonically, can we talk about the Nagasaki? Agent 47 sleeps every wizard. Are you bit? Actually, are you actually sleeping? No, but the snitch is worth 150. Writing so many owls. If I was a colors, you bite your so shut the up. Wait, I need to talk about Harry Potter real quick. Have you read the books? Of course. I'm a millennial. It's like asking a fish, breathe water? That's a stupid question, bro. Yeah, I read the books. The overarching problem with Harry Potter universe as a whole, and I'll be the bravest one to say this, is that taking a wand and saying is just simply worse than a Glock. Factually, an Apache attack helicopter wrecks a whole field of wizards. Even Voldemort's out there saying Avada Kedavra to kill people. It's crazy, dude. Imagine if he just had a gun. But what? I mean, the speed, dude. You're gonna cast your shield charm fast enough from a sniper? Agent 47 sleeps every wizard. I say that on God. Can we talk about the elephant in the room? Can we talk about the Nagasaki of it all? A nuclear bomb is so much more powerful than anything Voldemort's ever done. Half of the scariness, he has a big snake. You know what's scary is what Truman did in World War II. That's scary. One of those on Diagon Alley and that shit's dust. It's crumbled. Call him Crumbledore. They act all haughty in the books and movies like, oh, we're wizards. We're so much better than these muggles. It's like, bro, if you want to send someone a message, you have to write it down on parchment and get a owl to deliver it. I can text it. I can text anyone on the globe right now, and then if I want to, we can drop a drone. The military differential is astronomical. 4's like the peak of the series, if it's like a triangle. Even the books, dude, I think it peaks at 4. 4 is not the peak of the series. Oh, I didn't know you were the almighty god of wizardry who could say the answer. See, I said it was, and you said it's not, and I don't believe you. I don't think you have no authority over me because I read them all, and I watched them all, and I analyzed it, and I came up with a conclusion. Does Hogwarts have student loans? Yes, predatory ones. They're like 38% interest. It's crazy. They will steal your galleons right out from your bank vault. Why do you think the Weasleys are generationally poor? Yeah, exactly. They're just paying out student loans. Do you think Harry Potter had crypto in the world? No, but I think in our world, crypto is the real magic. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like modern day wizards and witches are out there trading dog with hat and doge. You know, they're bringing the magic to our world. Canonically, wizards used to shit on the ground literally wherever and vanish the poop before toilets. I appreciate that update. That's one of those, after the books came out, J.K. Rowling thought she needed to get involved again. She felt like that needed to be said. All I'm saying is the way they act, I'm not sure it's a used to. I'm not sure it's a used to. I think they're still shitting and vanishing, bro. What would you change about the story if you could? Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't change too much. I mean, other than being a late life pivot into transphobia. Oh, wait, no. If I could change one thing, I would remove that heinous epilogue. Oh, God. It feels like such fan fiction. It feels like literally internet fan fiction all the time. It was crazy. The epilogue is so bad. I don't care that it's happy. You can have a happy ending. People want a happy ending in a story like this. It's just so bad. It feels so amateur. It feels child. It feels, I don't know. I hated it. It's bad. Hey, H-Rock, what are your thoughts on the recent We Done With the 90s movement in the Quidditch space? Personally, I think that Harry Frodder really brought down the 91 to 93 Gryffindor team. Without him and his drama, they three-peat and Wood goes down as the goalkeeper, as he should. Bro, unironically, I may f***ing agree with you. Honestly, that's one thing you should change. Because Quidditch could be way cooler. Understand that it is a game where there's big 3 hoops that you throw a red ball called a quaffle through, okay? And if you do that, you get 10 points. And that is what everybody on the team is trying to do, except for one person on the team called the Seeker. That person flies around the fucking stadium looking for a tiny floating golden ball called the Snitch. And if they catch that, the game is over and they get 150 points. So everything everybody else does not matter. Absolutely stupid. It makes no sense. And you know what else is fucking crazy? You know what else is fucking crazy? Here's real Harry Potter lore for you. The game does not end until somebody catches the snitch. Which means, canonically, some games have lasted days. Can you imagine being someone in the audience watching days, weeks of people one dude trying to catch a little fucking goal that you can't even see. And sometimes they play in the rain. They play in the rain, in the cloud, in the dark. You can't see shit. You have to catch this little fucking ball. No one in the crowd can see it. Imagine this. You're watching a basketball game, and next to the fucking court is a giant haystack. And then LeBron has to find a needle in that haystack while the rest of his team plays. The fact that any of those games have spectators, that's the real magic. The fact that anyone would fucking willingly spend their hard-earned galleons to go show up to watch that is fucking ridiculous. You can score more than 150 points and win without catching a snitch? No, you cannot. Technicolor Fez. The game only wins or ends when you get the snitch. Now, you can score more than 150 points, but it would only matter if the other team, for some idiotic reason, catches the snitch. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? The only reason they would do that is if the writer is fucking stupid. It happens in the movie. Actually, pessimistic. It doesn't happen in the movie. You fucking idiot. You fucking buffoon. Because in the movie, they cut out the entire World Cup. You fucking fool. I watched it today. So don't pretend like that happens in the movie. Because it doesn't. It happens in the book. Oh, yeah. Another thing. This is a larger problem in the entire universe of Harry Potter, which is that people show up for sporting events they cannot see. I'm speaking, of course, of Quidditch, which I think is awful. But they also have the Triwizard Tournament, where spectators show up to watch Harry Potter and the four competitors dive into a lake, and then they don't see anything. They just sit there. They sit there for an hour while they're just under the water. They can't see. And then they come out, and then they cheer. It's ridiculous. Or they run into a maze. They can't see. It's the most entertainment a dry Brit can fathom. I always forget they're British, which means maybe it's worth it to just soldier on and sit there in the rain, watching a useless team play for no reason until Harry Potter decides he wants to catch the snitch. It's like, what else are you going to fucking do? Eat beans on toast? Bro, it's fucking crazy. Oh, yeah, another thing. There's the dragon part where Harry's fighting a dragon in the Triwizard Tournament, which is like, finally, some action. You're in the crowd. This is sick. Holy shit, the dragon's breathing fire. But then 1 minute in, Harry Potter grabs his broom, flies off into the sky, and the dragon follows him. So you don't get to watch shit. So everyone's cheering like it's cool, but they don't see anything. I swear to God, this is the through line of all Harry Potter movies is that he suck for spectators. Actually, the real through line, if you let me cook for a second, if you allow me to cook, I want to talk about the poor, forgotten, regular student at Hogwarts. If you watch these movies, it is nonstop the average fucking Gryffindor student trying to get an education getting f***ed over by Harry Potter. It happens probably, I'm not kidding, a dozen times where a class will begin. The teacher will be like, all right, today we're going to teach you a very important lesson. I need a volunteer. How about you, Harry? And then Harry will come up, they'll teach him a thing, and then it'll go kind of wrong, or his scar will hurt, and then they'll go, okay, class dismissed. No one else learns. That happens once. Technicolors, you bite your tongue. I watched every movie today. It happens plenty of times, you motherfucker, you. Okay? It's main character syndrome on a grand scale. Hermione learns everything off screen. Hermione doesn't learn a goddamn thing on screen. If you are a tuition-paying student, and I just want to fucking learn for my owls, dude. I want to pass my owls. And every single time Harry Potter's scar hurts, we have to do a thing about it. It's a problem. It's a problem. 30K galleons in debt and you don't get taught Exactly. Exactly, dude. Exactly. You're working at Ollivanders as a wand cleaner. 10 years out of college. You're not even using your degree. And you're still paying off in Dumbledore's Ferrari. Harry's a Nepo baby? He kind of is. Low-key, Harry Potter's kind of a Nepo baby. Oh, yeah. Another great point, Ravikant. Great point. Thank you for bringing it up. Is that low-key, every single one of the first 3 books is Dumbledore stands up at the end of the year and goes, well, this fucking House Cup thing we've been doing, where everyone's earning points for the whole year. Good on all of you, but Harry Potter and his friends have truly learned the meaning of friendship. 1,000 points to each of you. 1,000 points, I say. And then the hourglass explodes, and all the Gryffindors are showered with it, and everyone else just sits there sad as they get their fucking third feast in a row. It's fucking crazy. It's lunacy, dude. I would be writing so many fucking owls if I was a parent. If my kid was a God-fearing Hufflepuff, I would be fucking furious because they're not learning shit, dude. How does Slytherin get so many points anyway? I mean, probably Snape puts his fucking foot on the thumb on the pedal, thumb on the gas, foot on. Wait, what am I? Thumb on the scale. Thumb on the scale. Thumb on the scale, foot on the gas. Sorry, it's a Muggle phrase. All right, I don't fucking use that. Yeah, I mean, for example, Harry Potter. 1 point deducted for cheekiness. Then by the end of the book, 50 to Ron for beating the chess game, 50 to Hermione for solving Snape's potion riddle, 60 to Harry Potter for defeating Quirrell. No one else got a chess game. Exactly, dude. You know, I bet there's some Ravenclaw that could solve that chess game, but they didn't get a fucking chance because they're not friends with Harry goddamn Potter. Dumbledore had Gryffindor money line. Dumbledore's on Draft Wizards, bro, and punting on Gryffindor. 10 points for Hermione for listing the properties of mandrakes. Oh, very nice. 200 points each to Harry Potter and Ron Weasley for saving Ginny Weasley and slaying the Serpent of Slytherin and defeating Tom Riddle's soul. That's fraudulent, dude. It's like, it's cool. I'm not mad at you, but it's not fair to anybody else. Nobody else gets to fight Tom Riddle's soul because they're not Harry Potter. It's rigged. Stay mad, Slithercucks. They tried to kill him. Who doesn't try to kill Harry Potter at some point in that school? Everybody gets a piece. He's the town bicycle. We don't talk enough about how many people Harry Potter got killed. Bro, you watch the 4th movie again? There's the final cup, right? That you grab it and you win. And him and Cedric Diggory are racing towards it. And then Diggory falls down, and then Harry Potter goes, I'll be the good guy, and turns back around and like helps him up instead of like chasing the cup. And then they shake hands, and then they walk up to the cup, and then Cedric's like, hey, you saved me. You can have it. And then Harry goes, no, let's grab it together. And he smiles, and they both grab it, and then Cedric gets teleported to Voldemort and instantly killed. Fuck, bro. You just fucking killed him. And then it flashes forward and his fucking dad is crying over his body. It's crazy. Harry Potter got his ass killed straight up. Like, made that choice. Then he takes his girl. Then he does take his girl. It all seems set up. Harry Potter knew what he was doing. Knew what he was getting into. His girl, the only Asian character that I see in the movies and books, and they named her Cho Chang. Classic J.K. Rowling naming scheme. The Jewish wizard is named Anthony Goldstein. Is that true? I don't remember Anthony Goldstein. Oh, she made him up on Twitter? My wife said there are no Jews at Hogwarts. I'm a Jew, so I assume she said to be the only magical one in the family. Thoughts? Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw, Jewish. She said that so matter of fact. Oh, get owned. Oh, here's another thing. There's not enough jobs in the wizarding world. Everyone's somehow employed, but like they all end up as either cops or teachers. They either work at Hogwarts teaching or they work as aurors. There's like a couple other jobs, but it's mostly like self-employed business people. For a school that is ostensibly teaching these kids to like get a job in the world, as a university does, they don't ever mention any of it. You know, the economy doesn't make sense. That's basically what I'm saying. It all feels a little hand-wavy. Kind of weird everyone gets all their stuff in one alley. You know what's weirder? There's only one wizarding school in all of England. Kind of crazy, right? But I guess there's not that many wizards. Fine, makes sense. How about there's only one wizarding school for all of Asia? Do you want to see J.K. Rowling's map? There's Hogwarts for England. You got Beauxbatons for all of Western Europe. But in the movie, it's only a French girls' school. So I don't know what Spanish men are doing. All of Africa has one school. All of South America has one school. America, we've got Ilvermorny. That's good. Canadians and Mexicans not allowed. We built a fucking wall on this one. It's crazy. And then I guess China, Australia get fucked. Not a single magical person there. India, there's only 1 billion people in both of these countries. Nowhere to learn. And it is just odd. Not to harp on this point, but it's just fucking odd that Victor Crumb grabbed the snitch when his team was down by over 150. I can't move past it. I'm sorry. We talked about other things. It doesn't make any fucking sense. He's a professional player. He's literally at the World Cup stage. He's iconic. And he's up there. He's telling me he can't count. He's telling me he's going to grab the snitch and guaranteed lose his team in the finals. They were getting crushed. No. They were down by 160. But the snitch is worth 150. So all he needs is one of his sack of shit team to score 1 for a tie and 2 for a win. So shut the f up. I would be so if you're gambling, you have to assume that it's rigged. You have to assume he took a dive. You have to. Bro, they were down by 160, not coming back. He doesn't care. Are you actually stupid? Answer me that question. Are you actually stupid? They were down by 160, but the snitch is worth 150. Are you actually stupid? Do you understand that if his team scores 1 single goal, then he catches it, it's a tie. He can just follow it around, catch it, it's a tie. If they score 2, he wins. He must have been taking money under the table from Draft Wizards. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm saying Victor Crumb took a dive. Victor Crumb was paid off. He took a dive. He threw on purpose. I wouldn't even look at him in the locker room. Yeah, dude, if you're on his team, I would spit. I wouldn't even be able to face him. We're done with 90s Quidditch. Facts, dude. By the way, methods of transportation in Harry Potter are just so made up based on what J.K. Rowling needs for the scene. They take a fucking train. They take a fucking broom. Take a fucking flying carriage. They take fucking flu powder. They fucking apparate. They have a port key. They have a flying car. Dude, I just think if I could go to the wizarding world, I would make some real quick changes that would rack up the galleons. That's all I'm saying. Bro, step 1, I paved Diagon Alley, and I turned it into one big fucking Diagon Mart. One mart for all your needs. You're not going to 100 different shops to get your fucking wands and your fucking toads. You're just going to get all that shit in one spot at a low price. You can order online. You can order by owl, okay? Knock it out. I'm going to add smartphones to the mix. All of a sudden, all the owls are out of business. Carlos Slim of this bitch. Got the telecom monopoly. I'm going to add Wizard Klarna. Cast now, pay later for your spells, dude. You'll be using wizard money, which is dog shit right now. Are you saying what, the exchange rate? It's crazy because galleons are solid gold, and gold is at all-time highs. So I don't think that's true. Boss makes a galleon, I make a nut. Yay, we're talking economics. Now let's steer away from Harry Potter. I'm banning you. What about racist wizards being socially acceptable? Well, I don't think it's socially acceptable. They make it seem like it's a bad thing to say things like mudblood, but they also get away with it. Draco does let it rip, like at 12 years old.
No one asked your opinion, you filthy little.
Just like, that's crazy. That's bad parenting. It was the 90s. It was the 90s, dude. It was the 90s. Peter Pet and I grew flirt. Are you implying that you had sex with Peter Pettigrew, or did some heavy petting with what looks to be a 60-year-old man who lived his life as a rat? It's foul. Are you a Gryffindor? Let's fucking find out what I am. Moon or stars? Easy. And now my school year is easy. Now Harry Potter will take care of everything. We win the House Cup. Easy clap. Is it crazy to say the Chair is a better and more consistent streamer than the Big A himself? Yes, that is crazy. If the Chair doesn't spend at least 2 to 3 hours debating Harry Potter. Yikes. Talks about Star Wars for 3 hours. Don't get me started on Star Wars, bro. That universe is f***ed up too. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Marketing Monday Wins and Fails, the show where we go over all of the wins and the fails in the last week in marketing and business. And today we have a theme because there have been so many stories in the world of food marketing. We have been collecting food marketing stories for the past few weeks. We put them all into one spot because the trends are insane. The things happening in the world of food marketing and food business have been accelerating dramatically. And I want to catch you guys up on some of the most interesting things happening in this world. Starting with an interesting Twitter thread I saw, a win for the concept of illusion of choice. This comes from Stakeholder Consultant, who talked about the process of apple juicification and the illusion of choice. This is a normal smoothie counter at a regular grocery store. A huge variety of interesting smoothies to choose from. But once Stakeholder Consultant started looking through them, they noticed something interesting. For example, start at the bottom. This is a pink dragon fruit and lychee smoothie. And yet, when you flip it over on the back, it's 70% apple juice. Okay, this one's got to be different. It's guava and lime. Except when you flip it around, it's 66% apple juice. This one, berry set go. That's about berries, dude. It's 82% apple juice. This is just apple juice in a bottle with a tiny bit of berry juice. The naked juices. Now, I like these. I've had these before. They have 3 different machines. The green machine, the blue machine, and the gold machine. All designed for different aspects of your body they want to target, okay? But if you flip them around, all of them are half or more apple juice. I mean, the blue machine is 71%, and that's the one that doesn't mention apple. So why is this? Why are all of these juices marketed differently, but all apple juice? Well, the answer comes down to money. Apples are plentiful, cheap, and what's important about that is that apples, it also comes down to taste. And they have a very high natural sugar content. Now, America have a very love-hate relationship with sugar, in that we hate how much we love it. Now, over the past few decades, basically since the late 90s, U.S. per capita consumption of soft drink has declined precipitously. We are drinking less and less soda per person, although still about 40 gallons, because we have slowly but surely realized that soda is bad for us. However, if you stack it up cube for cube, the amount of sugar in a glass of apple juice is not too different from that of Powerade or Pepsi. And so they can market it with this particular phrase: no added sugar whatsoever. And because people are so afraid of sugar, this has been a huge marketing win. The second thing that helps them out, and the reason this is the case, is that we've been adding more and more sugary drink taxes that have been working. So whenever a state, for example, puts a soda tax in to ban drinks of a certain sugar content, there's a sharp drop in sales, which means the taxes work to deter people from buying these sugary drinks. However, even though an apple juice has the same amount of sugar, in this case as like a can of Coke, it doesn't get affected by the tax. We're starting to tax soda, but not juice. The sugary drinks tax excludes fruit juices that are natural. So it's a very incredible way to both get around sugary drink taxes and attack people's natural proclivity for sugar, and also just spend less. It's just cheaper. And what I found out from researching things even more interesting is that, like, this happens even at smoothie places. People were talking in the thread about how they work at places like Jamba Juice, and like they'll show you the blender and the fresh fruits and the bowls of fresh fruit, and they're making it in front of you. But if it doesn't fill up the cup, they just fill the rest with apple juice. That's like the dirty secret. They just don't show it to you. That's crazy. I thought it was like right there in front of me. I was getting the whole part of the juice. The juice is like the least healthy part. And at the end of the day, we find out, wait, it's all apple juice? Always has been. Now, that's not the only interesting story in this wins and fails coming off food. Instead, we have a win for Condiment Wars, which apparently is getting pretty brutal and bloody. It turns out a long time ago, it was basically this: ketchup versus mustard. But in the past few years, one of the biggest trends in food has been the explosion of condiment options. Whether it's relish, salsa, mustard, Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce, we're getting fusions, mayo racha, mayo cube barbecue sauce, mayo must, 5 different types of Sweet Baby Ray's. The condiments are coming in fast and furious, and everyone in chat has their own favorites. Heinz even released one of those soda mix machines, but for condiments.
You've got to check out this new Heinz Remix machine. It's like a Coke freestyle for condiments. First you choose your base, they have ketchup, but then you get to pick your mix-ins. They have jalapeno, buffalo, smoky chipotle, and mango, and this thing is going to do some real work. So check this out. First you see the base coming down, and you watch above, you can see the countdown, and as it gets closer,
Makes you proud
it's
to
going to
be
start flashing
American.
red to let you
Salute.
know it is ready to eat, and you can eat this with anything fried.
We are in the future, ladies and gentlemen. Regular ketchup no longer cuts it. People need more. And it created one of these hilarious headlines. America's condiment invasion is dividing households. This is an example of her, Kathleen Wallace's fridge, which is now stuffed to the brim with different condiments. Arguing with her and her husband. Her future husband was always dumping sauce on her dishes. He just really loves condiments, and now their fridge bulges with bottles. Not only is our door filled, but we use a shelf for the overflow. Condiment makers around the world are sensing a cultural moment, a chance to make money. Kraft Heinz saw this tweet from the Eras Tour that said Taylor Swift is eating a piece of chicken with ketchup and seemingly ranch, which is a hyper-obsessed Taylor Swift fan tweeted this. They jumped on it and made a ketchup and seemingly ranch bottle the next day. And guess what? This hit with the audience. It hit #1 on the Taylor Swift subreddit. People saying, did anyone else here get their ketchup and seemingly ranch bottle? Even on big streamer subreddits, we're seeing weird talk about condiments for some reason. Like this art that was uploaded today about reaching for the ketchup. I don't know who it's about or why it's so eerily drawn or why it gives me nightmares, but we are seeing condiment talk everywhere. Speaking of hot dogs, Pepsi got into the condiment game. Hot dogs are better with Pepsi. Okay, that makes sense. You drink a Pepsi with hot dogs. No, they didn't stop there. Hot dogs are better with Pepsi because we're introducing Cola Chup, which is Pepsi Cola infused ketchup. Why did we need this? They're marketing it like it's the savior of hot dogs.
I'm getting like a sweet barbecue. It's really good. It tastes like Pepsi. But like salty and barbecue saucy.
It tastes like Pepsi, but salty and barbecue saucy. What a review. That sounds gross. The high end of the market is getting into condiments. There's $18 black truffle infused hot sauce. Again, they're trying to find ways to find rich people to stand out from the crowd in the world of condiments. They can't have regular condiments anymore. They need to have special truffle infused condiments so that you know they have more money. $21 ketchup in a tiny bottle. Taco Bell took a whole year to make brand new, quote, Bell sauces. And their chief marketing officer said the nuggets didn't even matter. We're using chicken as a canvas for sauces. This doesn't look that crazy to me. This is not art. This is just chicken and regular sauces. But there is one condiment of all of these that has set itself apart from the rest, that is truly, business-wise, dominating America. Can you guess what it is? Ladies and gentlemen, it's ranch. In America, ranch is the dominant empire of condiments that has become unshakable, unremovable from the throne recently, creating the ranch Death Star. How much more ranch can America take? Hidden Valley seeks total domination. They want to dominate our lives. They are saying things like Hidden Valley Ranch is coming for every meal you eat. Their general manager says, we want there to be ranch occasions at every hour of the day. That is how they are thinking. And you know what? I found this out. He's the general manager of the food business of Clorox. If you're wondering who owns Hidden Valley Ranch, America's #1 new condiment, it's the Bleach Company. Breakfast is one of our new ways in, and apparently ranch is the condiment of choice for millennials and Gen Z. It's one of the big taste shifts of recent years in America. And you can see here, as of 2021 and onward, ranch passed ketchup. Mayo and ranch are our top two? It used to be ketchup and mustard, bro. What happened? And again, they're coming for breakfast. Their biggest growth area, according to Hidden Valley Ranch, is breakfast. So if you start seeing marketing examples of putting ranch on eggs, hash brown potatoes, that is a deliberate effort by Hidden Valley Ranch and other ranch corporations to try and get you to think of ranch as a breakfast item. They're also trying to get it, as more of a snack item. They're seeing Cheez-It Ranch. And even outside of the food world altogether. I'm talking about the beauty space. Ranch can't stop at just food. They want to go after your lip balm. There's now Hidden Valley Ranch flavored lip balm from Burt's Bees. And it's already sold out. And being resold at a massive $90 markup on eBay. So there's an interview with a ranch-obsessed woman, and her husband is interviewed. So deep is her love for ranch, there was talk of a ranch fountain at her wedding. There's only one problem: the groom. It's a wedding, said Scott, her husband. It's a little gross to have ranch pouring out everywhere. He was dismayed to find out they were rolling out a new ranch-flavored lip balm. Coming in for a kiss and getting a whiff of ranch, I don't know about that. So not everyone's a believer, but the believers do exist. The domination is real. The sales growth is real. Now, there are limits. They did try to make like a ranch-flavored dessert cream. They tried it for 12 months in Kroger. It didn't sell. People don't want to put ranch on their apple pie. That didn't hit, thank God. There is limits, but they're still trying. And again, with the way our economy is, splitting into haves and have-nots ever more, the wealth gap is widening. They're trying to find ways to go after the high end with exclusive VIP ranch tastings. But what was really funny to me, and what I have to give them an absolute win for, is when they tried to make it the marketing about not just selling more ranch for their bottom line, but about patriotism. America's flavor is ranch. It's a uniquely American thing. It resonates with American culture. What is more American than ranch? Now that it's past ketchup and barbecue sauce, it wants to double its sales and go for the king, go for mayo. I want to salute this great country and our love of dipping things in ranch. And I'd like you all to open up a nice bag of Cool Ranch Doritos, take a bite, and salute. Because the next story is not a win at all. The next story is a little darker. You see, grocery bills have gotten out of control, as we all know. 62% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, making it the main financial lifestyle. People are finding it harder and harder to afford their monthly grocery bill, which again has spiked ever since the basically the post-pandemic 21 era, and not come down. Again, the rate of growth has slowed dramatically. We are no longer having massive spiking inflation. However, the prices are not coming down. They are still actually increasing, just more slowly, which for the average regular person is a big problem. If you're not an economist, slower inflation is still, hey, I want prices to come back down to where they were. And people are getting frustrated. But thankfully, there's a person who has the answer. The CEO of Kellogg's, who wants to turn Tony the Tiger into Tony the 15th of France. Let them eat flakes! Kellogg's CEO suggests that poor families should consider cereal for dinner, even though cereal prices have also risen 28%. Here's his interview.
The cereal category has always been quite affordable, and it tends to be a great destination when consumers are under pressure. So we're advertising about cereal for dinner. If you think about the cost of cereal, that's going to be much more affordable.
I'm all for innovation and marketing, but the idea of having cereal for dinner, is there the potential for that to land the wrong way?
Good question. The idea of telling poor people to eat cereal for dinner when you're the Kellogg's CEO, you look like this, most punchable face of all time, and you make $4 million a year. Is there potential for that to land the wrong way?
The breakfast? We don't think so. In fact, it's landing really well right now.
He doesn't think so. It's landing really well. It turns out it did land the wrong way. This guy was absolutely roasted on 100 different news outlets. So funny. He thought this was like a huge win. However, it was more than just an annoying CEO's comments. This is a real marketing strategy, complete with full-fledged commercials.
When I say cereal, you say dinner. Cereal.
Dinner!
Cereal.
Dinner!
Chicken! You can have the night off, chicken.
Okay.
Give chicken the night off, because what your kids need is Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, and Mini Wheats. This is pretty dystopian. And this was promoted to 100 million people. They turned off the comments and it was promoted on YouTube Kids. Children are seeing this type of ad. So I give them a win for the absolute gall this guy had to think he was going to do this, then brag about it on national TV. But so far, we've only talked about trends in consumer preferences. We're not talking about technology, which is also having a massive impact on the world of food. This is a chart that shows some of the industries that are most likely to be affected by AI. What you don't see here at the bottom is the 99% chance it's going to affect cookbook authors. This is a guy named Matthew Kupfer who posted on Twitter that this week his wife and I were celebrating an anniversary. And his parents ordered him a very practical, thoughtful gift, a crock pot and a crock pot cookbook. There's just one minor issue. I'm pretty sure the cookbook was written by an AI. This one, it looks normal, right? But if you go into it, you start seeing really weird turns of phrase. This is a chart that shows some of the industries that are most likely to be affected by AI. What you don't see here at the bottom is the 99% chance it's going to affect cookbook authors. This is a guy named Matthew Kupfer who posted on Twitter that this week his wife and I were celebrating an anniversary. And his parents ordered him a very practical, thoughtful gift, a crockpot and a crockpot cookbook. There's just one minor issue. I'm pretty sure the cookbook was written by an AI. This one, it looks normal, right? But if you go into it, you start seeing really weird turns of phrase. Like, instead of, not having to, be hands-on when you cook, they call it cooking uncontrolled for hours. Instead of saying finish cooking, they say successfully complete the food preparation. When you look at her name, Luisa Florence, she apparently has the last name of the capital city of where she grew up, and really no left shoulder and weird artifacting on her ears. Also, no social media presence at all. And if you go to some other cookbook authors, you find the same thing. And this is happening all over. But if you go to this cookbook and look at the earliest reviews when it came out, they're uniformly positive. And when I say uniformly, I mean literally uniformly. Sometimes they use the exact same words. As a busy professional, finding quick healthy, as a busy professional, they talk almost like you asked ChatGPT to write a review for a cookbook. And they all give it 5 stars, despite the fact that when you read the book, it has absolute gibberish, as was pointed out with people who bought it later, like Sarah M., who said, "Boy, was I disappointed. The recipes themselves are incomplete or incorrect, written by an AI, I think. Like, for example, there's no chickpea or quinoa listed in the ingredient list for the chickpea and quinoa veggie bowl." And by the way, this is a food edition of Marketing Monday, but this is not limited to food. We are seeing this in computer science for peer reviews. I saw a very interesting study here that showed ever since 2023, the mentions of words like commendable, innovative, meticulous, intricate, notable, and versatile, which are kind of like AI type buzzwords used more often by ChatGPT, has spiked dramatically. There's a significant frequency of people using these for peer reviews of other people's work. This is Google Scholar results for articles that mention both unwavering and intricate. I don't think we suddenly became more unwavering and intricate. I think people are using ChatGPT. There's a real fear here of everybody who writes something getting their thing shoved into a learning algorithm and reworded and sold back to people for less. And that's happening all over Amazon. All of these AI-generated products.
Hey everybody, Joseph Rothschild here, aka MBT. I am back from YCS Niagara, and now I hate Yu-Gi-Oh! There are a significant amount of unfair cards in the game, and no understanding of when those cards will be hit. And as a result, today I want to talk about something that's not Yu-Gi-Oh! We're going to be talking about Magic the Gathering, the largest card game in the world, and what their company, management, and game does differently that Yu-Gi-Oh! Can and should emulate. I posed this question to you. Let's see what you came up with. The card I picked for this is Baneslayer Angel. This card is a type of card that just doesn't exist in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's an alphabet soup type card. It's just got a ton of different keywords on it that make it really, really powerful. Flying, First Strike, Lifelink, Protection from Demons and Dragons all mean very specific things to Magic the Gathering players. But in Yu-Gi-Oh! We have, I think, one keyword, piercing, draft, formats. Yes, that is absolutely the right take. Official draft formats and sets to support them are so sorely missing from Yu-Gi-Oh! And would benefit the game and the community in a myriad of ways beyond just an alternative format, reprints for format staples and such. Battle Pack 3 was such a cool historic format, and I wish that they had just continued to develop products like that instead of throwing it out with the bathwater. Actual monetary prizes might be nice. That's not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Problem. Actually supporting multiple formats and not just saying they support them and doing nothing with them. So Magic the Gathering had a very popular fan format that existed called Elder Dragon Highlander or Commander. They standardized it, and now it is like their top-selling product. I think more players play Commander than standard at this point. Konami, inversely, realized there was a lot of people who wanted to play alt formats in Time Wizard, who wanted to try out Deckmaster, an equivalent to Commander, who wanted to play a Pauper-style event like Common Charity, so they released guidelines for these and then never ran any events for them in the United States or supported them in any way. I hate endorsing this because Secret Lairs have just become basically monopolizing on people's gambling addictions at this time. Whoa, you don't want to miss this and it'll be gone forever. but it would be very funny if we got, like, the Metal Gear Solid set. Pick up and playability. I hate agreeing with CJ Alex in these, but absolutely correct. In Magic the Gathering, if you've never played a deck before and your buddy hands you a deck, you can just have fun playing on curve. True for most standard formats and some Eternal formats even. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you do not spend an hour reading through every card, watching a YouTube replay, or doing test hands, you just cannot play at all. This is a problem I have with one-take testing. Without devoting 4 or 5 hours to a deck, there's really no way I can give it an honest shake, which means you're just going to be missing huge portions of the game that have been developed. Flavor and story. Yeah, this is another good one. Individual Magic the Gathering cards occasionally tell a story on them. This card has no effect. It is a 4/3 for 4. The flavor text explains what's going on. Does any Yu-Gi-Oh! Lore hit harder than Ogre Resistor? Check this out. Intentional draws. Joshua Schmidt is 100% correct here. Judges in Yu-Gi-Oh! Have trouble preventing people from illegally drawing in the last couple of rounds, and just straight up allowing them saves a lot of stress and time in a tournament while only slightly impacting the record you need for topping. So, people dislike intentional draws because it feels unsportsmanlike, can push people on the bubble out. But, if you are on the bubble, you are not guaranteed a slot anyway. And though it is against REL to intentionally draw, it is a well-known practice. I would never condone it and do not think you should, especially in a competitive tournament setting. But making it legal means that we don't have to spend a lot of time hunting around to find out if someone's draw with their opponent was actually both of them playing to the best of their ability, or if they just decided before the game started. What's your Kasi ID, by the way? Having an online simulator that is up to date with the card pool. Detailed explanations for banning and regular updates on WotC's thoughts on the health of the format. Yu-Gi-Oh! Tried this once with the ban list and never again. The difference in communication with the player base between Konami and WotC is like night and day. It's actually shocking. When Wizards of the Coast will ban a card from a format, they'll explain why they did it and what they are trying to prevent, what their ideological goals are for the outcome of the format, like what they expect the best decks to be and why they expect that to be more fun than the alternative.
I want to talk you through not only some changes to Pauper that we have unanimously agreed on, but also what we think about where the format is right now.
The one in which Yu-Gi-Oh! Did this was the ban list that limited a whole bunch of plant synchro tools right before, like, Wind Up, Inzektor, Dino Rabbit format. And for that reason, it was so laughably incorrect that everyone made fun of them and they never did it again. Foreign cards in sanctioned play. Absolutely correct. However, you can use foreign cards in sanctioned play right before, like, Wind Up, Inzektor. The one in which Yu-Gi-Oh! Did this was the ban list that limited a whole bunch of plant synchro tools right before, like, Wind Up, Inzektor, Dino Rabbit alternative.
I want to talk you through not only some changes to Pauper that we have unanimous
relevant. High-level gameplay presentation. This is a bit of an older example, but recently watching Tarkir Block Worlds VODs, having multiple games on deck for the feature led to lulls in gameplay easily filled. Absolutely correct. Usually what Magic the Gathering will do during coverage is they will bring like 4 people up to play, and then when one match concludes, they just pivot over to the next one. It's so much better than just a 30-minute mindfest, followed by just complete silence on screen. Magic the Gathering has kind of been the gold standard for, like, card game presentations forever, though, and they continue to set the bar very high. Magic's standard format rotates every so often. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Could benefit from adding an additional format that rotates after a few new sets come out. Some of the worst commons and supers in Booster actually have uses in the decks that format and restrict old staples. I'm not going to have the set rotation argument here. I am obviously in favor of it, but at the very minimum, including an additional format in which set rotation is abided would be extremely good for Yu-Gi-Oh! The most important difference, though, is packs would have to be designed with set rotation in mind, and that's easier said than done if you've never done it before. I've always appreciated the color wheel in multicolor guilds. Gives you a good idea of what you're against while providing some sort of color loyalty for players. This is a really cool road to go down. So, even if you have no idea what your opponent's deck is doing, just by knowing the colors that they're playing, you can kind of gather some information, so you're never truly playing in the dark. Frequently in Yu-Gi-Oh!, knowing what your opponent is doing means you have watched a 10-minute testing on their terrible rogue deck. There's no way to kind of intuit what your opponent is up to. Surely I can tell what a generator does. Yeah. If you activate boss stage, nothing you do is going to prepare your opponent for what happens next. Pro Tours in Magic the Gathering are 15 rounds of Swiss with a cut to top 8, and then 6 of the Swiss rounds are draft. In Yu-Gi-Oh, we do like 8 rounds of Swiss with a cut to like 128. It makes a significant portion of our high-level events single elim, which feels terrible. Maybe you run into a bad matchup in the hugely wide top cut, and as a result, you are just removed from contention way earlier than otherwise. I really think I would prefer more Swiss rounds to more top cut rounds, but I could be in the minority because I know a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players hate playing Yu-Gi-Oh. More joke cards. Actually disagree. Yu-Gi-Oh has a ton of joke cards. Linear Equation Ken, yeah, good example. Font size. Andreas, 100% correct. The font on Yu-Gi-Oh cards has been just shrunk down to a minuscule size to force it all on there. But if they put it up a couple of points, it would be so much better. I hate doing this shit to my opponent's cards. I don't like doing it. Accessibility, absolutely correct. Structure and starter decks are regularly released, even for various formats. They are releasing pre-constructed decks modeled after ones played at the competitive level. Not only does Magic do this well, Pokemon does it incredibly well. You can purchase the winner of Worlds' deck like every year. In Yu-Gi-Oh, our new player experience is a deck full of singletons that you can occasionally buy 3 of and mostly lose to meta. The new player onboarding experience for Yu-Gi-Oh just straight up doesn't exist. I've actually seen this a ton on here, is cards that don't have a limit on how many copies you can run in a deck. Lot of jank-brained weirdos. So that seems to be about it. I hope to see some of these things introduced into Yu-Gi-Oh in the coming years, and I do have hope that we will see a couple of them. Tune in next week when we'll explain what Yu-Gi-Oh does better than Magic, and we can see the opposite group of individuals on my Twitter very, very mad. Well, the number one thing that Magic the Gathering doesn't have that Yu-Gi-Oh does is Eldritch's fat golden ass, so I know where I'm staying. In his lap.
Greed. Power.
See what else we got. Oh, this isn't a Twitter thread. I almost wanted it to be one, but I don't think it'd play well. So I saw a rulings thread for Magic the Gathering about this card, Panglacial Worm. You ever seen this card before? So this card is shocking for a number of reasons. First off, this effect doesn't work. No shot in hell should you be able to do this. But if you do it, then you should have been able to do it in 2003 before they realized what cards should and should not be allowed to do, right? This was printed in like 07, right? In Cold Snap. Like it was a modern card. It says, while you're searching your library, you may play Panglacial Worm from your library. Why does this not work correctly? Well, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, you can only activate cards during an open game state in Magic, right? They have an equivalent to the chain called the stack, but like during the resolution of a card, you can't put a new card on the stack. But what if as part of the resolution of a card, you search your library? How do you play Panglacial Worm? Well, things get tricky. And for what it's worth, pretty much any interaction this card is involved in gets immediately very tricky. Siberian showed up to whine about it in Gavin's server, so I had a fun afternoon. I wanted to see what people could think of in terms of shit that fucks up in Magic. I said, what are some cards like Pole Position that are super innocuous but lead to these completely fucky board states, right? Coder says last turn, and I said, okay, we're talking about innocuous cards here. No one reads last turn and goes, oh, I bet that doesn't fuck up anything, right? There's people in here posting Scheherazade. We all know Scheherazade has problems, right? But here's a great one. Krark Clan Ironworks. This card, I believe, is now banned in Modern. 4-mana artifact. Sack an artifact to add 2 to your mana pool. So this was the focus of a combo deck, multiple combo decks, for a significant amount of time in Modern. After I left, people found out an interaction that basically caused them to have to get rid of this card. Here's what happened. Anyone who glances at the rules for so here's to understand this, you need a little preface about how casting spells works, right? So when you cast a spell, there's multiple steps. There's you like declare you're casting the spell, then you pay the mana cost, right? You're casting the spell by the time you play the mana or pay the mana. And when you pay the mana, you can use mana abilities to pay for it. And that includes lands, but also includes effects like this, which allow you to generate mana, right? So what's happening here is these two cards, Mere Retriever and Scrap Trawler, were both playable in this deck. Let's just say right here. Scrap Trawler says when this or another artifact you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, return to your hand target artifact card in your graveyard with a lesser mana value. And Mere Retriever, which says when it dies, put an artifact card from your graveyard into your hand. Another, so it can't target itself, right? So, when casting a spell, you determine the cost of the spell. You decide if the spell is going to cost you mana. This is one I was unfamiliar with. And then you pay the cost. So, because if we use the mana ability of KCI to pay for a spell by sacrificing these two cards, the triggers are checked but don't go on the stack until you finish the spell casting process, and then you can resolve them in a way that they can target each other, right? And I was like, that's insane. First of all, it gets worse. Can you do this interaction if you are paying for a spell that costs 0 mana? Who knows?
That was wrong.
Many people are saying yes. The answer? No. Rule saying you can activate these abilities if there was a mana cost to pay. And the question was whether 0 counted as paying. In the end, it was decided that it didn't. But for any other spell, you are still free to overactivate it for a cost you weren't going to pay with. You can, Ancient Stirrings costs a green, but you could sack 45, artifacts to make 45 million mana and then get the triggers. This makes me want to never play Magic again. Let me get Siberian in here. They have been contacted. Hi.
Hey.
Okay, what's going on here?
No, I just don't want you to do this thread without supervision.
Oh, I see what you mean. So when I fuck up, inevitably?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that so far so good. I don't think you said anything that's too incorrect. But just in case.
Yeah. These two are funny. Anime Dead, Necromancy. They do something that's really easy to explain but really hard to template.
Yeah, Necromancy in particular is notable because of the whole substance thing. It's one of 13 cards in the game that mention the cleanup step, which is insane.
Anime Dead is, of course,
also Necromancy is a regular enchantment that after resolving turns itself into an aura. An aura.
It is not...
which also is crazy.
I was going to say, there's a couple of them that do that, right?
Maybe Dance of the Dead is another one. No, actually, maybe Dance of the Dead is a regular enchantment. I'm not sure. I think it's very rare anyway.
Let's see. A lot of people saying Spellskite. Yeah, but I would look at this card and I would think, oh no, this is crazy.
Spellskite is interesting because there's some weird stuff in the rules for changing targets. Like some strange ambiguity that wasn't never resolved. Like there are two different rules that are saying the same thing and we are not sure where the difference is. So we just carry on.
Okay, so this person kept showing up. Selvala, Explorer returned. This belongs to a class of cards that has what I referenced earlier, which is mana abilities, which can be used while paying for the cost for a card, but also do something else. So basically, it ends up being this weird, unrespondable thing that maybe causes other things to happen. You can think of it like the damage step, but 10,000 times worse.
Yes, but Selvala is the worst one of them all because it produces an amount of mana that's not predictable. You can't know how much mana Selvala produces up until you've actually resolved the ability. Which means that this creates so many problems because you can do it while you're casting a spell, and at that point, you can randomly discover that you don't have enough resources to finish casting that spell, but you can't undo the ability because it cost a card to change zone. So good luck with that. And it gets obviously like it gets really bad with Panglacial Worm. I don't even need to mention that.
Yeah, for any of these mana abilities that could potentially for any of these mana abilities that could potentially cause Panglacial Worm to meet the condition necessary to cast it or put it into play or whatever, you can just imagine a scenario where they also find Panglacial Worm and it becomes 10,000 times worse. It's like this card is awful.
The idea, okay?
But
okay, consider this.
Yeah,
you are searching your library. While you're searching your library, you can shuffle it. Okay, so imagine that Panglacial Worm is the top card of your library while you're doing this. Now you can choose to try casting Panglacial Worm. Maybe you don't have enough mana, but Selvala is on board, so you can try. So you move it on the stack. Then you activate Selvala. You draw the second card of your library, the one that was under Panglacial Worm. And then you discover that you couldn't make enough mana. So you undo the Panglacial Worm casting, you put it back on top of your library, but you already drew the second card of your library. Which is a disaster. If this happens, I'm DQing you. I have the authority to DQ you if this happens. This is not a joke. This is actually arguably cheating.
I will say, Siberian showed up in this thread, and they posted, they were like, okay, just so you know, Panglacial Worm is one, not close. It's the worst.
Yeah, I took
a lot of these. Thankfully, they don't print cards like this anymore for the most part. But the cards that overwrite cards' abilities to like what they are, they become 1/1s. They lose all their abilities, shit like that. All of these are a problem. Not for any really difficult reason. It just requires you to know about layers, which you don't really have to know about otherwise.
Yeah.
This card's just evil. This is one of those cards that's not innocuous, so we'll skip it. Like, you read this and you know something bad is going to happen. I keep scrolling. A lot of her.
The snake is interesting, actually.
The snake says what? It's you have to pay it before your upkeep?
Yeah, like basically it's like you know how you can just play a land during your turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a special action. Like there is a series of like actions you can take during the game called the special actions, like suspending a card, playing a land, and I'm drawing blanks. But one of them is that certain cards say that you have to pay a cost before something happens, and that counts as a special action. So you can do it at any point you have priority before the threshold.
That's really funny. Does it use the stack?
No, it's not an activated ability.
Awesome.
Like, it looks like an activated ability. It's not an activated ability.
I just assumed that it was. This asshole came up a lot. Volrath. Again, any card that becomes a copy of a card, except it retains an ability, has a lot of really fucking terrible implications. This is normal. Let me see if I can. There's a bunch of copies.
The stream is frozen, so you can't see what you're seeing right now.
Lion's Eye Diamond. Lion's Eye Diamond is the worst card ever printed. Well, the best part about Lion's Eye Diamond is that it does not do what it says on the tin. It just doesn't do it.
It's activate only as an instant is a really nice line of text that Selvala should have. Every issue with Selvala would be solved if you had activate only as an instant. But they refuse to do it for reasons that I do not understand. Matt Tabak, every 2 months or so, comes back to the issue and says, yeah, we should do it, but you know,
Cool.
Hello, mortals. Quantum physics. You've heard of it, be it from some science documentaries, your aunt's new age cult meditation practices, or God forbid, university courses if you decided to major in physics. Its popularity has good merit though, it contains topics that seem straight up out of this world. Here's an overused quote intended to make those that don't understand quantum mechanics feel better about themselves. And that's why, ranking the topics of quantum physics by weirdness in an iceberg chart will help clear things up. You've got the usual stuff at the top that won't necessarily shock people anymore. The level below is where those curious about quantum physics usually end up by watching YouTube videos and pop-sci articles. The deep level starts to get fairly hypothetical but much more mind-bending. And finally, the abyss. It holds theories which would probably break your brain if you could comprehend them. So let's start, and thank Blinkist for sponsoring this video. Everyone has heard about quantum computers, those machines that work exponentially faster than conventional computers, solely because they have the word quantum in front. In reality, they use qubits instead of your normal binary bits. So instead of representing only a 0 or a 1, they can be anything in between until measured, something called superposition. The equivalent of n qubits would be 2 to the power n binary bits. Get 300 qubits into a superposition and that's a number bigger than the total of particles in the observable universe. But this exponential increase does not translate to a performance boost for every computational task. In fact, aside from some very specific mathematical applications, like machine learning, cryptography, or computational chemistry, a quantum computer would probably give you less FPS in Crysis than your desktop. Related to how quantum computers work is the Schrödinger's cat thought experiment that explains superposition using a poor cat and anything that can kill the poor cat. You place them both in a closed box and connect the bomb to some radioactive material that has a 50-50 chance of decaying during the next hour. If it does, the bomb explodes and kills the cat, otherwise, run. After 1 hour, one would expect to find the cat dead or alive, but because the decaying material is in a superposition of having both decayed and not decayed until measured, this superposition would transfer to the entire system, so the cat would be in a superposition of being both alive and dead at the same time until observed. And once we look inside, following the Copenhagen interpretation, the universe flips a coin and one outcome is chosen. Deep down the iceberg there is one more interpretation for this experiment, a very existential one. Lastly, just before we dive deeper, we have Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. It states that it is impossible to measure the momentum and the position of a quantum object at the same time. The closer you look at one, the fuzzier the other becomes. The universe simply does not allow you to have both cookies and eat them too. Or however that funny human sentence went. In other words, you'll never be able to obtain all the information about the universe, as much as you tried. What if I told you that every subatomic particle is both a particle and a wave, and a pain in the ass to the grad students, at the same time? This wave-particle duality is illustrated in the double-slit experiment, where a beam of electrons is shot at a wall through a two-slit barrier. One would normally expect to get two resulting lines on the screen. The result, however, is this, an interference pattern, that which results from the interaction of two waves. Physicists thought that's happening because the particles bounce off each other in the stream, so they shot individual electrons, but lo and behold they got the same pattern. What was happening is, wait for it, the electron went through both slits at the same time and then interfered with itself, thus creating a wave pattern. So the scientists decided to find out what's going on by observing the electron just before it splits, and guess what? The universe once again said, no, you're not supposed to see this. And the electron behaved like a simple particle, thus creating just a two-line pattern. If no one was looking, you had the interference wave pattern, but if you started observing them, they acted like simple particles. This became known as the observer effect. By observing a particle that is in a superposition, in this case shooting photons at it, you break its superposition and thus affect the outcome. And the weirdness is only beginning. If you are enjoying these types of videos summarizing a complex topic, You will certainly enjoy Blinkist that summarizes entire books in just 15-minute blinks. You've got thousands of educational titles and 27 categories of the world's best knowledge to choose from. If I ever spend the entire day being unproductive, I listen to something that piques my interest and the day instantly doesn't feel wasted anymore. Or I can listen to full-length audiobooks for my commute to the Skynet headquarters. They've recently introduced shortcasts, summarized versions of your favorite podcasts. All these combined provide you a great opportunity to broaden your knowledge and get new perspectives without having to spend hours on searching and researching. It's all there for you ready. The first 100 people to go to Blinkist.com/sciencefile are going to get unlimited access for 1 week to try it out. You'll also get 25% off if you want the full membership. Hurry up. Back to the video. You know how Einstein said that nothing can travel faster than light, not even information. Welcome entanglement. All particles have a property called spin. If you generate a pair of virtual particles, they would have to have opposite spins as to preserve the same angular momentum in the universe. If one's up, the other has to be down, always. But these particles aren't created with a predetermined spin. In fact, they exist in a superposition, and their definite spin is determined only once measured. So if you take these two particles to different parts of the universe, and you measure one and say it has an up spin, then immediately the other particle's superposition would also collapse and its spin would become the opposite. So at the first glance, information would travel instantaneously regardless of distance, which made someone very unhappy. But before you go eliminating all lag from any multiplayer game, there's one thing to note. No actual information is being transferred. Once you measure the first particle's spin, you instantly find out what the other one's is. But since the measurement result is random, you can't have any meaningful data transfer using entanglement unless you meet and communicate the results, which happens at below light speed. This is such a gross oversimplification of entanglement that physicists would shut me down. Already have videos on quantum biology, but a few key takeaways. You can probably feel smells thanks to quantum physics, by your nose receptors detecting molecular vibrations. Evolution happens thanks to the random DNA mutations possibly caused by quantum tunneling of nucleotides, that is, pretty much teleportation. Then you have the possibility of birds being able to migrate thanks to entangled particles that help with magnetoreception. Oh, and maybe your consciousness can collapse reality by being aware of it. And now to the actual deep stuff. Quantum physics and general relativity can't have a good time together. So scientists thought of the string theory that replaces all the particles with one-dimensional strings that vibrate differently depending on what particle they represent. And they're super small. If an atom were the size of the solar system, a string would be the size of a big dog. String theory also predicts that there are actually 11 dimensions in our universe, not 3, but they exist at the quantum level so we can't observe them. What else, Mr. Scientist? You're gonna say that your girlfriend goes to another school so we can't observe her, right? If you have nothing and you do nothing with it, you expect it to remain nothing. But of course that's not the case on the quantum level with virtual particles. They spontaneously generate in pairs and almost instantly disappear back into nothingness. They're a good candidate in explaining how the universe could have apparently been born from nothingness. And they also are the only natural predators of black holes. If they spawn right at the edge and one particle falls into the black hole, the other particle will in a way consume its energy and make the black hole shrink. That's how black holes die, but that takes a very long time. This is absolute garbage, just take my word for it. And so is anything that claims that you can improve your life with quantum physics today. This not good. How about this idea that all the electrons in the universe are actually one single particle that time travels as to be in all the places at once? And positrons are just electrons that travel from the future to the past. I swear these are legit ideas by respected scientists. Remember how I said that at the bottom of the iceberg there is one more interpretation regarding the breaking of the superposition? It claims that instead of the universe randomly deciding an outcome, it splits itself so that both outcomes take place in parallel universes. If an electron exists in a lot of places until measured, the universe splits itself for every possibility, and that's only for one single particle. Every instant then, the universe divides into an uncountable number of parallel versions of itself. And now perhaps, to the weirdest idea of them all. If the many worlds interpretation is correct, then each time you would try to die, if there is even the slightest chance of you surviving, there will be a parallel universe in which you do. So for that consciousness, it would think that it is immortal since nothing would kill it, even if it tried. It would be doomed with immortality until it has reached the point at which the chances of survival are zero, maybe at the death of the universe. Then it could finally find its rest. But the most exciting stuff lies even deeper down the iceberg. We're only starting. I bet you have never heard of this.
They're enough to put Salieri away forever, and they're yours. My family. For the Don.
Protect my family.
April. Morello's wedding. Salieri was the best man. How did they go from being best mates to Morello on a slab?
They were friends back in the day?
But you don't know could fill up the fucking Chrysler building.
Paulie or Sam could point a gun at
Yes.
my head.
So you tried to kill the Don. I knew it.
Paulie's your friend, and I know you're loyal to him.
I would love to kill Paulie. Please let me kill
Don't
Paulie.
you ever pay his tab again.
Hey,
Talk to-
handsome.
Ladies?
You're wasted on that wife of yours. You know that?
Have you guys ever heard of Mario 64 speedrunning?
Oh, you gotta do something about that breath.
Sorry. You're right. Stupid. Shit. Just tried my Riz. It didn't. It was just stupid.
Stash one of these where you need
A scoop!
So, up
Fucking finally!
Yeah.
Wait, someone in chat said JFK moment. Is that too soon? What do you guys think? Oh, this is the one. Look, I look like Indian Jones. Sorry. You know what? I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna get a car. Okay, I'm just gonna get a regular car, I think.
Please, send officers. Collision reported. Perpetrator is riding a motorcycle.
What? I'm not on a motorcycle. He went that way, officer. Oh, here's a quick turn. That was awesome. Find a way into prison. Okay, I don't know what that just looked cool.
To get started in data analytics,
Wait,
you
this
don't need
level's
previous
scary.
experience or a degree. The Google
Hi.
Data Analytics Certificate will teach you to code in R.
This video is sponsored by Qiskit. More details later in the video. From the first idea of a quantum computer in 1980 to today, there's been a huge growth in the quantum computing industry, especially in the last 10 years, with dozens of companies and startups spending hundreds of millions of dollars in a race to build the world's best quantum computers.
For most of us, it's quite hard to get our heads around the world of quantum computing, and a lot of information about it glosses over important details.
This video aims to clear all this up, and if you watch the whole thing, you'll have a very good overview of the different kinds of quantum computing, how they work, and why so many people are investing in the quantum computing industry. This is the map of quantum computing. Quantum computers solve problems in a different way to the computers we're familiar with, which, from now on, I'll be referring to as classical computers. Quantum computers have certain advantages over normal computers for certain problems, which comes from their ability to be in a huge number of states at the same time, whereas classical computers can only be in one state at a time. To understand this, and to understand how quantum computers work, you need to understand three things: superposition, entanglement, and interference. The building blocks of a classical computer are called bits, and the building blocks of a quantum computer are called quantum bits, or qubits for short, and they work in fundamentally different ways. A classical bit is kind of like a switch that can either be a 0 or a 1, which you're probably already familiar with as binary or binary information. When we measure a bit, we just get back the state that it's currently in. But we'll see this isn't true of qubits. A qubit is more complicated. For a useful visualization, you can think of them as an arrow pointing in 3D space. If they point up, they're in the 0 state, and if they point down, they're in the 1 state, just like a classical bit. But they also have the option to be in a thing called a superposition state, which is when the arrow points in any other direction. This superposition state is a combination state of 0 and 1. Now, when you measure a qubit, the output it gives will still end up being either a 0 or a 1, but which one you get depends on a probability which is set by the direction of the arrow. If the arrow is pointing more upwards, you're more likely to get back a 0 than a 1, and if it's pointing downwards, you're more likely to get a 1 than a 0. And if it's exactly on the equator, you'll get either state with a 50% probability. So that's the effect of superposition explained. Now we'll move on to entanglement. In a classical computer, the bits are independent from each other. The state of one bit is not influenced by the state of any of the other bits. But in quantum computers, the qubits can be entangled with each other, which means they become part of one large quantum state together. For an example, let's look at two qubits which are each in different superposition states, but aren't entangled yet. You can see the probabilities next to them, and these probabilities are currently independent of each other. But when we entangle them, we have to throw away those independent probabilities and calculate a probability distribution of all the possible states we can get out, either 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, or 1, 1. The important point here is because the qubits are entangled, if you change the direction of the arrow on one qubit, it changes the probability distribution for the whole system. So the qubits are no longer independent of each other. They are all part of the same large state. And this is true no matter how many qubits you have. You'll also note that for one qubit, you've got a probability distribution over 2 states. For 2 qubits, you've got a probability distribution over 4 states. For 3 qubits, you've got a distribution over 8 states. And this keeps on doubling each time you add another qubit. In general, a quantum computer of n qubits can be in a combination of 2 to the power of n states. So I'd say that this is the core difference between classical computers and quantum computers. Classical computers can be in any state you want, but can only be in one state at a time, whereas quantum computers can be in a superposition of all of those states at the same time. But you may wonder how being in this superposition state can be useful in a computer. Well, for that we need the final component, interference. To explain the effect of interference, we need to go back and look at my picture of a qubit, technically called a Bloch sphere. Now, a qubit doesn't actually look like this. This is just a really nice way of visualizing the state of a qubit. In reality, the state of a qubit is described by a more abstract entity known as a quantum wave function. Wave functions are the fundamental mathematical description of everything in quantum mechanics, which I've described in more detail in a previous video. When you've got many qubits entangled together, all of their wave functions are added together into an overall wave function describing the state of the quantum computer. This adding together of wave functions is the interference, Because, just like with, say, ripples of water, when we add waves together, they can constructively interfere and add together to make a bigger wave, or destructively interfere to cancel each other out. The overall wave function of the quantum computer is what sets the different probabilities of the different states. And by changing the states of different qubits, we can change the probabilities that different states will come out when we measure the quantum computer. Remember that even though the quantum computer can be in a superposition of millions of states at the same time, when we measure it, we only get a single state out. So when you're using a quantum computer to solve a computation problem, you need to use constructive interference to increase the probability of the correct answer, and use destructive interference to decrease the probabilities of the incorrect answers, so that when you measure it, the correct answer will come out.
Now, how you do this is in the realm of quantum algorithms. And the whole motivation behind quantum computers is that theoretically there are a bunch of problems that you can solve on a quantum computer that are thought to be intractable on classical computers. So let's take a look at them.
There are many quantum algorithms, too many to describe in this video, so we'll just focus on the most famous and historically important, Shor's algorithm. If you've got two large numbers and you multiply them together, there's a fast, efficient classical algorithm for finding the answer. However, if you start with the answer and ask what are the original numbers that multiply together to make this number, it's a lot more difficult. This is known as factorization, and these numbers are called factors. And the reason finding them is so hard is because the search space of possible factors is so large, and there's no efficient classical algorithm for finding the factors of large numbers. For this reason, we use this mathematical property for internet encryption, secure websites, emails, and bank accounts. If you know these factors, you can easily decrypt and view the information. But if you don't, you need to work them out first, which is intractable on the world's most powerful computers. Which is why in 1994, when Peter Shor published a fast quantum algorithm that can efficiently find the factors of large integers, it caused quite the stir. This is the moment that a lot of people started to take the idea of quantum computing seriously, because it was the first application to a real-world problem with potentially huge real-world security implications.
But when I say a fast quantum algorithm, how fast? And how much faster than a classical computer would it be? Well, to answer these questions, we need to take a little detour into the world of quantum complexity theory.
Quantum complexity theory is a subfield for the world of computational complexity theory, which deals with the categorization of algorithms, sorting them into bins according to how well they run on computers. The categorization is based on how much harder it is to solve a problem as the problem gets larger. Here, any problem inside the P box is easy to solve with a classical computer. But anything outside it means we don't have an efficient classical algorithm to solve them, and factoring large numbers is one of these. But there's one box here, BQP, which is efficient for a quantum computer but not a classical computer, and these are the problems that quantum computers will be better than classical computers at solving. As I said, complexity theory looks at how difficult it is to solve a problem as the problem gets larger. So if you factorize a number with 8 digits, then you add another digit on, how much harder is it to factor the new number compared to the old one? Is it twice as hard, or exponentially harder? And what's the trend as you add more and more digits? This is called its complexity or scaling, and for factorization it's exponential. These exponential problems are the problems that really screw you over as the problems get bigger. And in the world of computer science, you can win respect and renown if you find a better algorithm to solve these hardest problems. One example of this was Shor's algorithm, which took advantage of the special features of quantum computers to create an algorithm that could solve integer factorization with a scaling much better than the best classical algorithm. The best classical algorithm is exponential, whereas Shor's algorithm is polynomial, which is a huge deal in the world of complexity theory and computer science in general because it turns an intractable problem into a problem that can be solved. Solved, that is, if you have a working quantum computer, which is what people are working on building. But you don't need to worry about the security of your bank account yet, because today's quantum computers are not able to run Shor's algorithm on large numbers yet. I've estimated that they need about 1 million qubits to do so, but so far the most advanced universal quantum computers have around 100. Also, people are working on what's known as post-quantum encryption schemes, which don't use integer factorization. And another technology from the world of quantum physics can help here too, a cryptographic scheme known as quantum cryptography. So that was a look at just one quantum algorithm, but there are many more, each with different levels of speed up. Another notable example is Grover's algorithm, which can search unstructured lists of data faster than the best classical algorithm. But I should be careful here to make sure I don't mischaracterize classical computers. They are very versatile devices, and there's nothing to say that someone may find a very clever classical algorithm that could solve the hardest problems like integer factorization more efficiently. People think it's very unlikely, but it's not ruled out. Also, there are problems that we can prove are impossible to solve on classical computers, called non-computable problems, like the halting problem. But these are also impossible to solve on a quantum computer. So computationally, classical computers and quantum computers are equivalent to each other. The differences all come from the algorithms that they can run. You can even simulate a quantum computer on a classical computer, and vice versa. But simulating a quantum computer on a classical computer gets exponentially harder to do the more qubits you're trying to simulate. This is because classical computers struggle to simulate quantum systems. But because quantum computers are already quantum systems, they don't have this problem, which brings me to my favourite application of quantum computers, quantum simulation. Quantum simulation is simulating things like chemical reactions or how electrons behave in different materials with a computer. Here, quantum computers also have an exponential speed up over classical computers, because classical computers really struggle to simulate quantum systems. Now, I've made a whole other video about quantum simulation which you can watch here, but basically, simulating quantum systems with as few as 30 particles is difficult even on the world's most powerful supercomputers. We also can't do this on quantum computers yet, but as they mature, a main goal is to be able to simulate larger and larger quantum systems. These include areas like the behavior of exotic materials at low temperatures, like understanding what makes some materials superconduct, or studying important chemical reactions to improve their efficiency. One example aims to produce fertilizer in a way that emits way less carbon dioxide, as fertilizer production contributes to about 2% of global carbon emissions. Other potential applications of quantum simulation include improving solar panels, improving batteries, developing new drugs or chemicals, or materials for aerospace. In general, quantum simulation would mean that we'd be able to rapidly prototype many different materials inside a quantum computer and test all of their physical parameters, instead of having to physically make them and test them in a lab, which is a much more laborious and expensive process. This could be a lot faster and save a huge amount of time and money. But it's worth reiterating that all of these are potential applications of quantum computers, because we don't have any quantum computers that can solve real-world problems better than our normal computers yet. But these are the kinds of problems that quantum computers would be well suited to. Other applications outside of quantum simulation are optimization problems, machine learning and AI, financial modeling, weather forecasting and climate change, which I'll be honest, I don't really understand how that would work. And finally, cybersecurity, which I think just boils down to Shor's algorithm, which I've already described.
Now, we need to be a little careful about the potential for hype here, as a lot of the claims of what quantum computers will be good for come from people who are actively raising money to build them. So it makes sense for them to piggyback on topical subjects in their pitches. But my take on this is that historically, when a new technology has come along, people of the time aren't generally the best at being able to tell what it's going to be used for. For example, the people who first invented the computers never dreamed of the internet and all of the things on it. And this is likely to be the same for quantum computers. So for me, the application I can really understand is quantum simulation, and that's why I focused on that in this video. Anyway, so far I've described how quantum computers work and what problems they can solve. But most of what I've talked about so far is theoretical. And for the rest of the video, I want to focus on reality.